Bloomsbury presents The Bookshop Ladies by Faith Hogan, read by Flora Montgomery. All shall be well, and all shall be well, and all manner of thing shall be well. Julian of Norwich. Prologue. Joy was so distracted by the fog and thoughts of the evening past that she forgot to remind the taxi driver to take a right for Rue de Pontièvre. They had missed the turn-off for their flat. If it wasn't for Eve, they might have gone on for miles before she noticed. Thankfully, the driver turned down a side street. Soon they were back en route again. Thickening fog forced her to squint, and her eyes fought hard to pick out familiar city shapes. Usually along here, she would gaze up towards Montmartre. Even after all these years, it took her breath away, illuminated and brooding above the city. In spite of her French tailoring, it seemed at heart she would always be an American, enthralled with this city. Tonight, silver mist cloaked the zinc roofs, masking their familiar scaffolding to the dramatic backdrop of the cathedral. Overhead, the old street lamps loomed as if strung directly from the clouds. From their apartment, she knew that even the closest terracotta tiles would be invisible to her tonight. On nights like this, Paris had a particularly strange mystery and promise about it. Or perhaps it was just tonight. This evening's party had felt as if they were standing on the threshold of a fresh chapter. She and Eve were about to begin a new journey together, now that he had retired from the career that had been his great passion in life. Except for her, of course. Tonight was too dark for views of anything beyond a few feet before the headlights on the narrow street. It was a wonderful night, Eve murmured next to her. It was, she agreed, but silently, just wished she was at home in their apartment, sinking into the deep tapestry sofa that she had picked up in a flea market when she was young enough to care more for other people's history than her own. Thank goodness she'd thought to leave the heating on. Congratulations. It was the perfect retirement party. She reached across and squeezed his hand. He felt strangely cold, and she moved closer to him. They would be home soon, safe and content in their comfortable apartment. Hard to believe that's it, really, he said softly. And she knew that, unlike with her little job as a marketing and publicity consultant, he was retiring from a career that was not only very lucrative, but a lifelong obsession. His retirement party had been held in the smart gallery he'd opened many years earlier, just as he was starting out to make a name for himself in the Parisian art world. But the gallery was only a fraction of his career. Yves Bachon, her darling husband, had spent most of his life importing and exporting exquisite pieces of art and discovering new talent. He had helped many artists who might not otherwise have an opportunity to have their work exhibited to a wide, appreciative audience. Eve had plucked too many struggling artists to count from obscurity and made their careers both lauded and financially viable. Tonight's retirement party had been a who's who of not just the French art world, but the international art world in which he was a respected figure. Joy was so proud of him, and she couldn't help smiling because it was all so different to her own retirement party. A lackluster speech by the CEO, accompanied by pâté on crackers. She objected to foie gras, and, since most of her colleagues were on a crusade of some sort, she was far from alone in her opposition. The white wine was warm, but she had been surrounded by colleagues who she counted as friends. By comparison, Eve's dew had Bollinger flowing like spring rain in Seattle. The hors d'oeuvres were divine. They defied her to pick apart exactly what was in them. Their complexity on the palate a fine and delicate mix of the best ingredients. The speeches were witty with lots of in-jokes that she wasn't part of, but Eve had squeezed her hand and thanked her profusely when it was his turn to say a few words. God, how she adored him. The years they had spent together had whizzed by too fast. Like any couple, sure, they'd had ups and downs, but from the moment she met him, she couldn't imagine life without him. Even at their lowest ebb, after 4 miscarriages and a baby boy who only just made it into the world before fading away again, she had Eve by her side, carrying her through. She was looking forward to this next phase of their lives together. She glanced across at him, and he smiled at her. "What do you say when we get home? I pour us 2 large brandies, and we sit for a while watching the fog make the city disappear." Their apartment had views across the terracotta rooftops of Paris. In the distance you could see the top of the Eiffel Tower, just the tip, but it confirmed for Joy that she was here, in France. It was a world away from the Midwest where she'd grown up. She'd left the States after her mother passed away. It had only ever been the 2 of them. There was nothing to take her back there now. It sure was a long way from Ely, Minnesota, to Paris. But Joy felt as French these days as she felt American. Home was a 2-bedroom flat with a cluttered office and a large dining room for entertaining. The bedroom space might be modest, but it had been theirs for as long as they had been married, and she loved its old-fashioned charm, with doorways that were too tall, intricate grand covings, and an original parquet floor that shone like honey glaze in the morning sunlight. They knew most of the neighbours, mainly couples, like themselves, nearing retirement, having finally emptied nests. They regarded newcomers with wariness. "We can pretend we are the only people in the city." He smiled, because when she looked out of the car window, she could hardly see beyond where the headlights shone on the road. "That sounds perfect." They had both been looking forward to the day when they retired. Strictly speaking, she was not due to retire for a few more years, but Eve had easily convinced her. They could afford it. So why not enjoy a few years while they were still healthy and strong enough to see a bit of life? Driving on for a little longer in silence, Joy thought of one of those evenings that she would always remember, whizzing through the deserted Paris streets towards a new phase of their lives together. She had just glanced at him, sharing something unspoken, as if they were both wrapped up in a shawl of absolute contentment, when she heard the driver gasp. She turned, but not fast enough to see the dim, blurred lights of an oncoming car speed towards them. Too late. The driver had run a red, and they were careering around the junction, as if they were skaters on ice. The moment was so slow, playing out like a demented lullaby. Joy didn't know what happened next, but she felt her whole body lifted in the seat, hurled forward and then brutally pinned back. She reached out, grabbed the headrest in front, managing to straighten up, for just one vital second. It all happened so quickly. Later she would wonder, did they say anything to each other? Did they try to warn each other to look out? It was so fast, and yet the impact was grotesquely measured. Horrified, she watched as the Renault jammed into the side of the car. Eve's side. The crash was deafening. She remembered that. Or maybe, later she would just believe it. "No!" she screamed, because somewhere in the back of her brain, she knew it was the thing to do. But no amount of screaming would help them to escape the impact. She saw Eve, his eyes widened, and then he was thrust sideways, behind her. She was somehow sitting on the edge of the seat, clutching the front passenger seat for balance. The car spun, again, again, again. The shop fronts in near darkness seemed to pass her by repeatedly, as if she was on a monstrous carousel. "Are you both okay?" The driver was shouting. She heard the click as he unfastened his safety belt, the metal sound echoing in the chilling stillness. He was kneeling now, peering into the back, trying to make out the tangle of his passengers. "My husband, Eve, he was on the—" Joy couldn't think of the word. She knew it was the side of impact, but it felt as if all useful language, anything coherent, had slipped from her mind. Call for help! She couldn't even be sure if the taxi driver had heard her, because suddenly her ears began to ring so piercingly she might as well have been sitting in the bell tower in Notre Dame, and it would be quieter on the hour. Humph. Eve made a strange sound. But Joy was so intent on trying to extricate herself from the tangle of the seatbelt that the noise didn't fully register until she heard what sounded like a series of frothy gurgles next to her. Eve! She screamed. He was choking. Was he choking? Joy scrabbled at his neck. She managed to dig behind his back to click open both seatbelts. She fell forward with a painful thud when the tension was broken, then twisted in the tiny space between the seats to face him. Eve was staring straight ahead, his eyes wide in their sockets, his hand pulled up uncomfortably to his chest. Oh my God. She knew immediately he wasn't choking. It was worse than that, much worse. He was having a heart attack. Sweat rolled down his face. Even in the darkness of the car, she could see filmy beads glistening on his forehead and running down his cheeks. Milliseconds ticked by like centuries. She was acutely aware of her own breath, of her heart hammering in her chest, of her blood thrashing so hard through her veins, it felt as if it might erupt. Mount Vesuvius, right here on this deathly quiet street in Paris. Somewhere in the distance, she heard a siren. Was it coming here? Please let help be coming. Call an ambulance, my husband is not well. This time she screamed at the driver. Even though they were only a few hundred meters from the apartment, it felt as if they might as well be 1,000,000 miles away from anywhere. She reached across, tried to undo the bow tie Eve had knotted so expertly before they left for the party, but everything in the back of the car was restricting. She couldn't prise it open. Her fingers were sweaty and shaking, and she fumbled with it, until he raised a hand to push her away. In desperation, she pulled open the buttons on his shirt. It's okay, darling. Everything is going to be just fine. Don't worry. But he was fading away from her. His eyes were panicked, darting left and right. His breathing chaotic only moments ago had quietened so much that she held her own breath, as if by doing so she might help him stay with her. Oh, my darling. She wanted to cry it out. Then she spotted his mobile phone down in the footwell. She grabbed it, dialed the emergency services. It felt as if it was taking forever to explain. She wanted to shout, "Listen, we don't have much time." But she didn't. She'd never been that sort of American. Now, for once, she wished she was. Instead, she heard her voice answer one question after another, as if she had all the time in the world. It won't be long, the voice finally said, and, through the fog, Joy thought she heard another siren in the distance. But of course, it couldn't be. She tried to make Eve more comfortable, moving as if she were a marionette, controlled by some unfeeling puppeteer. He was dying. She knew it, with some part of her brain that had not quite engaged with what was happening, knew on some cold, logical level that Eve was leaving her now. Darling, I'm just gonna... She could give him mouth to mouth. ABC, wasn't that what they'd learned on the first aid course they had attended all those years ago? Airways, breathing, circulation. But it was impossible in this cramped space. She'd managed to open his tie by the time the ambulance arrived. Too little, too late. She was sure of it. He had not said a word for almost 15 minutes. It was an age since she had seen his chest rise or heard his shaky breath. Joie, he whispered, when they placed him on the stretcher. Shh, don't talk. Not now. Wait until you're stronger. She started to cry. She thought he was gone already, too shocked to register fully what it all meant. I have to tell you, he gasped. It's okay. Don't say anything now. Whatever it is, tell me when we get to the hospital. I'm so sorry. Tears trickled down his cheeks. The ambulance attendant shook her head, as if to say, "Don't worry, this is normal." Or at least, Joy hoped that's what she meant. Stop. There's nothing to be sorry for. It was a wonderful night and we have good times ahead of us. This is just... A blip? Wasn't that what young people said now? A blip? Except she knew this was no small interruption to their plans. Please don't let it be the end. No, you don't understand. He gasped for breath, and she willed him to stop. To just stop talking and concentrate on getting better. Nothing was more important than that. She wanted to fling herself across him right there, in the back of the ambulance. But there were so many lines running from his open shirt, measuring his very life force. And then she wiped the tears from her eyes. It's fine. Everything is going to be fine. It really is, she said, as much for herself as for Eve. Non, Monsieur Bachon, please, you must put this oxygen mask on. It will help you breathe and... The EMT was placing the mask between them, pulling the elastic out so it would not catch in his hair. This is important. I've wanted to tell you for so long, but I never did. He placed his hand up in front of the mask. I have a daughter. Chapter 1. Robin Tessier rubbed her dry eyes. If only there was a market for dust and cobwebs, she'd be a millionaire already. They'd been organising the bookshop for days now, when she caught a sight of her reflection in the old-fashioned mirror that had once hung in her uncle's bakery. Even in the antique glass, she looked faded, her green eyes dulled by the shadows around them, her complexion pale. Whoever said pale was interesting was having a joke, she reckoned. She needed a long, hot shower. Her white t-shirt was covered in book dust. Even her fine blonde hair seemed to have dulled to a waxy yellow, thanks to teeming layers of cobwebs in every corner of the old shop. Hey, stop slacking! Cian pushed through the door that led from the flat upstairs. And this was why Robin knew she loved Cian Lawson. He was standing, balancing a box of books in one hand and 2 large mugs of tea in the other. His dark hair was falling into his eyes and he had a silly grin on his face. It was hard to believe he had a PhD in early German philosophy. They were both tired. It had been a long day, trying to make sense of a system that had maybe meant something to dear old Douglas Howard once. Now, what with the thorough cleaning she'd had to give the place, and the addition of new shelves in what had once been Douglas's kitchenette, well, chaos was a kind word. It won't take us that long. Come on, Robin, he wheedled, although he needn't have bothered. She'd do anything to get the place off the ground. The bookshop. Her own business. Right here in Ballycove. Since she'd taken it on, a nervous panic seemed to seep into her consciousness too often to be ignored. She was scared, and maybe Cian was the only person who knew it. He was definitely the only person to whom she could admit it. But what if... Come on, there's no point in what-ifs now. You've said you're opening this place in a week. It's what you've always wanted to do, and if it kills me, you're opening it in a week's time. Now, your choice. Are we putting these books on the shelves, or are we just leaving them stacked up in the boxes? He was making fun of her now, but at least it made her smile. He made her feel safe. He'd always made her feel safe. The boxes were everywhere, stacked one on top of the other. Endless cubes of cardboard filled with second-hand books bought from Douglas Howard's niece. Robin's great-uncle Albie had been cross. Thought she'd paid far too much. But what was a shop without stock? If she went out to buy new stock, she'd have to spend 10 times more. "Ashtareen, Robin," her great-uncle had said to her gently. "If people didn't buy them in all the years that Douglas had them stored up in that little shop, what on earth makes you think they'll buy them now?" "I won't be selling them just to passers-by in Ballycove, Albie. That's the difference." And it was true. Books aren't like pastries. They don't have a sell-by date, and I can post a book off to the other side of the world so long as the customer pays for packaging. Of course, she had Cian, with his love of quirky, hard-to-track-down books, to thank for that, too. It was Cian who had introduced her to the world of online sales for special interest books. Really, you could say it was down to Cian that she might have some chance of making a living at the one thing she'd pinned her hopes on. "True. It'd be hard to do that with my brown soda loaf." And he scratched his head, as if the world was passing him by too quickly, although there was nothing slow about her Uncle Albie. "Where do you want me to put this?" Cian broke into her thoughts, and somehow managed to quell the panic rising up in her at the thoughts of opening day looming so close now. Let's see, trains, planes, and automobiles? I thought maybe we'd put everything to do with transport into the little sitting room at the back. What do you think?" She had the idea that maybe, if she created separate areas of interest, maybe she could make something of the place on social media. The shop floor was big, but it was broken into a series of nooks and crannies, which really lent themselves to doing something very special. Instagram and TikTok loved a gimmick, something cute, something eye-catching. The place, she had decided, would be her shop window. She was much better at dealing with people online than in real life, anyway. Why not make the most of it? "Good idea. So if I pick up every book with a transport theme and drop it in there, that's going to be quite a bit sorted." He was being optimistic. "I thought a children's section just inside the door." There were so many children's books. Some of them so old probably no one would want them, but still, the bookworm in her couldn't bear not to put them on a shelf. "I can make a bit of a thing of new books then in the window when I—" That was a bit off. She knew she'd have to start turning over a profit before she could even begin to think of ordering in the latest bestsellers. They set to work quietly, each lost in the sorting and carrying of books. She was lucky to have Cian here, and she wondered, as she so often did over the years, why he kept coming back. After all, he worked in a university where there would be no shortage of people to spend time with. Surely there must be other friends he could be catching up with. He would have colleagues too, and doubtless the college bars would be filled with people. Well, girls, not that much younger than her, with whom he could have spent every other weekend instead of coming down to help her. "I love coming here," he said when she mentioned it to him later. "I'm hoping you'll make me a partner, actually. I could definitely do with a share of the profits." He was joking. He had managed to get his dream job a few months earlier, lecturing in one of the most prestigious philosophy programs in the country. The department thought he was the second coming when it came to the early German thinkers. "So I'll do all the work, and you'll end up with a Porsche." No one was less likely to want a sports car than Cian. I don't think so, for now. We'll call it an internship, or maybe your goodwill hours." She laughed as he held up a book with a photograph of an old Model T on the cover. "Come on, it's time to feed me," he said, and he pulled her up from the floor. She sprang up like a gymnast. The physical work of the last few weeks had been good for her. Although she ached, perversely she'd never felt fitter or happier. "Actually, maybe on second thought, let's get a takeaway, yes?" He was pulling her to the door of the shop. Outside, night had drawn in, and the streets glistened with damp from rain that she hadn't heard falling. 2 doors down, someone was working on the little shop that had once been a fishmonger. It had closed years ago, when Robin was still a kid, left to gather cobwebs and cracks. "It looks like a coffee shop. That'll be handy," Cian said, peering through the glass. A young man was painting the old counter. It had been so dark brown that Robin almost remembered it as being black. Now it was being transformed into a rich maroon. "It could be gorgeous," she said. The old-fashioned counter ran from one wall to the other facing the street. Somehow it inspired Robin with a little more optimism. She was not the only person in the world willing to take a chance on a sleepy little village overlooking the Atlantic Ocean. "You know," Cian spun around and grabbed her as she almost fell into his arms. They stopped for a moment, the moon a golden crescent that seemed to look away from them, so it was just the two of them on the empty street and the sound of rain dripping from the drainpipe. Robin held her breath. Was this it? Was he about to kiss her? She closed her eyes. No one would know, out here, just the two of them. It felt as if they were the only people in the world. She wanted it so badly. And then, he righted her, his strong, thin arm steadying her so her feet were on the path again. It was just a clumsy moment. As it passed, she remembered that she was his friend, nothing more. "Sorry," he said. "Anyway, I was going to say, it's a good sign, don't you think?" "I do," Robin replied quietly, too busy trying to keep her voice steady. She was in love with Cian. Had been for years, probably. But it was a one-way street. She'd always known that. Whatever had gotten into her tonight? She needed to remember it. The last thing she wanted was to spoil their friendship, just because she lost the run of herself thanks to the excitement of her bookshop finally taking shape, and the magic of a big old golden moon in the sky. Chapter 2. Joy had insisted on travelling with Eve in the ambulance to the hospital. Of course, she was in shock. Only half aware that they were speeding through damp and foggy wet streets and skating around corners as if their lives meant nothing. Her thoughts were a jumble. Eve had had a heart attack. He might have died. He might still die. He had a daughter. She wanted to correct him. No, we had a son. Claude Bachand, named after your father. He was the most precious thing in the world. Don't you remember? He died, and losing him almost broke us. The familiar weight settled on her shoulders, like a shawl weaved of icy lead. Still, after all this time, there was no shrugging it off. Eve had a daughter. Joy gripped the mezuzah she had pinned to her dress. She wore it everywhere, a diamond and pearl talisman that had brought Eve's grandmother safely from Poland during the war. It protected them, kept them safe. It was the most precious thing Eve had ever given her. Now, it felt as if it was the only thing tethering her to reality. How could she not have known this about her own husband? And where was this daughter? Tucked away in a little flat on the other side of the city, getting on with life, oblivious to the deep wound the very mention of her existence opened in Joy's soul. Or maybe the girl was still at school, sleeping soundly at this very moment, unaware that her father was on his way to hospital, maybe dying. That would be so much worse. Joy prayed he'd fathered the child before he met her, when she knew she should be praying for his recovery, and she hated herself for that. By the time they arrived at the hospital, she was a nervous, disconnected wreck. It was as if someone had pulled the power lines to her sanity. They rushed Eve into the bowels of the hospital, out of sight, while a junior administrator tried to get some sense out of his distracted wife. Joy vaguely took in the mixture of cinnamon walls and blood-red non-slip floor covering, the tower of paperwork teetering across the woman's desk, and finally, a mole on the woman's cheek, sprouting 3 long hairs. Joy found herself zoning in on this, something she would normally have looked away from, tried to pretend she hadn't noticed. Tonight, She just wanted to focus on anything except the reason she was sitting here, answering uncomfortable questions. To Joy, it felt as if it was all happening to someone else. Eve had a daughter. That was the only thing she was conscious of, as she followed the blue line on the floor to the lifts and then the ward. "There is a bed prepared for your husband." A matron took her by the arm, led her into a private room. Later, she would wonder if she caught the matron's name, but really, she could hardly remember her own name at this point. "He won't be coming up just yet." "Oh?" "There are tests and, Of course." Joy shook her head. She knew there would be expensive drugs pumping into his system. Eve was not the first of their circle to have ended up in cardiac care as a result of a stressful career, and a fondness for red wine, good cigars, and taking taxis instead of walking. There would be decisions to be made about stents or bypasses, and then healthy lifestyle changes. No more cigars, only a little red wine, a little cream, but not too much. No stress. Well, that wasn't going to be a problem now. After all, Eve had just retired. Their only plan was to live the good life. She didn't say any of these things, because as she sat there, holding tightly onto her ridiculously small purse, as if by doing so she might manage to hang on to her place in the world, her place next to her husband, she couldn't find the words. In her sparkly dress and frivolous high heels, she knew she had automatically begun to slip into a part. Hers was the part of the discombobulated relative. It was what happened in hospitals. Everyone had a role to play. The doctors and nurses. That's how it all worked. They all looked after you, it turned out. Even if you weren't sick, they still looked after you. "I'll get you a cup of coffee, maybe a croissant?" a woman was saying, concern written all over her face. Joy wondered what she would say if she told this woman exactly what was going through her mind. Not that her husband had just had a heart attack, and she had spent a demented half hour in the back seat of a car believing he was already dead, but rather that she had just learned he had a daughter, a child, the one thing they couldn't have together, the one thing that would have made everything perfect. Would this middle-aged woman in cotton scrubs and ugly shoes blame her for feeling this? Eve had a daughter Joy knew nothing about, and he'd had the nerve to wait until now to tell her. She wanted to cry out in anguish and kick out the plate glass windows. She would never have imagined it was possible to feel such turbulent opposites all at once. No, I'm fine, really. You must be busy enough already. I'll just stay here and wait if that's okay." God, how was she managing this pretense? "Of course," the matron said. But her eyebrows told their own story, and she left the door slightly ajar as if planning to check in again in a little while. That night, or what was left of it, seemed to stretch across lifetimes for Joy. She didn't sleep. Instead, she paced the tiny room manically. Later, having worn her thoughts out crossing the floor, she threw herself onto the bed, buried her head in the pillow and cried. Sometime after 5, she did close her eyes and drift off to a place that was as disconcerting as it was a welcome relief. It was 6:33 exactly, when she woke to find the matron standing at the foot of the bed that had been assigned to Eve. Joy had curled up on it, pulling the cover over her when the air conditioning proved too much. The matron cleared her throat, gently at first, and then a little more loudly. "What is it?" There was an edge to Joy's voice that she had never been conscious of before. "Where's Eve? Is he okay? Has he had surgery? Is he—" She stopped. Perhaps she knew, deep down, this woman had come to give her the worst possible news. "I'm afraid it's not good news." The matron bent down, took Joy's hand in hers. You will have to be strong, ma chérie. She paused, perhaps hoping that Joy might connect the dots. I'm so sorry. They tried everything they could, but your husband lost consciousness an hour ago and passed away. Oh no. No. There must be some mistake. Joy was wailing, sounding more like a banshee than the reserved middle-aged woman she had always known herself to be. Even as a child, she'd been an old soul. She gripped the sheets, digging her fingers in, as if by holding on, it would stop the world from spinning away from her. I know it's a shock, but he didn't suffer. In the end, it would have been like falling asleep, the matron said kindly, although they both knew there was nothing peaceful about dying in a hospital with an oxygen mask over your face, a catheter in your arm, and a parade of strangers trying their best to save you from the allegedly welcome sleep. I can't. Joy stood up. She had to find Eve. She had to make sense of this. He couldn't be gone. She had talked to him only a few hours earlier. They had been enjoying his retirement party. They had made plans. They were going to go for lunch in their favourite restaurant later today after a long walk by the Seine. This was going to be the first day of their new lives together. Joy felt the warmth of the matron's firm hands on her shoulders. I have to find him. We have to sort this out. Why don't you sit here for a little while? I'll get you some coffee and maybe you can call for someone to come and collect you. Or is there anyone I can call for you? No, of course not. Eve is my... She was going to say next of kin, but suddenly she knew with some sort of awful certainty that he was gone. The world yawned with a new emptiness she had never felt before. Can I see him? The matron checked her watch as if trying to calculate something, and Joy didn't want to think about what that might be. Maybe the best thing to assume was she was about to finish up her shift and wanted to get home for breakfast to see her husband before he left for work. Then she looked at Joy, her head tipped to one side in a mixture of pity and defeat. Of course you can see him. If that's what you want, I'll take you along to him now. There was so much to do. 3 weeks since Eve had died, and Joy wasn't sure where to begin. There had been a ceremony, a private, elegant affair. She thought it was what he would have wanted, but it was dismal in a way that funerals didn't have to be, and it felt as if she had missed the mark. Joy wasn't sure how she managed it, but she had moved through the whole ordeal as if she was driving her little Citroën, changing up and down gears, foot on whichever pedal was needed. The pity of others was the worst part. She was glad, if that was the right word for it. She was glad that she was wrapped up in a mixture of shock and sedatives. The truth was, she was quite certain Eve should have died out there on the journey home. He had died in the car. She was convinced of it. When she rang the emergency services, part of her had been certain he was already gone. She believed now the only reason he had hung on was to say those words, the last words before he left her. I have a daughter. Chapter 3 2001 Fern had Margot to thank for this upturn in her professional success. Margot. They were as different as hives and chives. Fern, with her mane of thick curly red hair, could be picked out as Irish in a flash. Margot was so achingly French with her long poker-straight hair, frayed jeans and devil-may-care approach to people. Fern was slightly in awe of her. Fern had arrived in Paris on an art scholarship. A country girl from the west of Ireland, she might as well have landed on the moon. The people here were so... The Irish, she thought, by comparison were wishy-washy, people-pleasers. Margot was anything but that. It was Margot who introduced her to Yves Bachon. Margot was always running into interesting people. She seemed to draw them to her, so her circle was a disparate bunch of overachievers and outsiders like Fern, who she gathered up as she went along. People thought Paris was full of artists and poets and philosophers, but to Fern it seemed to be the same circles moving about each other all the time. Margot knew everyone. Fern knew that. She just hadn't joined up the dots properly, and imagined Margot could put her work the way of the city's most respected gallerist. But that's exactly what she did, and it turned out Yves Bachon loved her painting. The Yves Bachon, who had made world names out of a handful of artists, lucky to be plucked by him from obscurity, and now, thanks to that introduction, he was taking 4 of her paintings to New York, leaving her with instructions to get ready for the orders to start rolling in. My first sale! Fern danced around the cramped Paris apartment she shared with Margot, waving the cheque for £1,000 over her head. It was a fortune, at least to her. It meant she could take a few weeks off to really be an artist. She could pay her rent and not worry about leaving a light on in the apartment lest she ran out of coins for the electricity meter. Damn it, I feel so rich. I want to yank that bloody meter off the wall and order the most expensive champagne and candles from La Samaritaine. Relax, bébé, Margot drawled as she topped up their mugs. You deserve this. No one paints like you do. From the soul. Yves can see what I see. Every stroke on the canvas is considered, the perfect balance of light and dark. She raised her mug and cocked her eye in a way that marked her out as indisputably French. For all her Parisian cool, Margot had pushed Fern with the passion of an overbearing mother to ensure she succeeded. Fern loved her for it. He adores your paintings. He thinks you're the next Hogan, but darker, and without the swimming pools. It's a match made in heaven, I think. Let's hope so, Fern said. It helped that she liked Yves. Yes, she was a little in awe of him. He was, after all, one of those people who had been on the international art scene for years. In that world, he was a bit of a rock star, actually. Isn't that what power did for a man? It gave him a certain je ne sais quoi. But he was also a nice man, very down-to-earth, grounded, maybe even a little shy. Either way, we can celebrate tonight. Tomorrow I'll paint my little heart out. Now I have this wonderful opportunity. I have so much to thank you for, Margot. She slid onto the sofa next to her friend. A series of coincidences had thrown them together. They'd worked back-to-back shifts in a little coffee shop on the Rue d'Église for a while. But it wasn't until they both put their hands on the same antique mirror at a local flea market that they actually realized they had more in common than a dislike of rude tourists and overly preened poodles. Margot let her have the mirror for Peggy. In return, Fern offered to swap shifts so she could go to a reading in The Regular. From then, their friendship had grown, and now they were sharing a flat, or more accurately, a bedsit, described by the landlord as bijou. It seemed that they had grown even closer. It was like having a sister, except it was even better than she'd imagined. Over the next few weeks, Fern set about creating a series that could sit together in an exhibition. She was going to call it Paris. Her imagination was filled with the city. How could it not be? Oh, but she was losing the run of herself entirely. There had, as yet, been no mention of an exhibition. An exhibition was the height of wishful thinking, but she had to start somewhere, right? And if what she had read about Yves Bachon was even halfway true, then she knew that his first sale of her work would be swiftly followed by many more. So she worked like a maniac, painting and perfecting, then standing back and looking at the series as a whole. It had, undoubtedly, more depth than her earlier work, but still, as she waited for Eve to come and look over the paintings she had created since they last met, she was nervous. "Well, well," he said, after standing for what seemed forever before each canvas and studying it silently. She couldn't count how many times he went back from beginning to end, and his expression was inscrutable as he bent to examine an individual painting. "This may be," he started, but then he stood back. "What is it? What do you think?" she murmured, but feeling a knot of anxious nervousness, fingering the pendant that her Aunt Peggy and Uncle Albie had bought for her 18th birthday. Standing here, with Eve Bachon, was a million miles away from her life with her uncle and aunt in Ballycove. In spite of losing her parents in an accident when she was young, Fern knew how lucky she was to have the security of a family who, even now, so far away, grounded and calmed her in this tense moment. Oh God, she had worked so hard to get these finished for today, and she had thrown everything she had in her at them. They were a catalogue of every thought and emotion she had experienced over the last couple of weeks. They went from the optimism of the Eiffel Tower, with shards of spring light peeping through the ironwork, all the way through to her own favourite, the Seine, which spoke of emotions she would rather not share. There was the darkness of losing her parents, the solidity of the family who had taken her to their heart, and also the ray of hope that Margot had brought into her life so vividly somehow. In painting her deepest emotions, they had become a thing of great beauty. "I think it's phenomenal, all of it. I think it's—" He turned to her, smiled a little sadly. "I think it could be the pinnacle of my whole career." "You think they're really that good?" "I think they are fresh, superb, robust, and yet exquisite." Despite the gravelly honesty of his voice, the imposter syndrome inside her doubted it all. Exquisite was a word she'd hoped he would not use lightly. He reached out and placed a hand on her elbow. "You have produced something close to alchemy here, bringing every emotion to the surface within the space of a dozen canvases. It's possible these paintings will change how I see everything for a very long time." Oh. It was all she could manage. It was all surreal. After all, she was just an ordinary girl who had travelled further than she thought she deserved and somehow managed to get a place in the École des Beaux-Arts. Back home in Ballycove, the height of her ambition might have been to call herself an artist. But to think she might create something that would convey such power, well, it caught her breath for a moment, and she could not think of one appropriate word to say. "And even better that it is themed. I have some buyers already lined up, but they think they are getting bargains, like the others." He shook his head and smiled. "Leave this with me. This." He put his hand on the painting of the Seine. "This requires far more than just being sold to the highest bidder." He laughed then, and she noticed a softening about his features. Something had changed in him, and she wondered, were they becoming friends? An exhibition. They were going to have an exhibition. It was to be in Paris, in a small gallery just opened very close to Rue de Seine. Fern had to keep repeating it to herself. Paris, not Ballycove, not some small token affair. An actual, real gallery wanted to host her exhibition. To make it more real, she had kept one of the printed invitations and placed it on her dressing table. It sat there, next to a photograph of her parents. They would have been so proud. At least Albie and Peggy could come and celebrate with her. The night of the exhibition rolled round far too quickly. It was typical, one of those things that you wish the time away for, and then, when it arrives, you realise you haven't even managed to organise a snag-free pair of tights to wear to the blessed thing. It was a wonderful evening. A whirl of introductions and speeches that made her head spin and, finally, she delivered a few words herself. Really, She had no idea what it was she should say, so she mumbled, "Merci beaucoup," to her family, to Margot, and of course, to Eve, who had done more for her career than all the 4 years she'd spent at the most prestigious art college in France. She had a feeling, as she stood in the centre of the gallery allowing the success to wash over her, she would only really make sense of the whole evening in a few days' time. For now, her head was spinning with exhilaration. She felt as if she could fly, given half a chance. For one night only, Eve had booked Fern, Margot and Albie and Peggy into the Ritz. The Ritz. The actual Ritz in Paris? Peggy had whispered, as if to check that Fern had got it right. It was, Eve joked, a justifiable expense. There was another hour left to mingle and network before the gallery closed up shop for the night. "We can do no more." Eve arrived with her jacket just as the front doors were being closed on the final stragglers of the evening. "Let's get back to the Ritz, shall we?" He looked tired. "Long day for you," she said as their black cab sped through Paris's wet streets. "Yes. Sometimes I think I'm getting too old for it all." "You're hardly ancient," she laughed. "I'm 52, he said softly. "It's a good age. It turns out it might be my best." He smiled at her. "Oh?" "I met someone. Joie." His face lit up with a serenity that was at odds with the frenetic pace of the evening. "Quite by accident. She has absolutely no connection to this world. But I think when I'm with her, I have never felt so content." He looked out the window as if talking to himself. "This must sound so ridiculous to someone who has their whole life before them." He threw his head back and laughed. "I think I'm going to ask her to marry me." It sounded as if the idea had only recently occurred to him. But she might not say yes. He stopped, and she could see suddenly, without the paraphernalia of his career about him, Yves Bachon was unsure of himself. "Of course she'll say yes." Fern laughed, and she wondered what sort of woman could make a man like Yves doubt himself. "Perhaps," he murmured. Fern could wish nothing but happiness for Eve, but there was a small voice in the back of her mind, wondering what would happen to her career if he threw everything up in the air for this woman. As they arrived at the Ritz, Fern knew she had to say something. Anything, because otherwise she wouldn't sleep a wink. "Eve, what would become of... That is, I hope you don't mind me asking, but have you thought about..." "Really, I haven't thought about anything much beyond what I've just said. But you don't have to worry. Tonight, I'll set your star in motion. Even if I fell off a cliff tomorrow morning, you would have the best agents knocking on your door." He reached out and squeezed her hand. "It's official. You are the toast of the Paris art world now, Fern. You don't have to worry about a thing." Chapter 4. Precisely 6 months after she buried her husband, Joy gripped her handbag tightly as she sat on an uncomfortable chair waiting for Pierre Poston to pour coffee that she didn't want and she wouldn't drink. She had put today off for too long, and now she was here. The feeling of dread, every time she thought about the reading of her husband's will, rose up afresh within her. "Thank you," she mumbled, as the solicitor pushed the unwanted cup of coffee towards her. There had been too many undrunk cups since Eve died. They littered the apartment. Each morning the first thing she did was pick up discarded cups, rinse them in the sink, and start all over again. "Shall we?" Pierre smiled at her, as if they were about to open an eagerly awaited invitation. The fact was, she already knew, or assumed she knew, exactly what Eve's will contained. They had shared almost everything, apart from a savings account, some stocks and bonds, and a few valuable paintings he'd picked up. His only other real assets had gradually become less important to him. So in the last year he had found a buyer for the gallery. His international business had been handed over to a partner, although he would still get an annual dividend from it. He had sold the vintage sports car that had been his great joy for many years. It had become obvious they would not need a second car in retirement. He liked to say he travelled light because he always believed in living well, in the present moment. The apartment they shared had been his when they married. He had bought it in his late 20s with a small deposit and a mortgage that probably felt exorbitant at the time. It's all straightforward, I expect. She took up the coffee cup and admired it for a moment. It was paper thin, with elegant lines. She breathed in its strong aroma and placed it back on its coaster again. Yes, well, there are a few personal bequests, as you might expect. Of course. She sat back while Pierre rambled through the legal jargon. The vast part of Eve's estate was, of course, left to his wife, Joy. There were small gifts of appreciation to Mabella, his assistant at the gallery, to Jacques Rigny, his long-standing business partner. There was also a sizable donation to the local dog's home, which made Joy laugh and interrupted Pierre. What is it? Oh, nothing. A private joke. She shook her head and for a moment felt grateful that the solemnity of her mood was broken. It's silly. Eve was allergic to animal hair, but he knew I always longed for a dog. Well, maybe this is his way of pointing you in the direction of having a little four-legged friend now. Eve was always a silver lining sort of man. I suppose he's still trying to show me that even in the worst of situations, there might be something to smile about. You should think about getting a dog. It would be wonderful company and... He stopped, perhaps realizing she was not here for therapy, just to have her husband's will read. Let's keep going, she said. She could hardly think about getting out of bed in the morning since Eve's death, much less taking on the responsibility that came with a dog. There's one more bequest. It's a painting called The Seine. Do you know it? I do. Joy knew exactly which painting it was. Eve had hung it in the little spare room he used as a home office. She'd never liked it, although he told her it was very valuable. To her it spoke of things lost and abandoned. It screamed of guilt and emptiness and missed opportunities. It's a very valuable painting. My husband always said it reminded him of things he hadn't done, but should have. I never liked it. It speaks too much of regret. No sooner had the words come to her than she wondered who this parting gift had been intended for. And who's he giving this to? It's for a woman called Robin Tessier, he said with far more calm than the words deserved. Has he included an address? Yes. Pierre scanned the pages before him, unaware of the gravity of his words. It's Robin Tessier, Ballycove. Ballycove? Yes, I believe it's in Ireland, somewhere. Of course, she whispered, as a hot ball of emotion rose up and caught in her throat. She would not cry here. She had plenty of time to do that in the privacy of her apartment. Instead, her gaze darted about the room, trying to find something to distract her from the awful pain surging through her. This is what loss really feels like, she thought. And then she straightened her back, hardened her heart. No, this is what betrayal feels like. Joy was not sure how she managed it, but she did not cry. Instead, she fastened her lips together firmly. Once she had signed everything and asked Pierre to send on his bill, she wandered out into the little street. She didn't know which was worse, the fact that she was a widow, or that Eve had kept the most disloyal of secrets from her during their marriage. That he'd had a child, the one thing she craved above all others, and the only thing he couldn't seem to give her. She wondered if every grieving mother felt as if the earth had shattered beneath them, or if her own son had lived. Would this all just feel a little tawdry? Nothing more or less than an indiscretion hidden from her. Something she could live with, even if she didn't like it. Would it simply be Eve's dirty little secret rather than a soul-destroying betrayal? It felt as if she had peered inside Pandora's box, and what she saw there changed everything she knew about Eve and her marriage. True enough, they were hardly spring chickens when they married. She knew by marrying a man in his 50s, there would have been liaisons. She had actually been relieved there wasn't a string of ex-wives. Had she even asked him if there were children? And now? Now it was too late to ask. Eve was gone, and she was left here alone with a broken heart and too many questions even to know where to start. Joy wandered back to her apartment. She knew she should probably stop off at the supermarket and buy something for dinner. But the truth was, nothing tasted the same now, and anyway, there was still half of last night's chicken left in the fridge. Would she ever get used to cooking for one? Instead of heating up the leftover casserole from the previous evening, Joy let herself into the little office that had been Eve's domain. She hadn't come in here very often during their marriage, and even less since he'd passed away. It was a room that needed to be tidied up. She should go through his papers, take out the neatly filed folders and make sure there weren't outstanding bills or correspondence. It was 6 months since he'd left her. It was even longer since he'd let the gallery go, and yet still, when she stood at the door, she felt as if she was somehow intruding on his personal space. This was the warmest room in the house. It was situated next to the immersion heater, and the narrow window faced south, gathering up what there was of daily sunshine. Eve kept the radiators on all year round, preferring to open a window rather than bend down and turn off the heating. It was one of those things that had infuriated her when they were first married, but, like so many other things between couples, she got used to it and, after a while, she hardly thought about it at all. Whenever it niggled her, she would remind herself that he could have worse habits. Now, she was not so sure. It wasn't the office she came here to check on. Instead, she closed the door and drifted towards the comfortable chair where Eve had spent much of his time sitting and reading. She ran her fingers along the spines of a stack of books. They were all art history, all hardback. That had been another of his passions. He ordered them directly from Librairie Galignani. A wander around the Jardin des Tuileries always involved an afternoon in the first arrondissement bookshop. She picked up a book from the top of the pile. He had left a bookmark halfway. God. A tear came to her eye as she realized he would never finish this book, just as he would never start the next one in the pile. She sighed, replacing the book exactly as she had found it, as if he might come back at any moment to reclaim this space that was so uniquely his. Her gaze travelled around the little room. Suddenly she felt hungry for the pain that had marked out these last months. Surely that would be better than this feeling of betrayal. When her gaze finally stopped, it was on that wretched painting. The Seine. She gasped. Joy wasn't even sure who had painted it. How on earth could she not know that? She shot up from the chair, and the abruptness of her movement startled a pigeon that fluttered away from the window. She took the painting down from the wall. It was heavy and dusty. It had been so long since this room was tidied. She placed it on the edge of the desk. Now she examined it closely to see if there was an artist's signature. She was rewarded with a faint black line in the bottom right-hand corner, and a date. 2001. In 2001, they had already met. She had believed they were madly in love with each other. Somehow, that had made the disloyalty even greater. Perhaps she was being completely irrational, but she had a feeling that, deep down, the reason she had always hated this painting was not because of its bleakness, but rather because her intuition had told her there was more to it than just a piece of art her husband had fallen in love with. She left the painting on the floor, stood back from it now, as if its proximity might scorch her. She stayed there for some time, examining it with fresh eyes. It was oil on canvas of a river. You'd never know it was meant to be the same unless you'd seen the title. This painting wasn't a celebration of Paris, so much as an examination of what lay hidden beneath the city. There was discarded debris floating on the water, and intricate vines were growing up, as if about to pull not just the debris, but the whole city, maybe even the artist, down into the murky depths. It was a medley of browns and greens and greys. Even the banks were not the beautifully washed sandstone she loved. They were murky and grim, and it was obvious the artist did not intend to sit there and watch the world go by. It was no good. She couldn't cry here. Anger and resentment stabbed her chest, and felt as if they might boil over into heartburn or, maybe, and she really felt this, a heart attack. The perfect irony to finish her off. Ah! It was a moan more than anything else. She was trapped. She knew it. Here in this apartment, surrounded by memories she couldn't trust anymore. She began to back away from the painting that had brought up such a confusion of emotions. A few short steps. That's all it took until she felt the door handle behind her. She stood still for a moment. She'd have to come back in here and get the damned painting, package it up, and send it on to this Robin Tessier person, whoever she was. It was as she was about to turn away that she noticed a small ray of light in the top left-hand corner of the painting. It was nothing, just a glimmer caught by the dying sun, a streak of silvery gold, cutting into the darkness, and somehow it made her catch her breath. Was this what had captivated Eve about it? Surely it was more than that. She found herself being drawn back towards it again. She knelt down, looked at it more closely, really examined it. Suddenly, it was not depressing, but something completely different. That ray of light was like a beacon, binding her into its hopefulness, and she felt her spirits lift just a fraction. Her heart began to beat slightly more quickly, and, after a moment, she realized her lips had even curved up into a smile, although she couldn't say she felt happy. Eve was pointing her in the direction of something that might heal her. She couldn't run away from this, and she needed to follow the light. She took a deep breath. She knew what she had to do. She had to deliver this painting to Robin Tessier in Ballycove, in Ireland. And she needed to do it as soon as she could get a flight. Maybe, if she confronted this woman, shouted and screamed and vented the terrible rage and hurt she felt, maybe she could find a semblance of normality. She shivered. She felt as if Eve was very close, suddenly. And yes, she felt as if he was smiling at her because she had finally figured out what she should do, even if it was the very last thing she wanted. Chapter 5. Robin Tessier looked out through the bookshop window. Rain was sheeting in across the cove. It already spattered the mismatched roofs of the cottages on the road curving down towards the pier. By rights, she should be cataloguing the mountain of books yet to be sorted in the section she'd set aside for wildlife. But it was perfect reading weather. Robin curled up with the huge hardback she'd filched from a box that had arrived earlier that day. She was in luck. The latest Maggie O'Farrell. Usually, when boxes were left anonymously at the door, despite several signs in the window asking people not to leave them there, they were more often than not bulging with unsaleable paperbacks, too ragged even for the bookshop's online free reads collection. The only sound in the bookshop was the occasional hiss from a 3-bar heater she'd plugged in earlier against the afternoon chill. Even on sunny days, cold crept into the bookshop from beneath the old gappy floorboards and permeated the heavy bookcases, easing out between the spines of the books on the lower shelves. Robin snuggled beneath the heavy woolen throws she usually draped over the rocking chair in the children's section. Today, with a rogue draught blowing through the place, the chair creaked occasionally as it swayed. Still, rain or shine, it was the most breathtaking view, the most Amazing location for a bookshop. If only she could sell that instead of books. Ugh, she shook herself. She couldn't let it get her down again. She'd spent the previous evening sitting in the near darkness of the living room overhead, drinking white wine and making herself miserable with the knowledge that the previous day's takings had only just covered the cost of the cappuccino and croissant she bought for her lunch break. She'd sold 2 hardbacks, random books about locomotives that had caught the eye of a visiting railway buff who'd gone on to pontificate about the dearth of decent new books on the subject. Honestly, Robin thought she'd pass out. Such was the intensity of the man. It was her own fault, of course. She tended to glaze over just to cover her rising anxiety in social situations. To make matters worse, those books had been here when she took over the shop. She thought about it later and realized she had no idea what she had taken on. Not properly. Oh, and she had begun to upload the stock to sites like Abe Books and World of Books. She wasn't a complete idiot. She'd even set up an independent store on the Bookshop site, but it felt as if she was crawling through the stock so slowly, and when more books were unceremoniously dumped on the doorstep, well, sometimes it seemed like an impossible task. The original owner, Douglas Howard, a softly spoken, bespectacled and stooped old dote of a man in tweeds, had developed a word-of-mouth reputation for books that you would not find in other shops. This is why books about trains, birds, and trees spilled from every corner. Some of them might be rare enough to be valuable if she could only strike a route to genuine enthusiasts. So many books. There was a time when the children's section flowed into the history shelves, although she had at least sorted out most of those now. Upstairs, there was a whole shelf of books that Douglas had given her as a child, all very old, but unlikely to be worth anything. Classics like The Tale of Peter Rabbit and The Secret Garden. Silly, really, but precious because he'd made a big thing of wrapping them up and presenting them to her. She smiled at the memory. She was making progress, sorting it all out, but it was taking a long time. Last Saturday, she sold an ancient copy of Good Housekeeping Recipes for All Occasions and a copy of the Tides timetable. That was her lot for the whole day, all 10 hours of it. Ha, she thought. Busiest shopping day, indeed. Taking over the bookshop was a risk. For one thing, her social anxiety was off the scale now. She had to deal with actual people coming through her door. The vast majority of her income so far had come in online. At least she had technology on her side. For another thing, she had to raise a loan to pay Douglas's niece, Diane, the grand sum of £10,000 for the stock in the shop, and what Diane called the goodwill of the business. Neither of them had a clue what the true value of the books was at the time. However, since she'd started to familiarise herself with the pricing on Abe Books, Robin had already found a few unexpected treasures. Only a week ago, she turned up a signed first edition of an 18th century book called Bridges and Steelwork in Europe. It sold within half an hour of going online for the princely sum of €250. Of course, this was one small miracle amid a daily trudge of disappointments. Douglas had loved this place. He had regrouped when he moved here from his little house on the square. He brought with him thousands of books and some glass-fronted cupboards, but mostly he filled up the shelves that were already here from the old-fashioned grocery and haberdashery store her grandparents had operated before they died. He may not have made a fortune, but her mother was glad to have him renting out the shop on the ground floor of what was once her family home on Patrick Street. Douglas was not a man to change things, and so the original fixtures still stood in place. So long now that they had come back, if not into fashion, at least into their own. The shop had a charm that was enduring and maybe, if you were a book lover, enchanting. She suspected now that Douglas had lived the last few years of his life mostly on his pension. She had hoped to create sections at the front of the shop for new books. In hindsight, this looked like wishful thinking. She'd hardly seen a local come through the door since she'd opened up. Did no one in Ballycove read at all? Surely they must. After all, there was a doctor's surgery, business people, and a solicitor. There were hotel guests, and it wasn't even as if the nearby supermarket carried much by way of paperbacks. She had believed, naively it turned out now, that her bookshop would become a hub for readers dropping in, not just to buy the daily newspaper or the latest bestseller or celebrity autobiography, but to pre-order books they were really looking forward to. She had notions that she would become one of those wise booksellers who just knew exactly how to guide you to that perfect treasure of a book that you'd love. She wasn't holding out much hope of that now. The bookshop had confirmed the problem. She was much better online than in real life. When customers did come through the door, she wondered what to say to them, when to speak and when not to. It was as if every single intelligent thought deserted her. She reminded herself that no one liked to be hounded while they were considering making a purchase. Deep down, she knew her reticence had little to do with the customer and everything to do with her own debilitating introversion. Not that she was going to go under this week. Robin had been lucky. So she owed the bank some money. But she had this place. This beautiful Georgian building had belonged to her grandparents and was now owned by her mother, and it had been given to her, rent-free. Every book might be second-hand, but many were in perfect, almost mint condition. Some were signed by authors, some had obviously never been read, which actually made her feel quite sad. The children's corner was filled with classics. It was the perfect reading nook, if only she could get children through the door to enjoy it. There was a large section of new poetry, gifted at the shop from Margot Hockar's publishers. Margot had been her mother's best friend in the world. Truth be told, they were closer than sisters, maybe closer than husband and wife. Fern was still reeling from having lost her in a drowning accident 2 years earlier. Robin thought Margot's loss was one of those they'd never get over. Her mother had pretended to be fine, but she really wasn't. There was no hiding some things, no matter how hard you try. The sound of the brass doorbell ringing shook Robin from her dismal thoughts. She looked up to see a cloud of white hair and a familiar stooped shape in the doorway. "Oh, Uncle Albie, what is you out in this weather?" And then, when it took longer than it should for him to push through the door, she looked down at the spot near his feet where Dolly Parton, his huge sulcata tortoise, stood looking around the shop as if searching for a book to buy. Don't be daft, will ya? That's not even proper rain." He jerked his head towards the encroaching French blue clouds. "And sure Dolly here needs the walk, otherwise things don't move as they should." He was referring to her bowels, despite being convinced that the tortoise didn't like him to discuss her private business in public. "And even if it was pouring down, what harm? I wanted to see you anyway. It's been days since you've been up to the bakery. If your mother rings me, what am I going to say? That we've fallen out?" "She'd know you were lying. We'd never fall out." Robin laughed. That was the great thing about her great Uncle Albie. Even if the forecast was leaden, he would always manage to think of the sunshine just above the clouds. And he was wise. Sometimes she wondered if she shouldn't just ask him how to make the bookshop more successful, but she always found herself stumbling over the words. Not that he'd judge her. He never would. But he was in his 80s. He had enough to be fretting about without her stupid worries. If you told her that, she'd think you were either up to something you shouldn't be, or you were doting. "Well, might be about time for me to start doting. What do you think?" He peered around the shop. He never mentioned that whenever he came in, it was always empty. "I'm afraid no one's going to believe you're going gaga, Albie. Tea?" "Lovely," he said, following her to the back of the shop. He headed straight for the travel section, as always. Albie loved reading about foreign places. He had a huge collection of books at home. He had been working his way around Africa for decades, and it seemed he had little interest in any other continent. Always wanted to be a sailor, but around here, well, if you so much as looked at a boat, they had you roped into a trawler, and that's no life. Even as a youngster, I could see that, he told her once. But then he'd met Peggy, and that put an end to any notions of wandering. Her great-aunt Peggy had been his anchor. In many ways, she had been everyone's anchor, and for a long time after she died, it felt as if they were completely at sea without a compass. Once a lettuce leaf had been produced from Albie's pocket for Dolly, and the tea made in a small pot that had belonged to her grandmother. Robin emptied some biscuits onto a plate and placed 2 mugs, spoons, sugar, and milk on a tray. Then she drew the rocking chair across and settled on the stool behind the counter, while Albie picked out 2 books, one a new arrival, Cry of the Kalahari, and a copy of Conversational Flemish. Apparently it was still spoken in pockets of South Africa. Robin doubted it, but managed not to check on her mobile while he was watching. I can't believe there isn't a copy of Conversational French, if I'm being honest, he said as he dunked a biscuit, thoughtfully. Anything you want to share with me? She raised her eyebrows. Then she reached beneath the desk. A copy of Parler Français had arrived in only a few days earlier. She handed it to her great-uncle and smiled. He'd never been one for the northern hemispheres, although Robin could imagine him having an Arctic phase at some point. Yes, 2 sugars today, I think, thank you, he said, pointing at his cup. Then he placed the exact change on the counter, as he did every time. Perhaps he figured it was the only way to make sure she accepted payment. If he only knew, he was her best customer. Her only real customer so far today. Merci beaucoup, she said with a little shrug she hoped was rather French. Don't be so cheeky. He picked up a second biscuit, examined it, and dunked it in his tea. All right, so I've let the flat above mine to a woman called Joy from France. Albie, that's wonderful news. Unexpected, because it was too early for holiday makers. They'd only put it up on some rental sites a week ago. Who knew it would go so quickly? Still, good news, so long as the tenant didn't cause him any problems. And doesn't she have any English at all? She was kidding. She knew exactly what it was. He wanted to make an effort, to make this stranger to the village feel welcome. That was Uncle Albie all over. I just thought, he cleared his throat, suddenly embarrassed. Well, at my age, they say it's good to stretch the brain, learn a new skill, do something different. And she's on her own. She won't know a soul, you know. Whatever possessed her to come over here, the man above only knows. But there you have it. She's on her way, and we'll have to look out for her, I suppose. You sound as if you're already smitten with her. Robin laughed again. She so enjoyed Albie. He really did brighten her day every time. Once more, she promised herself she'd put aside time to go and visit him in the evenings. Although she'd probably need to call first, because, what with bingo and his bowling club, he had a very busy social calendar. Far, far busier than her own. And it wasn't lost, on her at least, exactly how tragic that sounded. That's right. I'm staring my 90th birthday between the 2 eyes and I'm looking for romance. Will you have a bit of sense? He was laughing now too, his face creasing in a million lines, his whole body shaking at the ridiculousness of the suggestion. They both knew there had been only one woman for Albie. He could never replace Peggy, nor had he tried. Anyway, less of this nonsense about my romantic shenanigans, or the lack of them. I need to be hearing more about yours. You are funny, she said dryly. Well, it shouldn't be funny. It should be bloody interesting. There's ceilidhs on every night of the week in the pubs around the village this time of year, and plenty of good-looking young fellas doing the rounds. I'm sure if you got yourself out from behind that computer thing you're always staring at. I'm far too tired at the end of the day to go off husband hunting. It was ridiculous. She felt as if she was being hounded by Mrs. Bennet, except she was hardly an Elizabeth, and she was quite certain there was no Mr. Darcy on her horizon. "I never mentioned a husband." He put his hands up. If her great-uncle was anything, he was a modern man, and she knew he must wonder if she even liked men. There had never been anyone serious enough to bring home, and now it wasn't so much the time as the energy, and maybe, if she was honest, the lack of confidence. And then, of course, there was Cian. I mean, how can I, when I have this place to think of and... Oh God, she stopped abruptly. Had she let it slip? Albie studied her for a moment, tilted his head to the side. Don't look at me like that. I mean, I open up early to take in the papers. I'm here all day long meeting customers. Ha, if only. The last thing I want to do is go off talking to strangers when I'm finished up for the day. Right. He picked up his mug and sipped from it thoughtfully. Are you sure that's the only thing stopping you? Of course. What else would it be? She stuck her chin out slightly, knowing he wouldn't push her too much, just in case he stood on sensitive toes. No, I'm sure it's nothing. I mean, the thing is, Ballycove, well, it's far more enlightened and with the times than you might think. I know some of the boats down at the pier look as if they are pre-war, but the reality is we read the papers. We've all voted for in every referendum. People are very easygoing if you just go out and meet them. It's not that at all, Albie. I'm just tired and She sighed. I need time to think. About what, for goodness sake? About going out and having fun, is it? He shook his head. No, this place, if you want to know the truth of it. Not that she was going to give him the unvarnished version, if she didn't have to. I want to do so much more with it. I had all these plans, and it feels as if I'm just treading water because there are only so many hours in the day, and I can't put an extra day into the week. Ah, I see the problem. He smiled, and this time his whole expression relaxed, and Robin thought it was amazing, because suddenly he looked 20 years younger. Well, surely that's easy enough to solve. Is it? Because making the shop a success, or just breaking even, was all she thought about, all the time now. Of course, it's simple. Take on help. Get someone in, just part-time. Give yourself a chance to set some things up. I'm sure there are plenty around the village who'd love to volunteer here for an hour or two every week. Do you think the bakery just took off from the first day? He shook his head. But... Oh, I'm not saying it wasn't going well enough, but there were 3 other bakers in the village back then, and they were long established. I had worked for one of them for a year, when he decided he was closing the business down. He smiled sadly, shook his head. No sons, you see. Back then all the bakers were men. Of course, he wouldn't think of letting me take it over, not a bit of it. Just thought I was getting above myself. You were somebody back then, if you had a business in Ballycove, you know. He smiled now. But my Peggy said, if old Richie Haynes could manage to keep a business going for over 30 years, with as much personality as an iron rake, there was every chance I'd make a brilliant go of it. So we put everything we had behind it. And let me tell you, I'd have done cartwheels across the square in my underpants if it had made the difference between holding on to the business and losing it. I don't think that would have helped somehow. Robin found herself laughing once more at the very thought of her great-uncle cartwheeling in his Y-fronts around the village square. Thankfully, it didn't come to that. But I suppose I did a lot of what nowadays they'd call thinking out of the box. He tapped the side of his head. Not just good for holding a hat up over my ears, you know. So what did you do? Well, at the start, I went round to all the hotels and asked if they'd like me to deliver bread first thing in the morning, before the breakfasts were made or the guests were awake. I did that for 4 towns, out in every direction you can name. It meant my working day started at midnight, baking bread, and by the time I opened the front door of the shop, I already had a full shift over me. But I had Peggy at my side, and we knew it would be worth it. We couldn't afford to go under. You see, there was no backup plan. He put his hands up, as if making a long-awaited confession. It sounds as if you just worked twice as hard as anyone else in the village. Maybe. But at the time, we just got on with it. If you want to be something more than you are, you have to work a bit harder, or... He smiled now, tapped the side of his head again. Maybe a bit smarter. You might be onto something there. She raised her mug in a toast, and they settled into a thoughtful silence, while Dolly considered her lettuce leaf. The problem was, of course, that Robin couldn't afford to pay someone to work in the shop. But what if Albie was right? Maybe it was exactly what she needed. Fresh blood, or at least fresh eyes, or just someone who was popular enough to draw a crowd. Although part of her believed readers generally only turned up for what interested them, more than who interested them. It was certainly the case with her. God, though, she had such plans when she'd started out. She dreamed of having this shop full of beautiful books, of having literary events, and a book club meeting here every week. She imagined hosting talks by interesting people who might not get a chance to be heard elsewhere. She planned to organise the whole children's section with the rocking chair and a few ancient eiderdowns she had cleaned for children's story times. She envisioned parents arriving and dropping their children off while the adults browsed the shelves in peace and quiet for half an hour, picking up something interesting to lose themselves in once they had tucked their young ones into bed at night. Why on earth hadn't she done any of that? Why indeed? Later, as she turned over the sign on the door to let the uncaring public know the bookshop was closed for the evening, she sighed. Maybe old Albie was right. Perhaps taking on someone to help out would allow her time to think. At the very least, it might give her time to make some sort of action plan and get things moving in the right direction. Chapter 6. In the end, Joy decided to leave her car in Paris. Ursula, who had been the gardienne at their building for as long as she could remember, promised to turn the engine over every few days. She'd look in on the apartment too and let Joy know if there were bills to sort or posts to open. Instead, she flew to Dublin and took a train to the beautiful west of Ireland. Of course, she hadn't factored in hiking the painting along with her. She was lucky. Jacques offered to wrap it for the journey, and so it was protected against any damage far better than she might have managed. But it still remained a worry when it was out of sight. As she raced for the train in Houston, she wondered if she should have just booked the ferry and sucked up the time waste of the journey in return for the convenience of putting the damn thing in the trunk and leaving it there until she shoved it into Robin Tezier's hands. Still, too late now, she thought once she was sitting in a carriage, the painting stowed safely in the bag shelves before her. For the first time in her life, she had booked a little apartment in a place she didn't know with Airbnb, and even managed to make it down in time to pick up her keys from the bakery underneath the apartment before it closed for the day. It was with no small amount of satisfaction that she sipped a cold glass of wine on the evening of her arrival, overlooking the village that tumbled down towards the distant sea. In spite of everything, the auburn sun, the aroma of fresh flowers, and that uniquely Irish moist air, managed to lift her spirits as she gazed out her open window on the first evening. She could almost convince herself she was just like any other holiday maker. Well, perhaps it was a little early in the season for tourists. Still, in an unexpected wave of relief, it felt good to be away from the growing claustrophobia of Paris and her apartment. Bonsoir! She heard the greeting from the window beneath hers and looked down to see an elderly gentleman looking up at her with a small glass of what looked like rum. "Hey there," Joy called down, already charmed by the attempt at French pronunciation that fell flat, but was accompanied by the friendliest smile. "Oh, you're not French?" The man smiled at her. "No, sorry," she laughed. "I'm American through and through, but I've come from Paris. I've lived in France for, she had to think about it, almost 30 years now, if that's any consolation." She smiled at him, knew she was wittering on, but it always felt important to make the distinction. "Oh, no need to apologize. We love Americans every bit as much as we love the French." His face creased up into 1,000 lines as he laughed. "Have you been to Ballycove before?" He had the most piercing blue eyes. They gave his appearance a disconcerting alertness. "No, never. I am hoping to see it all in just 2 weeks." She laughed too now, because it was obvious there wasn't much more to the village than one long winding street that climbed high over the sea and a small village square hidden behind it. "Will I manage it, do you think?" "Hard to say. Maybe if you really pack it all in." He stopped then, rubbed his head for a moment. "I thought perhaps you might take on the place for longer." "No such luck, I'm afraid." She hadn't realized the apartment was a long-term let. That explained its reasonable price, perhaps. "Well, you never know. There are worse places to end up," he said, raising his glass to her. "I've been here my whole life. I owned the whole building, spent a lifetime here. The bakery, that bakery downstairs, I worked there for 63 years, would you believe?" She didn't get a chance to let him know whether she did or not. "I handed the lot over to my son a few years ago. Hard to let it go at the time, but now I'm only sorry I didn't do it years earlier." "You're enjoying your retirement then?" she asked. She was leaning over the windowsill, so he didn't have to stretch so much. She could see now. He was exactly how she would imagine an old-fashioned baker to look. She could picture his cloud of white hair, his large fat nose, those striking eyes, fastened beneath a huge baker's cap. Mostly, she could imagine him charming the customers. No doubt he made every housewife smile. "Yes, very much. I have time for my family, and I meet up with old friends still living in the village for a badly played game of bingo far too often for it to be a good thing." "Badly played games are the best sort, if you ask me." She smiled at him. "Ah, you're being kind. But you're much too young to settle for either." "And you're much too charming to really believe that, no matter what you say." "Perhaps you bring it out of me," he smiled. "But you're here alone, and I think maybe you were too young to holiday alone, so either you've given up on life or—" "My husband died a few months ago. I came here to clear up some loose ends." "Ah, that's hard. I'm so sorry for your loss." He lifted his glass, as if in salute, to all those people he had perhaps lost along the way also. "Cheers." She raised her glass as well and toasted the memory of Eve, or at least the memory of the man she still wanted to believe he had been. "Ah, it is well for you young things to sit here and dream of better days and enjoy wine late into the night. But my old bones need rest. I will say good night to you, Madame—" "I'm Joy Blackwood," she said softly. "Just Joy." "And I'm Albie. Albie Keeling, at your service." He drained the last of his drink. "Perhaps some morning you'll join me for breakfast outside." He nodded to the street below. "I can promise you the best croissants and café au lait in all of Ireland. My son Leo, He has the lightest touch with pastry and imports the very best coffee, roasted right here at the back of the shop. If you close your eyes, you'll think you're sitting at the best restaurant on the Champs-Élysées. That's so sweet. Count me in for sure. Perfect. We'll make it a date for tomorrow morning, so bright and early. She stood there for a while, looking out across the rooftops and towards the Atlantic, whispering the changing tide in the distance. God, she hardly knew what was real and what wasn't anymore. None of it made sense. And more than anything, she needed it all to make sense. She needed to meet this Robin, to find out exactly why Eve was leaving her his most prized painting. Deep down, she knew Robin must be either his lover or his daughter. Oh God, even now the thought of that was like a knife twisting in her gut. These were the thoughts careering through her mind the following morning as she made her way to the bookshop. She had looked it up. Of course she had. She'd pored over the only review, 5 stars, of course, on Google. The review gushed about the quirky little bookshop in one of the most beautiful villages in the west of Ireland. Experience told Joy that a review like that could only have been written by a friend or a relative of the owner. What difference did it make to Joy what the bookshop was like? The reality was, it didn't actually matter at all. The only thing that counted now was that Joy would have to face this woman. Damn, she cursed. She had pulled the front door of the flat out too quickly, and her belt was now wedged in the jam. It was stubbornly stuck. She was trapped on the main street, in full view of the whole village. Not that there was anyone around to see her, or to save her. A thin wedge of sweat seeped along her spine. This was all she needed, to be stuck here like a dog tethered to a lamppost, when what she wanted to be was quintessentially chic and superior. Ha, so much for elegance. She tried wriggling and coaxing it, beads of sweat on her forehead only enlarging a ball of panic that had taken up residence in her chest and threatened to spill over into a torrent of tears at any second. For goodness sake, what on earth are you trying to do to the door? An angry voice startled her from behind. Here, give me that. He grabbed the key from her. You'll break it, you silly woman. The man was dressed in a chef's uniform and had a baker's toque balanced on his greying, slightly straggly hair. I didn't mean to. Pah! He wriggled the key, twisted it over and back a few times, but it wouldn't budge. Excuse me, he said, but then he looked down and spotted her belt stuck in the closed door. Give me patience. How rude, she gasped. It is, he said as he turned the key again, and she could feel the heat of the kitchen where he'd been working. He smelled vaguely of cinnamon, and she suddenly felt conscious that they were standing much too close to each other, as if she could feel her skin warm from the proximity of him. Simple, if you don't force it. I didn't force it, she said under her breath, and then, miracle of miracles, the key twisted easily, and with the man's strong shoulder to dislodge her belt, she was liberated. Her grumpy rescuer pushed the door in, and they both almost tumbled through it. Joy managed to free herself from the tangle of her liberator, patting down her coat and then automatically moving her hands to her hair, as if he was going to notice. See, he pulled the key from the lock. Step through the door before you pull it out behind you. He really was an arrogant man. Okay, I'm not stupid, she managed. Then she held out her hand for the key. Thank you. Huh. Well, just try not to lock yourself out when there's no one around to help you, he said grumpily. Then he loped up the stairs without so much as a good luck or a have a nice day. Joy watched him take the steps 2 at a time until he was out of sight. Leo, she assumed. Well, his father might have taught him how to bake the best croissants, but he certainly had not taught him how to charm tourists. When she had pulled herself together again, Joy straightened out the belt on her coat. She looked at her watch. After 9 o'clock. She had been awake for hours, waiting to arrive at the bookshop at a reasonable time and be back to have breakfast with the old man, Albie, at 10. Now she was making the journey. Her stomach churned with unexpected nervousness, which really, she supposed, was completely natural. She followed the route towards the harbour, in her mind's eye. It was not a long walk, and if she had not been so distracted, she would have enjoyed the bustle, the colour and the life of it. Too soon, she was coming into the narrow street where the bookshop sat in a line of tall, old buildings, some with bulging fronts and sinking roofs. The street wasn't busy, with just one or two early shoppers. At this time of year, the locals had it mostly to themselves, and the voices around her all sang with a glorious, soft, Irish lilt. She arrived at the front door far more quickly than she had expected, fighting the nest of butterflies that felt more like wasps in her stomach. She pushed against the door. Just before it opened, she realized she had no idea what she was going to say to this woman, who she had built up in her mind as the other woman. She should have prepared something. Her head began to swim. She couldn't go through with it. From somewhere at the back of the shop, she thought she saw a figure moving about. But Joy knew she couldn't push through that door even if the devil himself was on her tail. Instead, she took a step back, pretending to read the notices in the door. Please do not leave boxes for donation. A small flyer for a visiting circus. Joy leant in a little closer for support. Staff wanted apply within. Voluntary positions only. And come in, we're open. Joy felt hot tears sting her eyes. She willed herself once more not to cry. Not here. Not in front of some two-faced Irish woman who had managed to steal her husband from under her nose. In the shadows behind the glass, she thought she could make out a figure coming towards her. Joy backed away, propelled by a mixture of fear and panic, and walked as quickly as the cobbled street would allow, in the opposite direction. Chapter 7, 2002. It turned out, being the toast of Paris was hard bloody work. A year later, as Fern sat drinking a beer with Margot, she knew the sadness she felt at saying goodbye to her friend was due as much to exhaustion and emptiness as it was to loneliness, because Margot was moving to Marseille. She was taking a job as editor of a small monthly poetry magazine. Arrête ça! She was characteristically self-deprecating on the job offer. Stop it. Those who can write, those who can't, we simply decide what others should read. You don't mean that. Fern laughed. The truth was that Margot had been slowly building up a reputation as a fiercely feminist poet. Her poems crossed the borders between English pragmatism and French passion. She had been published in some of the most distinguished poetry journals, and she was openly admired by many of the leading critics on both sides of the Atlantic. No, okay, I don't. I am looking forward to the challenge, and I know they wouldn't offer me the job if my own poetry was... She stopped, looking across at Peggy, who hated foul language. Merde. I do know what that means, Peggy said, but she stirred her spoon in her teacup. Fern loved having her here. She wished she would come more often, but she knew she was lucky to wheedle her out of Ballycove for even a short break. Albie, on the other hand, wouldn't leave the bakery for anything less than an exhibition or, as he often joked, an execution. Maybe when I come back for your next show, you will have left this dump behind. Margot teased Fern. They were still in the same little flat in Paris. Even though they could afford much better now, somehow this felt like their home. Maybe, Fern said, but she knew she would never fit in with the smart set, having grown up over her uncle's bakery in Ballycove. Or maybe I'll follow you to Marseille. She was joking, but these past few weeks, it seemed that everything in Paris had become a little greyer than it had been before. No, not Marseille, please, Peggy said quickly. At least pick somewhere with an airport that I can fly into easily from Knock. Don't worry, if I move, I'm definitely taking you with me. Fern put her arm around her aunt's thin shoulders. I think Albie might have a thing or two to say about that. Peggy smiled. You've been working too hard, Margot said softly, in that way she did when there was something important she had to say. All work and no play. I don't think I can become any duller. Fern smiled. But it was true. All she had done for the last few months was work, sleep, and eat. I was going to say, it will make you ill. Margot threw a balled-up piece of paper at Fern, managing to hit the side of her head. Hey, Fern said. She was too tired to throw it back. Hey, quoi? You need to take a break or else we'll catch you up. And then what will happen? Your fans can wait a while for their next fix. Book a holiday. Just a few weeks, both of you. See some sun. You're not going to miss much of Paris if you go while it's raining ropes. Maybe, Fern said, but honestly she felt as if what she'd like more than anything was to dive beneath the quilt and disappear from sight for about a month. I'm meeting Eve later, so perhaps I'll mention it to him, but it's not a great time to take the foot off the pedal. Oh, my darling, but when is? Peggy rubbed her forearm lightly in that way she had always done when Fern was a small girl and upset by something that nobody but she could change. We'll see. Don't worry, Peggy. She smiled at the aunt she had adored for as long as she could remember. What would she ever do without these two women who meant the world to her? For now, I think we should have more tea to sober our esteemed poet up before she takes off to start her dazzling new career as an editor. Eve was sitting at the counter in Alcazar, one of the nicest restaurants in Paris, when Fern arrived later that evening. It was sheer luck that she had been to the hairdresser that day and scrubbed off the oil paints she'd been using for the last week. She probably looked as if she'd been put together, but the truth was, she had grabbed the first clean dress in her wardrobe, heels that would go with everything, and thrown a heavy black coat over it. She had ended up looking a lot more glamorous than she expected. My dear, how lovely to see you. You look just marvelous. Are you going on somewhere? Eve asked. He had already ordered a martini for her. She was never late. Tardiness was one of those things that grated on her. She might arrive with mismatched shoes or her hair still wet from the shower, but she always arrived on time. And you look well. Married life suits you. She was glad to see him. He had married Joie some time ago, in a quiet ceremony, away from the art world. There had been no pomp, no invitations. A little part of her was intrigued. It seemed no one had actually met the elusive Joie yet. Eve was keeping this part of his life all to himself for now. He was obviously still besotted with her. I am blessed in more ways than I could have ever dreamed, he said. But as he looked away towards the noisy bustle of a group of women, greeting each other behind him, there was a passing sadness in his eyes, and it caught Fern by surprise. I'm spending more time in the gallery. I can walk there in the morning, drink coffee at my desk. Life is good, I suppose, he said, and moved the martini across the bar towards her. Is it? She reached out and touched the back of his hand. She owed him everything. At least she could provide a listening ear. Things really are. But his voice held only the merest whisper of joy. Come on, what is it? He should know her well enough to know she was discreet. She wouldn't tell the art world if his business was in trouble or if he had made a mistake in marrying this woman. He stopped, and that was when she saw the torment that he had probably kept hidden behind that suave veneer. We lost our baby. Oh, Eve, I'm so sorry. It was the last thing she had expected. Eve as a father somehow had never seemed real. For one thing, he just seemed much too urbane for parenthood. I didn't realize you were trying, she wanted to say, but that seemed like such a personal remark, which, given that he was now clutching her arm, made no sense at all. I know. We had a miscarriage last year, just before we married, but I thought then maybe we could have a child. He shook his head. I never thought I wanted a family. But then, with Joie, He stopped and rubbed his face roughly, as if it might somehow wipe away the sadness. So we thought we'd try, to have one when... Of course, what could be more normal? I mean, she's young, isn't she, your wife? From what you've said, she sounds as if she's around my age. Yes, but she hadn't realized how much she wanted a child until... We lost it, and then... He smiled sadly. We got pregnant and everything was perfect. A completely normal pregnancy, that's what they said, the doctors and... Oh, Eve. She whispered and felt her own face crease up with the sadness of it. The women behind them, who had cackled so loudly in arrival at the bar, had thankfully moved on to a booth. Now, it felt as if they were alone, which was absurd, as music must have been playing and the bartender must still have been talking to customers. Fern thought she could hear her own heart beat at this moment. Such was the emotion connecting them. She went into labor on the first Wednesday of February, late in the evening, and I drove her to the hospital. The baby arrived the following morning, 6 a.m., if you can believe it. He shook his head as if he still couldn't quite take it in. I was a father, and we were so happy. And then... He began to sob. Oh, don't. Please don't, she said. No, I want to tell someone. I haven't actually told anyone. I've just turned up at the gallery each day and said and done nothing. I've been numb, and now just talking about it, I feel... He wiped away the tears more fiercely this time. Angry, if that makes sense, he said. They sat there for a long time, staring ahead at the bar, trying to make sense of a world that will halt the life of innocence before it gets the chance to live at all. They tried, after a while, to talk about the things they normally would when they met up like this. To Fern, it felt stilted, as if there was an energy released between them that had suddenly nowhere else to be. It scared and excited her in equal measure. Jacques is doing most of the traveling these days, on the lookout for new work and keeping clients wined and dined. Any artists I need to watch out for? Not a single one, he laughed. Unfortunately for all of us, Fern Turners only come along once in a lifetime, and only if you're very lucky. He smiled at her, and she felt her heart tumble with love for this man to whom she owed so much. Well, that's very kind of you, but I think it is time to fill up my creative well again, she said, wearily, and she told him of her plans to take a few months away from the studio. She was not unaware of the fact that it was much easier to say this now her bank account was healthy, and she knew that if she didn't sell another painting for a year, she could live comfortably. She was lucky. She knew it. It is impossible to create anything worthwhile from an empty well. Perhaps it was then she knew that things were changing for both of them. But what she could never have guessed was that the dynamic between them would never be the same again. For this one last night, he was the hero who had carried her artistic dream to fruition. He was staying at the Ritz on the Place Vendôme. A treat, he told her, because his wife was in Boston. And when he invited her up for a drink, of course, she accepted. They had shared too many bottles of champagne in his suite not to indulge this time. I'm sorry for, he said when they were alone in the lift. It's okay. Instinctively, Fern reached for him and suddenly he pulled her to him, with a need that was as hungry as it was fervent. She met his kisses and his seeking hands with equal force, Somehow they made their way to the hotel room. Once inside, it seemed as if they were taken over by something far beyond their control. And before she knew what was happening, she was biting at his skin, pulling at his jacket, opening the buttons of his shirt, and they were moving together as one, towards the oversized bed with covers conveniently already turned back. It was the strangest thing. But the following morning, she did not regret what had happened. Later, weeks, months, and years later, she would think of that night and wonder why on earth she hadn't for one moment felt an ounce of guilt about the fact that Eve was a married man. His wife was at her lowest ebb, probably, deluded and lost in grief. There would be other thoughts, too. They would rush at her when she remembered the frenzy of their love-making. Perhaps, even in the desperation of the moment, they both knew it was wrong. It was born out of shock and grief and sadness and the desire to somehow make things better. There was love, but at the same time, even as they were writhing together in the most physical of moments, Fern knew they were not in love with each other. Eve was in love with his wife, and Fern was just burnt out. Running on empty, maybe wanting to make something right, even though she would never describe what she felt for Eve as pity. It was love, but not the sort of love she would ever want to last. "You'll have breakfast before you leave?" he asked her, but after the intimacy of the previous night, it seemed now that an uncomfortable gulf of unfamiliarity stretched between them. "No, I better dash," Fern said, hardly able to meet his eye. She was standing by the door, her coat slung across her arm. "Are you sure you'll be okay?" She knew he felt the same as she did, and it almost seemed as if, standing there in that awful moment, the relationship that had brought them both so much joy before was now dying in embers on the Maison Pierre Frey carpet at their feet. A little part of Fern knew, as she stepped into the lift to bring her down to the ground floor and out onto one of the busiest streets in Paris, she would not be seeing Eve again. And suddenly, as she walked to the edge of the pavement, hoping for a taxi, she felt hot tears prick at the corners of her eyes. One foolish night had cost her a friendship that had been so much more than just a business arrangement. Yves Bachand had been her saviour, and suddenly, even if she had the world as her oyster and an able agent at her back, she knew she could not be part of his life again. She knew as certainly as if she'd made up her mind months ago. Her time in Paris had come to an end. Chapter 8. Joy stumbled rather than walked with any dignity into the first busy cafe she came to. She stood for a moment, her eyes adjusting to the relative darkness, unsure whether she should take a seat or go directly to the counter and order the strongest coffee they could brew. Before she knew it, she was being herded towards the counter. "Coffee, black, no sugar," she mumbled. "Sure," the guy said, giving Joy time to pick out a table near the window. She sat there for a while, lost in thought, neither noticing the view nor tasting the coffee. She had to be reasonable. She came here with a purpose to meet this other woman, Either she should do that, or she should go back to Paris, look up some of her old friends, and resume the life she'd left behind there. She could have had the damned painting shipped across and forgotten about any mention of a daughter. Could she convince herself that life with Eve really had been what she had believed it to be? No, she couldn't do that. No matter how hard this proved to be, she had to figure out what was real from what was not, and the only way to do that was to confront Robin Tessier. She finished the coffee before it went cold. It was good coffee, strong and fortifying. Now she made herself get up and slung her scarf over her shoulder, determined to put one foot in front of the other and march into that bookshop. What would she say? She had no idea, but she would think of something when she got there. She had got there much too quickly the first time. There was nothing for it as she stood once more at the door with the sign that said, "Come in, we're open." It was as near to an invitation as she was likely to get. Damn it anyway. The place was empty. The figure standing at the back of the store earlier had disappeared. For a moment, taking advantage of the fact that she was alone and had time to gather her breath, Joy looked around. It was a beautiful bookshop, with tall oak shelves running high up the walls, and above that again, a bottle green colour rising to the ceiling. The bookshelves were unevenly spaced, as if in some previous incarnation they might have held loaves of bread or cans of preserve. They looked almost as old as the building, with intricate carvings of vines running along the edges and, at 4 feet apart, ornate columns decorated with carvings of woodland creatures. Mice, stoats, badgers, and mink were among those Joy could identify. The ceiling was as ornate as the shelves, with heavy cornicing and leafy details around flamboyantly sparkling chandeliers. Perhaps they had been plucked from some castle nearby. Probably, though, a little cynical part of Joy's brain said, they had come from eBay. At each corner of the covings, there was a huge seagull. The plasterwork birds faced from north, south, east, and west, towards matching wooden pairs carved at the top of the oak shelving units. The books were all second-hand, from what Joy could see, but in good condition, with some fairly recent titles thrown in too. At the back of the shop, she spotted a copy of a newly released thriller on her wish list for this year. She had hoped Eve might buy it for her, but he had passed away before it was even published. She walked towards the shelves now. Should she pick up a copy while she was here? Perhaps better not to. Good morning. A young woman emerged from steps that descended to what looked like a stockroom beneath the shop. She stopped abruptly when Joy turned around to look at her. Oh. It was all Joy could manage, and to be honest, she thought she had done well to even manage that. The woman was the spitting image of Eve. She had the same fine blonde hair, the striking green eyes that were almost emerald beneath her long brown lashes. But this woman did not have the same spidery web of laughter lines. She was young, in her 20s at the most. In a flash, Joy remembered an old photograph that Eve had kept. It had been taken when he was at university, a snap in some cafe or bar. Eve and this girl could have been twins. Joy found herself standing there, anchorless for a moment, her mouth open. Hi. She tried to regain some of her dignity. I'm looking for... It was no good. She didn't have the words for it. A book, the girl said then, because of course, everyone in here was looking for a book. I was looking for... Oh, I see. You've spotted our only post-1990s copy. She was joking, of course. Now that she had made her way up the stairs, Joy noticed she was tall, taller than if she'd been Joy's daughter. The girl placed a pile of books on the desk in front of her, reached back to kick down the trapdoor behind her with a careless smartness that Joy envied. Only a 20-year-old could get away with such abandon. You're on holiday? No, Perhaps she should just buy a newspaper and make a run for it. But the little voice in her head pressed her on. Ah, the girl smiled. I haven't seen you before, but then I don't get out much. Again, that gut-wrenchingly familiar shrug. Joy wanted to reach out and touch her, just to see if maybe anything more about her might reveal something of Eve. No, I've only just arrived, but Joy heard herself say a little stupidly. Was this what it meant to go along with your kidnappers? Stockholm Syndrome. Only the parameters had shifted. She was making small talk with a woman who had to be Eve's flesh and blood. Everything about it felt surreal, as if she was watching from outside herself, somehow. Is there something you're particularly interested in? I can order in for you, the girl was saying now, and it felt as if she was somehow appraising Joy, taking the measure of her. Yes, I'll be here, but I didn't come to buy anything. She waved her hand towards the door, as if this girl would understand that she had been pushed here by the hands of fate. Ah, I see, it's the job. Well, when I say job, it's my Uncle Albie's idea to call for volunteers. She threw her hands up in the air. Oh, I'm so happy if you've come for that. In summer, we get a lot of tourists and loads of Americans, too. She laughed nervously. The job? Well, the position, really, I suppose. It is not much. A few hours a week, or as many as you might fancy, but if things work out... She stopped. Joy had a feeling that what she wanted to say was, if things pick up. Then who knows? She was smiling broadly now. Joy wondered if she'd worn braces. She had perfectly straight teeth. Eve's had been crushed at the bottom, and with uneven spaces at the top. I'm here for the job? Great! Fantastic news! They seemed to be as shocked as each other, but the girl grabbed Joy's arm. I'm Robin Tessier. This is my shop. Have you worked in a bookshop before? No. Well... She thought of the little gift shop in the visitor centre where she had worked as a student. That was a lifetime ago, although, to be fair, they did sell some books by local authors. Sort of. I mean, I've worked in publicity, public relations in Paris. I did quite a few bookshops. Really? Oh my, well, that sounds very impressive. I'm afraid by comparison you might find us a little parochial. And there it was. That same reserve. Joy wondered if this girl had inherited Eve's discomfort of being around others that he'd spent his whole life covering over. Not at all. It was all politics and pamphlets and earnest causes. She looked around the shop. I love your shop. She heard herself breathe, and she realized she truly meant it. Yes, it is very special. I can't take credit for the building or even most of the stock, to be truthful. The original building belongs to my mother's family, but it's been a bookshop for over 40 years now. Before I took it over, it was run by a lovely old man called Douglas Howard. He died a year ago, and I bought the stock from his family. You're the only one to work here? Of course, but I'm not complaining. I mean, I know how lucky I am to spend my days surrounded by books, but I took out a loan to buy the stock and... She stopped, then smiled. Well, I do like to eat 3 meals a day and... She shrugged. Aren't you, Joy wanted to say, very young, but instead she settled on, wonderful to have achieved so much at such a young age. Oh, I'm not so sure. All I've done is talk the bank manager into a loan and my mother into allowing me to use this place. Every new business takes time to get off the ground. You do know that, Joy murmured. What kind of books do you like to read? Robin asked. Anything, really. Probably fiction more than anything else, but I enjoy art history books. God knew she'd read enough of Eve's over the years. Travel books, and I always have a good thriller on the go. Okay, that seems like a good place to start. Our tourists generally don't surface until July, and when they do, they only come looking for books later in the morning, and then they disappear again for lunch. Would 10 o'clock suit you to start in the mornings? Say 2 days a week? I mean, 5 or 6 if you fancy it, but I don't want to put you off. Robin tilted her head a little to the left, exactly as Eve had so often done, while waiting for her to make a decision. Joy couldn't think. Not clearly. She'd come here to find out about her husband's secret daughter, to tell her about the painting so she could fulfill her husband's final wishes. And here she was, standing tongue-tied before the girl. Okay. Once the word was said, she realized it was not the power of speech she needed to worry about, but rather the power of reason. Fantastic! Robin looked almost as surprised by the turn of events as Joy. Then she threw her hands up in the air. That's wonderful news. I'm so happy. We'll start tomorrow, yes? She hardly took a breath. But today, we should have coffee to celebrate. Oh, no, I can't. I mean, I must be getting on. I have to... The truth was, Joy suspected she might be in a state of shock, and the only place she wanted to be was back in that little flat above the bakery, getting her head around what she had agreed to. Suddenly, she felt as if she had lost her footing. What on earth was she doing? Oh, okay, you need to go now. But I'll see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock, and we'll have plenty of time to get everything sorted then. Robin was smiling widely now, as if she genuinely couldn't wait to welcome Joy. Joy felt her stomach turn over with something she wasn't sure she could put a name on. Guilt? Yes, guilt. This girl had done nothing wrong. It was hardly her fault, if she was the product of an affair between her mother and Joy's husband. Joy could not come back here. It was ridiculous. She didn't even fully understand how on earth she had left Robin with the notion that she might be interested in a job, much less actually apply for one, and, even more crazily, accept one here. It was the very last place she wanted to spend time, confronted by evidence of her husband's infidelity. Until tomorrow, so, Robin said, walking Joy to the door. She placed a hand on Joy's elbow, the touch of a stranger who was, unknown to Robin, maybe not a stranger at all. Chapter 9, 2002. Fern managed to convince Peggy to come for a holiday with her and leave Albie to feed the families of Ballycove alone. Typical of her Uncle Albie, he was delighted to see her go and have a well-deserved break. I feel so posh jetting off for winter sun, Peggy giggled as they stored their hand luggage in the overhead packing area on their budget flight to Marseille. It was just a holiday. Fern needed this. She needed to be near Peggy and Margot. She needed them like a dying woman struggling for oxygen. We'll be lucky if we're not washed out of it, Fern said, dropping into the seat next to her aunt. She was relieved to get out of Paris, even if it was just for a short break, and the weather forecast was about as hopeful of sun as a week on Achill in November. They were going to stay in Margot's apartment for a few days, and then all three would travel to Barcelona to stay in a house belonging to Margot's cousin, in the old part of the city. Pah, it is empty anyway. We will be doing old Mathilde a favour by airing her beds, Margot said as they made their way out of the station and towards the house that, from photographs, seemed to be very grand indeed. They'd only just settled in when Fern woke up one morning, ravenous, only to feel completely nauseous as soon as Peggy placed a boiled egg in front of her. Later, the coffee from a nearby cafe had the same effect, and that evening she realised, while Peggy and Margot had already put a dent in the wine cabinet, she had hardly been able to face a sip. That night, as she lay in bed, it felt as if a penny dropped, and the resounding clatter might have woken the whole house up. She was pregnant. She was so certain of it. It seemed only a formality to go out the following morning and buy a test kit to confirm it. But ooh, Margot's sharp blue eyes widened. How? I don't understand. How can you be pregnant? If there was someone, you would have told me. I know you would. She settled back in her chair. It was true. They didn't have any secrets. Oh my God. It's Yves Bachon, isn't it? Peggy's voice was little more than a whisper. Yes, Fern confirmed it. There had been no one else. Yves Bachon? Your agent? No. Margot's eyes were wide. Yes, it was just once, and she explained how she had ended up sleeping with a man old enough to be her father, who she truly cared about, but would never be in love with. What will you do? Margot leant forward. What do you mean, what will she do? She'll have to tell him, of course, Peggy said. Oh, Peggy. Margot shook her head and laughed. This is not the 1900s. Women, successful women, have babies every day of the week, and they don't need to have a man beside them. That might be the case, but Fern knows how important having a family is for a child. It still takes money to have children these days, especially if you want to stay in Paris. I had a great childhood, Peggy. The best. 10 parents couldn't have made it happier than you did. Fern pulled Peggy close for a hug. She doesn't have to have it at all, Margot said. The one thing she didn't say was, Yves? Seriously? You slept with Yves Bachon? He's 25 years older than you, and he's been like a father as well as a mentor to you. Are you out of your mind? And maybe that just sealed them even closer, even if Fern didn't realize it at the time. I can't think now, and I don't have to. If I decide to keep it, I will be going it alone. She looked at Peggy. But you're not to worry. I am making enough money to keep a dozen children fed and clothed if I wanted to. Well, you know, you always have me. Peggy rubbed Fern's arm gently, and then she smiled. Actually, now it's settling on me. I think I'd like to be a granny. I certainly can't see our Leo doing much about bringing me home some grandchildren to spoil any time soon. You could move here, Margot said. I mean, the house is empty. It will be empty for the foreseeable. Old Mathilde is staying with friends in Toulon. She has no plans to return here anytime soon. You could paint. You could wander around the city. It's a beautiful place, inspiring and... Maybe, Fern said, thinking that she needed a change of scene, even if there was no baby. She needed new surroundings. She just wasn't sure where to go now. Although, there is somewhere. She stopped. Just a week ago, she'd had a letter from the Arts Council in Ireland, offering her a shared studio in Dublin. It was hers, if she wanted it. You'd leave Paris? Peggy's voice sounded a little shaky. I need space to think, Aunt Peggy. I'm not going to disappear completely. What about Dublin? Margot said softly. She'd seen the letter, watched as Fern pushed it behind a bundle of post she might just as easily have ignored. Perhaps, Fern smiled. Dublin sounds wonderful. If you could just move there now. Peggy looked suddenly relieved. The idea of having Fern close enough to visit faded some of the worry from her eyes. Certainly, it would take me out of the orbit of anything to do with... Fern might not know what she was doing, but she was certain of one thing. She was not going to spoil Eve's life by showing up on his doorstep, pregnant. You really won't tell him, then? Margot broke into her thoughts. No, Margot. There's nothing between us that could lead to a future. The last thing he needed was news of a baby when he was trying to process the loss of the child he'd been expecting with his wife. He's madly in love with his wife. This thing between us. One night where we lost our heads. It meant nothing beyond comfort to either of us. I left him the following morning, only hoping the guilt of it wouldn't kill him. If I have this baby, it will be my child, not his. Surely he has a right to know, Peggy said. Maybe he has, but he doesn't want this child. I'm pretty sure of that. Fern thought of the baby Eve's wife had lost. They had enough to tear them apart in their grief. Her stupid mistake was not going to be another lesion in their relationship. Fern cleared her throat. She needed Peggy to understand. Perhaps he would step up to the plate and make sure we were well provided for. But at what cost? I don't need his money, and if I am having a baby, I don't want his interference from afar. We are still young. Margot patted Peggy's hand. A child won't stop Fern falling in love with someone else if that's what you're worried about. So it was decided. Fern would move back to Ireland. She'd get a flat near the studio space in Dublin. It seemed like the sensible thing to do for now. She would stay here for another week and then set about starting the rest of her life in a new city, far away from Eve and Paris. I'll be home for Albie's birthday in a month's time. She hugged Peggy before her aunt went through to the departure lounge for her flight home to Ballycove. Promise, and you won't do anything without letting me know. Peggy had been very clear. If Fern decided against having the baby, she might not agree with the idea of a termination, but she wanted to be close at hand to take care of her for a few days afterwards. Of course. Don't worry. I'm looking forward to having time to think and draw. Well, don't work too hard, and don't forget to book your flight in the next few days, otherwise they'll absolutely fleece you on the cost of it. Yes, ma'am. Fern was making fun of Peggy, but she pulled her close and hugged her tightly. Peggy was the nearest thing she had on this earth to a mother, and she loved her dearly. I'll see you soon. What is it they say? Tell the world your plans, and somewhere God is laughing at you. It was as she emerged from the airport that same day that she bumped into Luc Tessier. Literally bumped into him. He was racing to pick up his sons from their Frankfurt flight. She about turned too quickly in the crowd and, suddenly, she was in his arms. There was an embarrassing moment when she took a step back and he waved his hands about to apologise. Everything about him was very French. His slightly too long hair, his vaguely creased jacket, that attractive appearance she couldn't, even after more than 20 years of marriage, call good-looking. But in that one instant, she fell completely under his spell. Désolé, he said eventually, and she knew he too had been struck silent for the first few seconds. It's okay. My fault, she smiled. Couldn't help the corners of her mouth curving upwards. You are English, he said, and she wondered if perhaps that would be a strike against her. No, Irish. Ah, bien. I must take you for a coffee. We can't have the international relations suffering just because I almost ran you over. I would love that, she found herself saying, and soon he was sweeping her along with him, towards the arrivals gate, to meet his two sons. She would learn, in that first afternoon, that they were here for school break. He shared parenting with their mother, a German woman who had remarried and now lived outside Frankfurt. First, there was coffee, then lunch, and later that week, dinner. By the time they got to dessert, Fern knew that Luc Tessier might well have turned up at the worst possible time in her life, but she had no intention of letting him go. So there was only one thing for it. I'm pregnant, she said as she waved away the wine. Ah, it was, of course, all too perfect. His eyes searched hers. Seriously, I only found out a few days ago. It's why I'm here, to think about what I'm going to do. So, the worst possible timing for us. There's an us. She couldn't help smiling. Something about him had transformed her into the sort of woman she had always dreamed of becoming. Margot would be so disappointed. I had hoped so. Hadn't you? Dearly. Then, what's to stop us? The father, is he going to be involved? He doesn't know, and he's never going to. So it's just about deciding what I want. Look, we have just met, but I have 2 boys and an ex-wife in Frankfurt. We are both old enough to carry our baggage through life. If you decide to have this baby, and if we are together, then what is the difference? Really? She asked, because she was just about getting her head around the idea of being pregnant. She certainly hadn't factored a boyfriend into the equation. Really? Let's see how things go. He reached over and placed his hands around her face. I am falling in love with you. A baby or no baby. It didn't even come into it the first moment you fell into my arms. As the years went by, when she thought about it, she believed that it was at that moment she decided she was going to have the baby. By the time Robin was born, Fern had made a life for them in Dublin, and there was no mention of Eve. A few months later, their small wedding took place in the little hotel in Ballycove, and they had become a family. A modern, seamless family who went about their lives like any other. The Tessiers. It was more than 12 years later, when Fern was sitting in the V&A coffee shop, that she spotted the unmistakable figure of Eve Bachon. She had taken Robin to the museum to fill a few hours on a wet afternoon, while Luke attended a wine fair nearby. They'd come to London for a rare treat. What were the chances of bumping into Eve, of all people, here? Fern, I can't believe it's you. Eve Bachon clapped his hands together and leant across the table. He kissed her cheeks and then stood back for a moment, as if forgetting that on one night only they had come together illicitly. It had been the finish of them, of course. After that they had drifted apart. So when he proposed a new agent for her, she had readily agreed. He was stepping back. She was taking time. Neither of them could face the fact that things had somehow broken between them. That day in the V&A, when he looked at her, perhaps he suddenly remembered. It's been so long, he said. You look marvelous. And your career, I'll be honest. There have been times I have felt so proud of you, although I have no right to. You have every right, she said, and she nodded to allow him to sit with her, silently praying that Robin would become absorbed in something long enough to avoid meeting him. Her little girl was 12 now, a delightful, precocious 12-year-old, whom Margot described as the portrait craché, or the spitting image of her father, with her stepfather's love of books. Mostly Fern could cover over the facts that she was Eve's daughter. There'd never been a right time to tell Robin the truth, or so it seemed to Fern, but it weighed on her mind in the small hours, and she knew she couldn't put it off forever. And how has life been treating you? She asked, although she knew well enough that his gallery was still the toast of Paris art lovers. Jacques, his long-standing business partner, had taken over as her agent. Occasionally he let slip that he had caught up with Eve, and those little pieces of information she had stored away, jealously. He was still, biologically, her daughter's father. She would always be thankful to him for that. And you are married? Living in London now? No, this is just a flying visit. I live in Dublin, but we spend every free moment in Ballycove, so it almost feels as if she would live there permanently. But there was no way round Luke's job. He needed to be based close to an airport with international flights. Ballycove. It always seems so idyllic. Really? Your paintings, I told you. I still keep an eye out on my favourite artists, and your work has brought the west of Ireland to life for me. So different to our little corner of Paris. I think one day I will take joie there. You should. It's very beautiful, she managed, although the idea of him bumping into Robin at any moment was beginning to make her heart pound and her stomach churn. As if on cue, her daughter materialised in the doorway opposite. Mum, you have to see the... She was red-faced, lovely, her darling Robin. Ah, and who is... Eve stopped, as if someone had thrown a basin of ice over him. He turned towards Fern. Fern. Aye. The resemblance had only become more striking as the years had passed. This is my daughter, Robin, and we should really be going. Your daughter? But she's He stopped, looking from mother to daughter. Of course, he knew immediately. There was no need for a DNA test. She was his daughter. Come along, Robin, put on your coat. Fern gathered up her belongings quickly. She hardly knew what she was doing. She raced out of the cafe, vaguely aware that she had paid for a coffee, knowing she had another hour or two to fill before they met Luke for dinner. Fern! Eve had followed her. He managed to catch her arm. Why didn't you tell me? I could have... No, Eve, no. She handed a £5 note to Robin, told her to have a quick browse around the gift shop, even though she knew £5 would not stretch very far. Look, you and I, it was one night. One night. That was all there could ever be. And when I decided to keep Robin, I knew I wanted to raise her on my own terms. She's my daughter, and she has a father. Luke is the only father she has ever known, and she adores him. Would you want me to tear her world apart now? She couldn't meet his eyes because the truth was, Luke was her husband. He was a stepfather, but she had always been clear with Robin that her biological father had been a man she'd met briefly. He was wonderful, mysterious, and, crucially, untraceable. No, of course not, but Fern, you must see that. His hands clutched his head as if he were trying to stop his thoughts spinning. I can't think, it's such a shock. Suddenly he looked like an old man and she realised he must be in his mid-60s now, but looking older. There's nothing to think about. We are happy, and I hope with all my heart that you are too. But I don't want to see you again. Fern had never imagined she could say something like that to Eve. It could only be a mother's courage or, perhaps more accurately, desperation. She had her family to think of, and Robin presumed her father was some wonderful stranger that Fern had no way of tracking down. She was not going to change that unless she had to. Eve had started to cry, and Fern knew she couldn't just stand there and watch. She had to go, quickly, while she could. She raced into the gift shop. Who was that man, Mum? Oh, he was someone I knew years ago. Fern smiled then, because she still had so much to thank him for. He's the reason I'm here with you today, probably. He was my first real agent. Without him, I might never have sold a painting to begin with. And then they were hurrying along through the lashing rain, making plans to get to the restaurant before Luke and maybe pick up a gift for their Auntie Peggy before they flew back home to Ireland. Chapter 10. Cian, I've done something crazy. Robin still couldn't believe Joy Blackwood had volunteered to help out in the bookshop. She'd come in early this morning to dust some of the shelves and open the door wide so the place smelled fresh and airy. The call from Cian was the first time she'd sat down since breakfast, and because the shop was empty, she had curled up on the huge old chair that sat in the corner of the children's section. It was comforting here, the lazy creak of it as she rocked over and back, one shoe balancing on the end of her toe. The other lay where it fell on the floor next to a pile of books she'd taken down to dust. It can't be that bad. I've just eaten 2 croissants, only because they were the last ones left and I really didn't want to dip into my loan payment account for anything that might be vaguely healthy. God, you have to stop being a student and start being an adult. She was only half joking. He had struggled to clear his student loans for the last few years. It seemed every time he came close to finally being free of debt, some unforeseen emergency would crop up and he ended up almost further back than where he'd started. Her mother still made sure she packed his car with enough food to tide him over in case of a famine every time he came to stay. That poor boy, she would say each time. Is he still wearing that same t-shirt since the first time he came here? I had convinced myself I couldn't be more pathetic. He was making fun of himself, the only way he knew to make her feel better. Well, if it's any consolation, I think I might have surpassed you this time. At least you don't have student loans, he said, and she imagined him pushing his glasses further up his nose. Sometimes she wondered why he didn't get them properly tightened at the optician's. It helps that I only did a degree, and I had a part-time job for most of it, she said absently. She'd never truly admitted to anyone that the shop was struggling financially, least of all Cian. She figured there was room in any friendship for only so many financial woes. Anyway, it's nothing like that. I'd just given a job to a complete stranger. Not just a stranger, but an American, and to top it off, I can't even be sure she wanted the job in the first place. That's a lot. He spluttered, what she assumed was coffee. She just hoped he wasn't poring over some precious text. Is there even one good thing about her? His stint in Michigan, with a lady research partner from hell, had put him off all Americans. Well, I liked her. I mean, from the moment she stepped into the shop, there was something about her, a sort of unassuming familiarity. Sorry, I have shelling brain. Too much German realism for one morning. And she could hear him push away whatever papers he was working on to concentrate. So, let's cut to the chase. Another lame duck? I'm not sure. It took her 2 goes to build up the courage to come through the front door, and when she did, she was like a deer caught in headlamps. I didn't know you were thinking of taking on someone to help. Business must be really picking up. He paused. Hang on. Has business picked up that much? Ha, that's right, I forgot to mention. I'm on course to turn over my first $1 million by the end of the month. I wish. No, it's a voluntary position. She couldn't admit the place was just not working. I want to make more of the place. You know, get the locals in, make it feel like a proper bookshop. I can really see how that might be the dream for an introverted loner like yourself, he said dryly, making fun of her as usual. To organise things for local readers, make the place more of a hub than just somewhere to drop by and pick up the latest bestseller. Albie suggested it, to give me time to organise things that I haven't got round to yet. Although, as she looked round the empty shop now, she realised there had been nothing really stopping her. So, what's the harm? He stopped for a minute. Then his voice dropped a little, taking on the velvet tone that always made her feel as if she was somehow the only person in the world. Surely it's something to celebrate. Your first employee, sort of. I'm not sure. I just feel as if I missed something. Robin finished for him. Cian. She heard her voice, as if from very far away. Yeah? No, I'm still here. Anyway, it's probably just me being silly, overthinking things as usual. I should be over the moon, right? I mean, I've managed to hire someone I have a good feeling about, and that's important. She stopped. Do you fancy coming across and meeting her at the weekend? She asked. It wasn't just an excuse to see him. Really, it wasn't, she told herself. But the fact was, when he was here, she felt somehow as if there was hope. She wasn't entirely sure of what, but of something more. Just more. Not this weekend. I have something on, Cian said, and he sounded distracted. You have something on? Cian never had anything on. An uneasy silence settled between them for a moment. Seriously? Don't sound so surprised. I do get out occasionally. He was being secretive, and for the first time Robin wondered if he was keeping something from her. But soon, yeah? Brilliant. I'll hold you to it, and you can tell me what you think. She put down the phone after she heard him hang up. God, she was pathetic. Utterly pathetic, wasn't she? The fact was, even if she wouldn't admit it to another living soul, Robin had been in love with Cian Lawson since she was 14 years old. She could remember exactly the day she realised it. They had come to Ballycove for the summer holidays. They always did. Her mother loved staying in the old house her parents had left her years before. Robin loved it too. How could she not? In the centre of the village, downstairs was a bookshop, and just a short walk away, her grandfather's cake shop. It felt like their real home, even though they'd lived in Dublin since before Robin was born. That first time she met him, she was sitting in the huge sitting room in Patrick Street, reading a book that belonged to Margot, probably not suitable for her age. Margot always felt books came to you when you needed them, and it was not for anyone to put a limit on a child's reading progress. The sound of the door creaking slowly open made her raise her head, reluctantly, but it was too unfamiliar not to look. They were a family who moved through doors swiftly, closing them rapidly in their wake. There was something in the creaking slowness on this occasion that seemed to make everything stop in the house. Cian Lawson was lost. On this first occasion of their meeting, he was lost in terms of having no clue if he was even in the right house. I rang the bell, but there was no answer and the door was open. I'm sure the address is correct. He held out a piece of paper with her stepbrother's uneven, blocky letters scrawled across it. Nicholas said he would be along later. This was hardly a newsflash. Nicholas, her stepbrother, was always running late. Neither was it unusual for him to arrive for holidays with more than one schoolmate, either following on his heels or pitching up in advance. Her mother had moved a futon into Nicholas's room because there didn't seem to be any better place for it. You must be Robin, he said then, still gripping his bags as if fully expecting to be sent packing again. Yes, she said, and then returned to her book. Really, she wasn't sure what else she could do or say. Her mother would be back soon. She would know what to do with him. So, should I? He faltered on the threshold, and when she looked at him again, something in her heart tweaked. It wasn't that she knew instantly she was in love with him, but his very presence made her feel a little better. You can, she sighed, unsure whether she should offer him something to eat or show him to Nicholas's room. And then, thankfully, she was saved by her mother bustling through the front door downstairs. Hi, Cian. I can't believe Nicholas just abandoned you and went off to Trieste. She leant over and hugged the strange boy who had arrived from nowhere, and Robin watched as his expression ranged from deep embarrassment to something close to relief. Her mother had that effect, the ability to say the right thing, do the right thing, just to put other people at ease. Robin had a feeling it was something she would forever admire, but never quite achieve. Trieste? He's gone to Trieste? Cian looked panic-stricken. Don't worry, it happens all the time. I'm going to put you into Nicholas's room anyway. But first, food. You must be hungry. Robin watched as he followed her meekly towards the kitchen. Later she would remember that year as the summer when everything about her life started to feel as if it no longer fitted her. Her crooked bottom teeth and oddly spaced top teeth were being crushed and divided by braces that made her self-conscious every time she smiled. Her feet had grown 2 sizes in the spring. How was that even possible, when she was still the shortest girl in her class? And her hair, there were no words. It was just a complete disaster. It felt as if she could wash it 10 times a day and it would be greasy before she had a chance to comb it through. Nothing in her wardrobe fitted, or at least nothing fitted the way she wanted it to. She had small, pointy breasts and legs hardly as thick as knitting needles. Everything, it seemed, had gone wrong with her. It was bloody miserable, and her only escape was the floor-to-ceiling wall of books in the old sitting room, where she could curl up most days without anybody or anything annoying her. A few years later, when she looked back at that time, she would remember all of those books, how she had found within them the escape she craved, and she would remember her mother, choosing her words carefully, tiptoeing around her and somehow managing to make those awful months more bearable. And later, much, much later, she would remember Cian Lawson and how badly she had treated him that first time he had come to stay. Chapter 11. Joy couldn't remember a time when she'd slept so soundly. She could put it down to the melody of the waves in the distance, rolling rhythmically. The sound soothed her as it lingered beyond her open window, when she drifted off to sleep at night. Perhaps it was the surprisingly firm mattress on the big old double bed, but she suspected it had more to do with the fact that she felt at ease here, in a way she hadn't felt for quite some time. Earlier, the old man downstairs, Albie, said it was the air, fresh and salty. It gave you an appetite, not just for the breakfast they'd shared earlier, but for living, for simple abundances, and for sleeping well, too. The first dull thud made Joy stir drowsily from her sleep, but it was the series of ominous bangs as if someone was hammering on the stairs that finally propelled her from her bed. If she had thought about it before she raced down the stairs, she might have stopped to pick up a weapon, in case it was someone up to no good. Instead of grabbing the sweeping brush or the large urn that held an umbrella, she shivered in her cotton pajamas, more from the cold floor beneath her feet than any kind of fear. "Oh my God, what happened? Are you okay?" The old man was bundled into a ball at the turn of the staircase. He must have fallen down the last 4 steps. "Oh, Albie, come on. Come on, let's get you up. Can you move, or is there—" "It's okay. You'll be okay," she said, but she really wasn't sure he would be. Even from here, halfway up the next flight, she could smell rum. "Oh, you silly man. You've been drinking, and then these stairs, they're an accident waiting to happen, even if you were as sober as the Pope." She didn't say he should have more sense, but it was what she was thinking. She wouldn't have put him down for a drinker, but then maybe that was half the problem. If he could hold his liquor, he wouldn't be folded up like an accordion on the stairs in the early hours of the morning. "I'm okay. Really, there's nothing broken. I didn't want to disturb anyone. How silly is that? No one's going to notice a light switch turn, are they?" He laughed, but it was a brittle sound, and even though she didn't know him very well, it made her heart creak just a little. "Are you crazy? You climbed up here in complete darkness?" Joy had squeezed down past him now, and she tried hard to keep the disbelief from her voice. I know. Peggy is probably up there rolling her eyes and sighing like an idling steam engine." "I bet you're right. How on earth did she put up with you?" "The simple answer is that there was no divorce in our day." He smiled at Joy. That twinkle in his eye was even brighter here. "You know, when we were younger, there were probably a few times you might have wanted to take the frying pan to me. But back in those days, when she was young enough to see she could find better, there was no getting out of marriage in Ireland." He shook his head and smiled at Joy now. "Lucky me, eh?" "Lucky indeed. You're even luckier that you haven't ended up with a broken leg or a concussion." "Ah, with a head like mine, it'd take more than a little toss down the stairs to do me much harm." "You're incorrigible, you know that?" "I know. But will you give me a hand to get into my flat? I think I dropped my keys when I fell, and even if I can make it to the door, I feel as if going all the way to the bottom of the stairs and back up again would be like a pilgrimage to the top of Croke Factory. Of course I'll get your keys. Stay here, and when I have them, you can link my arm, she said. But he was already trying to stand. Seriously, don't move. Thankfully, the keys were at the bottom of the stairs, sitting on the floor just inside the door. She picked them up before racing back up to him again. Now, I'm well able to walk up my own stairs, just so you know, Albie said, although there was no denying he was leaning heavily on her arm and breathing hard with every step. Once they were inside his flat, Albie stood for a moment to catch his breath. It gave her time to get her bearings. She figured the layout here was very similar to the flat upstairs, but it took a moment to see it, because this flat was crammed with a lifetime of memories and mementos. The ceilings were higher, the chairs a little shabbier, and probably more comfortable for it. It was homely and lived in, and, even in the dead of night, seemed to ring out with a symphony of happy memories. She led him to a high-backed armchair with a dressing gown thrown across it. I'm not sure whether to offer you sweet tea for shock, or coffee to sober you up, or if perhaps all I should do is get a blanket and make sure you don't have concussion. Well, first off, I don't need to be sobered, and second, I can't drink tea at this hour of the night. It'll have me up at all hours. Maybe I'll settle for a blanket and put my feet up where I am for a little while. Will you be comfortable there? It might be a little late to worry about that now, don't you think? He managed to smile at her, and she was struck by how someone who had just had such a horrible fall could still manage to remain so light-hearted. She went in search of a blanket and found a soft, warm woolen cover in the hot press next to the bathroom. She slipped the heavy check dressing gown around his shoulders too. Here, she said, tucking him in as much as she could. You won't get much cozier than this. Ah, that's good, he said, and his eyes were closing. Joy began to think of all those stories she'd heard from women she'd worked with over the years about not letting children fall asleep if they had a head injury because, well, perhaps she wasn't sure why because, but it seemed to be important enough for them to talk about it. Maybe I'll just sit here for a while. She settled onto the sofa, afraid to leave him, in case something terrible happened to him. There's no need. You should be getting your shut-eye too, he said, but his eyes were closed. For my beauty, she was trying to joke, to keep him awake. Ah, you don't need beauty sleep, and anyway, who even believes in all of that? My Peggy hardly ever slept more than 6 hours a night, and she was the loveliest sight I've ever clapped my eyes on. Joy found her gaze drift towards the wedding photograph on the mantelpiece. You were very happy, I think. We were. You must really miss her. I mean, if she was here now. And then it dawned on her. Surely she should tell someone that he had fallen. Actually, perhaps I should ring your son. Let him know you've had a fall. Why would you go doing that? Well, because he's your son, and he might want to check that you are all right, and that's just interfering now. Listen to me. I don't want anyone called from their bed in the middle of the night, just because I'm a stupid old man trying to walk upstairs in the dark. Please don't get upset. I'm not telling tales, it's just, we don't know what sort of injury you might have sustained, and if you were my father, I'd want to look after you. And aren't you looking after me? Didn't you give me a blanket? He pulled himself up in the chair, groaned slightly in spite of himself. Listen, I'm a very old man. I'm going to have the occasional accident, but I'm fine. Now, if you go calling up Leo, he'll think I can't cope, and then what? Off to some nursing home, or maybe, if I'm lucky, Some young girl in here bossing me about in my own home. I won't be having that. The only woman there's room for here is my Peggy." He stopped. "Please don't upset yourself. Look, I won't call him tonight if you really don't want me to. But you have to let me stay here just until the morning to make sure that you're okay. Is that a deal?" "Pah." He shook his head. But she could see he wasn't really cross, maybe just a little exasperated. "Women, you lot always have to have your way." He smiled at her. "I suppose, if there was some tea going, I might manage a small cup," he said, and that familiar twinkle was back in his eyes. It was only as the sun began to rise and glint across the water, sending up sparks of light, that Joy realised they hadn't slept all night. Instead, they had sat there, talking about everything under the sun, except Albie's fall, of course. He told her all about his life, and mostly about Peggy. Joy cried as he told her about the last days in the hospice, where he'd held her hand and wished so hard he could just go with her. But she'd smiled at him when it was nearly over, and he knew since then that his darling wife was happy to die. Maybe he knew, too, that when his time came, she would be waiting for him in a better place. "That's so lovely," Joy sighed. "I've never told anyone else that, not even my own son." "Leo?" "Yes, Leo. I've only got the one. Well, we had Fern too. We raised her as our own." "Wouldn't it give them some comfort?" "No. They'd think I was for the birds." "And you don't suppose I might think that too?" "No, because I think you have secrets of your own." "We all have secrets." "Yes, but most of us know our world won't end if they come out," he said, and he tapped his nose. "I don't know what you mean." Joy shifted uncomfortably in her seat. "Don't worry. I don't know what your secret is, Joy, but I'm a good judge of character, and I know whatever it is that's been haunting you, or maybe whatever brought you here, is not going to bring the world as we know it to an end. If anything, the opposite might be true." "I wish I could be so sure," she said, and it felt for a moment as if this might be the time to tell someone exactly who she was and exactly what she had come to Ballycove to do. "Look, you're a good person, a really good person, and whatever that cross is that you're determined to carry on your own, let me just say, I'm here with a strong shoulder if ever you want to share it." He reached out and touched her hand. "Oh, Albie. So you're going into the bookshop today, are you? Even in spite of not getting your beauty sleep." He looked as if he was reassessing her. "And last night on the stairs. That's our secret, yes?" "It can be our secret. Only if you promise to call me if you feel dizzy or unwell again." She stared at him hard, so he knew that was a deal-breaker. "Agreed." He smiled at her, and then his eyes twinkled again. "Perhaps I just drank one rum too many." Chapter 12, 2020. Motherhood was never meant to be easy. Everyone knew that. But this hard? Fern rolled her eyes and looked across at Margot. "Come on, you've had an easy ride so far. Robin is a delightful child." Margot sipped her gin. "I'd like to get my hands on those girls and let them have what for. Pah! These are exactly the sort of creatures that give women a bad name." "I don't think giving them a piece of your mind is going to make things any easier for Robin." In spite of the worry, Fern laughed. Her daughter was too quiet, that was the problem. Robin had stuck her head in a book when she was 5 years old, and it felt as if she hadn't really peered over the edges very often since. Now, The school had rung with news that they had concerns about her. Concerns? Such a way to put it. It took 2 days, and the equivalent of an elephant's dinner in ice cream, to wheedle the truth out of Robin. She was being bullied, unmercifully, by Albertine White and Imogen Norton. Fern remembered when Robin and Albertine had been best friends. How could this have happened right under my nose? Margot, how did I not see this? Ah, teenagers, Margot shrugged. Don't beat yourself up. You know now, that's the thing. It's what you do from here that counts. You're right. Of course you're right. They would make a plan, together, she and Robin. She finished secondary school this year anyway, and then she would go to college and never have to look at either of the pair of them again. Exactly. Here's to new starts. Margot raised her glass. 2023. Of course, it was all very well talking about new starts, but quietly, Fern wondered if there was any such thing. The whole experience seemed to throw Robin off kilter, and it felt as if there was no way to fully get her back on track. Somehow, even in college, while there was a circle of people to go to events with, she never appeared to have a close bunch of friends. No one like Margot. Phew! Margot blew an exasperated sigh when Fern tried to explain it to her. Margot had only popped over to Ballycove for a week before taking up a residency in one of the smaller arts foundations in Paris. Fern knew she shouldn't be loading all of this on her friend, who had only come to visit for a break from her own stresses. You worried too much. She will have friends. I mean, she has Cian, hasn't she? They are still friends, aren't they? Well, yes, but it's not the same thing at all, Fern sighed. It was all very well, but you couldn't compare a friendship with somebody who was more like a brother, or at least that's how Cian saw himself. Sometimes she wondered if perhaps Robin wasn't just a little in love with him, as much as him being her best friend. Look, she graduates soon. Why not ask her what she'd like to do, and maybe then you could stop tying yourself up in knots, worrying over things that you can do nothing about, Margot said softly. Hey. Robin had popped her head around the door. Perhaps she guessed they were discussing her, because she pulled her headphones from her ears as she stood before the bookcase and gazed at its contents for the umpteenth time in the day. I was just asking your mother if you had plans for when you graduate. Margot had always been a great woman for diving right in. She patted the sofa next to her, and Robin folded herself into the cushions beside her. I'd like to open a bookshop one day, Robin said softly to Margot. Do you think I could do that? In Paris? Margot sounded doubtful. No, there are far too many bookshops in Paris, and I'm not sure that... Robin began, because Paris bookshop owners were a breed apart, all of them either philosophers or failed poets, and she was neither. If I could, I'd love to take over where Douglas left off. I mean, no one else has asked to take it over. She looked hopefully at Fern. The shop was spread across the front room of the ground floor of the building they called home, here in Ballycove. Perhaps I could get a loan to buy the stock from Douglas's niece, if the bank will allow that. Really? That's what you want to do? Bury yourself in Ballycove? Luke glanced up from the paper he'd been pretending to read. He obviously couldn't see the attraction for a girl with all her life in front of her. His own boys had travelled the world, so much so they seemed to forget where home was these days. But that's just old tat. I mean, of course you can take over the shop, but the stock... Do you really want to take on all those old books? Fern asked. I love that old bookshop. I mean, I've always loved it. Robin was earnest, and Fern remembered all those hours she'd spent among the faded books with Douglas Howard, the crusty old boy who'd run the place for almost as long as Fern could remember. I doubt it makes any money, though. Fern glanced uncertainly between Margot and Robin. You might be surprised. There were a couple of big collections there, even if you wouldn't know it. Cian says these days, with the specialist categories on the book-selling sites online, You can reach any niche audience. I'd be good at that part. And I'd enjoy making it into a place people would call into. But really, darling, who wants to read books about the world wars or trains that have been out of commission for the last 50 years? Oh, Fern, those things never go out of fashion. There are a lot more train and war enthusiasts out there than you'd imagine. Luke said, and of course, he would know. He had an unsatiable appetite for non-fiction. And then there's, well, wouldn't you rather something that didn't put you out front and centre in dealing with the public? Fern was trying to be diplomatic. I can't hide away forever, Mum. Robin reached across and squeezed her mother's arm, just as Peggy would have done years earlier. And of course, in the beginning it might be hard, but I don't want to feel as if I never tried. And Fern thought her heart might break for this beautiful, brave girl she adored above all else. I think Douglas would certainly approve if he was still alive. Margot reached out and pulled her only godchild towards her, and so it was settled. Robin would open up the bookshop in Ballycove if the Howard family would sell the stock onto her. Fern watched these two women who meant the world to her and thought of Peggy. Not for one moment did she imagine that, within a year, Margot would be snatched from her. The call arrived early on a Wednesday morning. Fern, walking to her studio, had just picked up a latte, her thoughts filled with a meeting she had penciled in with a gallerist for later in the day. Mrs. Tezier? The voice was strong but hesitant, heavily accented. Greek? She should have known then, but Margot's trip to Greece was way down on her list of priorities that morning. Yes? I am so sorry. My name is Police Lieutenant Leander Galanis. I am ringing you with sad news today. Margot? She knew immediately. Yes. You are her next of kin? Next of kin? She wasn't sure if she'd even said it, but she must have. Because then she managed to confirm. Yes. Yes, I am her next of kin. We've been. But how do you sum up a lifelong friendship to a stranger so far away? What happened? Is she there with you? Put her on the phone. I'm so sorry. Margot Okar drowned this morning. We have just recovered her body. He kept talking, but Fern couldn't hear the words, and she crumpled to the ground right there in the middle of the pavement, latte spilling across her jacket and down into a nearby drain. Margot. Gone. She'd never get over it. 2024. Fern was in her little studio, trying to decide between too many shades of mauve, when the phone buzzed. It was a welcome distraction. Unexpected, because usually Robin never rang during business hours, always in the evenings. Hey, Mum. Robin sounded cheerful. Hey, yourself, what's up? I don't normally hear from you during shop hours. No, well, that's because I have some news, her daughter said, and there was an edge to her voice, as if it was something she was excited by but not entirely sure about. A man? No. Why do you always assume it has to be a man? Have you learned absolutely nothing from Margot? Maybe I'll just let you guess. We could be here a while. Fern would welcome a half-hour wasted on the phone with Robin at this point. Actually, she would welcome anything to take her away from the painting that seemed to have stalled on her. It was meant to be a broken heart, and it was currently breaking not only Fern's heart, but emptying her spirit as well. She simply couldn't get it right. Okay then, I'll have to tell you so. Robin took a deep breath. I think I found someone to work in the shop with me. Voluntary. Just half days, but... Oh, that's wonderful news, darling. God, she thought. What did that say about her as a mother? She hadn't even realised Robin needed help in their bookshop. It certainly explained why she never seemed to go out and socialise in Ballycove. It'd be good for you to get an occasional break from it. get out and meet some people your own age. I'm so delighted. We've only just met. She came into the shop and, to be honest, I'm not even sure she was planning on looking for anything at all, much less to come and volunteer her time. But I really like her, and I have a good feeling about it. Well, you can't ask for more than that, I suppose, Fern said. And when she put down the phone, she couldn't figure out why it was that something felt a little off with her. It felt as if there was that unmistakable energy of thunder on the air. Chapter 13. Against all her expectations, Joy Blackwood was at work half an hour early. Cappuccino? Robin asked, as Joy removed a silk scarf from her shoulders. Cappuccino, Joy repeated after her, and although Robin wasn't sure that was a yes, she decided to take it as one. Great. Let's go mad and celebrate your first morning with the good stuff. I'll raid the petty cash in your honour, Robin said, liking the way Joy's lips trembled in a timid smile before she nodded in agreement. Fortunately, the best coffee shop in the village was just 2 doors down. Robin rarely went there for coffee, since it meant closing up the shop, but now the owner welcomed her warmly and congratulated her on hiring her first employee. He insisted that the drinks were on the house to celebrate, and this simple generosity gave Robin an unexpected rush of pleasure. So she was smiling broadly by the time she returned with their 11s. I've always thought it must be wonderful to work in a bookshop, Joy confided as they sipped their coffee. I worked in a gift shop once, but that was a long time ago. She stopped, and Robin thought she could imagine Joy working in a library. Well, I'm just glad you walked into my bookshop and not into the travelling library by accident. They spent the rest of the morning with Robin telling Joy as much as she could about the shop. Every book has a price on the back. It's all in euro. For British tourists, we can take sterling, although I'd rather not. In an act of supreme optimism, she kept a jar beneath the counter with a small amount of English change. Are there many? Joy asked. It was early in the season and hard to imagine how a little village like Ballycove could fill up with tourists. You'd be surprised. People mainly come in here for the daily papers, but there is the occasional book lover among them. At lunchtime, Robin usually made do with a chocolate bar and a cup of coffee. Today she decided to go to her flat upstairs, leaving Joy to mind the shop. I'm only upstairs. You can push through the door and call me if you need me. But just as she had closed the door behind her, she heard the tinkle of the shop doorbell and hovered for a moment on the stairs. God, she felt like a new mother, dropping her child at nursery for the first day. You, a familiar voice said just a second later. It was Robin's uncle Leo. Never the friendliest man, but he had a heart of gold once you got past the bluster. His mother, Peggy, always said with Leo it was all about closing your ears and opening your eyes. He did far more for people than he could ever make up for in small talk. You're working here, in the bookshop, he spoke quickly. Have you tried to break the front door of this fine establishment too? Robin leant against the door, ready to rescue her new employee, but stopped then. Hello, Mr. Keeling. That will be €3, please, Joy said in her very no-nonsense American voice. Robin smiled, because most women either fawned over Leo or ran a mile from him. Good grief, Leo grumbled at the cost. He did this all the time. So much so that Robin hardly noticed usually. You couldn't blame him. The daily paper had gone up in price twice in the last year. And God bless you too, Joy said, pretending to misunderstand. When Robin peered around the doorway, she was surprised to see Joy smiling as Leo left, wordlessly pulling the door behind him. I don't think he's a fan, she said. I only hope I haven't started to put off customers already. Don't worry. For every grumpy one, you'll meet 10 more that are full of Celtic charm. And as for Leo, he's my uncle, so he has to come back, even if you have the mother of all fallings out with him. Robin meant it. Leo would do anything for her. Hadn't he sanded and varnished the floor? A long and tedious job. Yes, in spite of how he seemed, Leo was a good egg. God, she'd be a long time waiting for Cian to varnish the floor. He wasn't what you'd call the most practical of men. She could say he was too cerebral, but the fact was, he was all fingers and thumbs, a risk to himself and others if left anywhere near a power tool. Falling in love with Cian had sort of crept up on Robin. It had been a series of moments. Yes, he was handsome, but there were lots of other good-looking boys her own age to fall in love with. It started on the day after she met him. Her mother had organised for them all to go and have a picnic on the beach. Robin hated the beach. She hated the fact that when she looked in the mirror, there was no hint that one day she might be even half as beautiful as her mother. On that particular day, they had arrived at the beach in time to commandeer a small hollow beneath the sandy cliffs, perfect for hiding from the summer crowds, and Robin wrapped herself up in a towel after her swim, engrossing herself in a book she was absorbed in. She might have stayed there for the day, had the most awful shrieking sound not made her jump, and a seagull come crashing down onto one of her mother's beautifully wrapped baskets. For a moment, Robin sat there, startled, but then Cian came racing up the beach. The poor thing. Cian took up the bird. It was huge. Robin had never realised how large seagulls actually were. "It's been shot," he said. "It's dazed, too. Properly out of it, otherwise there's no way he'd let me touch him." The bird made a pathetic stab at pecking Cian's hand. "Is there a vet in the village? I mean, it might be too late, but we can't just—" "A vet?" Robin repeated a little stupidly, almost as dazed as the bird. She couldn't take her eyes off him. There was something so pathetic about his beady-eyed stare. She had never properly seen anyone or anything die before. And there were no two ways about it. This great big bird was about to bleed out right here before her eyes. She placed her hand on the gull's breast. He was lying on his back. His eyes followed her hands, although he was helpless to do anything to stop her. "Oh, he's so beautiful." "Come on." Cian grabbed her. "We have to get him some help." "It's too late for him," she said simply, catching Cian's eye. And she thought perhaps he knew it too, but he still wanted to help. Was that a boy thing? Needing to feel he could make things better? Later, she realised that was just the way he was. When the bird died minutes later, they were kneeling either side of him. "He's gone," Cian said softly. Oh, it was all Robin could manage. "It's all right. It's probably better that way. You were right, no vet could have saved him, and even if they had, that wing wouldn't have carried him properly again. He was so beautiful. I've never realised how majestic they could be. Your mother is going to murder me for moving him onto her beach blanket. She won't know. We'll say he landed here. Do you want to help me bury him?" Cian nodded towards a discarded child's spade and bucket. "Okay," Robin heard herself saying softly. They dug as large a hole in the sand as they could with their limited tools and wrapped him in the blanket. Robin was just placing a flat white stone across the mound when her mother arrived back. "I was sure I brought a blanket," she said, looking around their little patch with a confused expression. "Oh, never mind. Will you two go back to the car and bring any blankets you can back up for me?" "Sure, Mrs. T," Cian said. After his second day staying with them, her mother had given up asking him to call her Fern. On the way back to the car, Robin almost chewed the side of her thumb off. anything to stop herself from crying in public. In the car park, Cian took her hand from her mouth and held it in his own for the briefest moment. In the boot, he pulled out 2 old rugs and the huge flask of cocoa that had also been left behind. He dragged her into the back seat and poured some cocoa into a mug, even though the day was stifling hot. There was something comforting in the aroma of it. Here. He handed it to her, staring ahead while she sipped it. He did not look at her while she cried. But once she began to gain some control of herself again, he turned to her. "It's okay to cry now and again, you know," he said, then smiled at her and pointed to a huge seagull diving into the water opposite. "I bet if there's a bird heaven, that's what he's doing right now." "It's not just the bloody bird," she said bitterly, and then the whole story spilled out of her, of how her best friends had fallen out with her just before school split up for break, and she had never felt more of a misfit in her entire life. "It's okay to feel miserable so. In fact, it's absolutely essential," he said, and she knew he was jollying her along. "It's shit, but life is crap sometimes. You just have to learn to take the bad with the good. A bit like one of those books you're reading. There couldn't be a happy ending if you didn't have some pain along the way." And in spite of all the other reasons that she had to feel completely miserable, Robin felt her heart tumble into a more peaceful place. Not that she'd admit it. Contentment was for old men in rocking chairs. And it was as simple as that. Hot chocolate, kind words, and she fell in love with her brother's school friend. It seemed there was no getting over it, not even now, when she should know better. Chapter 14. Joy almost had to pinch herself. She was actually sitting at a table on a narrow street in a small village in the west of Ireland, sipping coffee from the bakery below her little flat, while the world ambled by and every second person greeted her by name. And strangely, it couldn't be more different from Paris. For all those moments when she felt a stab of guilt about why she was here, on a day like this, it felt as if it was the only place she was meant to be. "Ha! You're the early riser today." Albie Keeling came towards her, balancing his morning mug of tea on a saucer, with a tower of steaming buttered toast on the side. "Well, I'm definitely not planning on catching any worms." It was a running joke between them. They met here most mornings outside the little bakery where Albie had spent a lifetime. "Who needs worms when we have lovely brown scones to toast?" he said, looking at the book she had left lying on the table. She'd started it the night before, intending to work her way, for the second time, through Penelope Fitzgerald. Robin had pushed a copy of The Bookshop into her hands a week earlier, and from then on it had been compulsive reading. Of course, there was little or nothing in common between the bookshop in Ballycove and the one in her book. For a start, the people of Ballycove were not against the bookshop as such. Rather, it felt, to Joy, as if they merely didn't realise it existed. Anyway, she was enjoying it. Perhaps because she loved sitting at the large window in the evenings, absorbing the Irish aromas of the salty waves, the damp earth and sweet peas in the window boxes. "Well, wouldn't you know it, I forgot to bring some marmalade." "No problem." Joy hopped up and went back into the bakery. She squeezed past the queue of women waiting for Leo to serve them. Joy grabbed 2 small sachets of marmalade. She had to admit that Leo Keeling was a good-looking man, and although she had found him unfriendly, it looked like he could turn on the charm when he wanted to. Ugh! Too many Frenchmen were exactly the same. Somehow, without meaning to, she had committed to the lease of the little flat upstairs for the next 6 months, and Joy had taken to meeting up with Albie for breakfast most mornings. If the weather was fine, they sat on the bench in the street, watching the world go by as if they had nothing more important to do, which, of course, Joy hadn't really, except turn up at the bookshop before 10 o'clock, when Robin would be waiting for her with a cup of coffee. Robin. Robin. It was unsettling at first, knowing who she was. There was no question that she was Eve's child. The resemblance was striking. Sometimes, when they were working together in the bookshop, silently cataloguing or updating details in the online bookshops, it felt as if she was standing next to Eve. The feeling was so strong. She almost had to stop herself from reaching out and touching Robin's arm, to check she was real. If she stayed here much longer, would Robin's green eyes seem more familiar to her than those of the man she'd loved for over 2 decades? "We must have dinner one of these evenings," Albie said. "That would be great. My treat," she said. "Oh, I couldn't possibly allow that," he laughed. "We'll see," she said. But she knew for a fact that on Tuesday nights he never did anything apart from watering his plants and listening to traditional Irish music that tugged at her heart, even though she hadn't a word of the Irish language in which they were sung. She decided that one of these Tuesday nights she would make an omelette and knock on his door with some crusty, fresh bread, and see if he wouldn't concede that maybe Americans did know a thing or two about how to bake a loaf. Oh, dear Lord, is that the time? Joy gathered up her book and her handbag, leaving €1 on the side of the saucer for the girl who had to clear away the remains of her breakfast. "No need to be in such a rush. You're not in Paris anymore." "No, but I am still an American." "Joy, you know, my grandniece is very happy that you are here." "Thank you, Albie." Joy stopped for a moment and looked at the old man. She wondered what he would say if he knew who she really was, and how she was actually connected to Robin. "And I am glad to be here too. I'm glad of the chance to work in the bookshop, and to call Ballycove home for now." "It's your home for as long as you stay." "Not if I don't turn up for work on time." As Joy strode off towards the bookshop, anyone watching her might think she hadn't a care in the world. The truth was that as each day passed, she was becoming more and more attached to this place, to Albie, and to Robin. The shop looked different when she entered it that morning. Although Robin had set out the daily papers, and her favourite radio programme hummed softly from the Bluetooth on her phone, half the shop was in darkness, and a pile of unopened post lay discarded on top of the bestsellers table. "Robin?" Joy called out. "Joy, oh, you're here." Robin appeared from the cellar with a pile of books in her hands, looking as if she was emerging from a crypt. "What happened? You look awful." "Oh, nothing." Then a huge tear rolled down her cheek. "Good Lord, it is clearly not nothing." Joy stopped. What would she do if Robin confronted her about why she was here in Ballycove? She knew she was not yet ready for this showdown. "Here." Robin handed her the books in her arms, and she placed them on the counter. Then she walked to the back of the shop and flicked on the lights. Back at the door, she flipped the sign. "Come on." She led Robin down to the basement, where they had set up a small kettle and cups. At least here, she was out of the gaze of any customers who might pop in. "Tea?" she said, flicking on the kettle, rinsing yesterday's cups and scalding them. The girl needed to talk, and Joy could go back up to the shop and deal with any customers. "Tell me, is it the bookshop?" "The bookshop?" "Yes. There were hardly any customers yesterday, and I wondered if perhaps—" She felt ridiculous saying it, because no good businesswoman would take on a member of staff, not even unpaid staff, if they were facing imminent closure. "Oh, Joy." Robin shook her head as if the bookshop was the very least of her concerns. If every day is like yesterday, it's hardly making enough money to pay for the cappuccinos. How on earth are you staying open? harsh. But she was still American, and sometimes she couldn't help calling it as it is. She stopped, suddenly, seeing Robin's eyes fill with tears. "Oh, I'm so sorry. Please don't cry. I'm sure we can do something to make things better. I mean, together we can." But it was no good. She had properly upset Robin now. She stood there, awkwardly. "You're right. Of course, the truth is, I'm only keeping afloat thanks to the online orders, and even then, you know how they are a feast or a famine. I've been living on my credit cards, working one off against the other, but it won't last forever. At most, I'd say I have about 6 months left, and then..." Robin sobbed. "I never expected to be a millionaire, but I had hoped to make enough to live on. But now you see it for yourself. Apart from what I sell on Amazon and some of the specialist sites online, the only regular customers are my own relatives. I just don't have the... I've never been exactly sociable, you know, but I thought with this place I could..." She wiped the tears from her face and then said softly, "Change." "Fake it till you make it?" Joy hated that saying. "Something like that. But it turns out I can't even fake it." "Oh, come on now. It's not all that bad. I mean, you've got the whole online side of the business set up, which I'll wager is more than the previous owner managed." Poor old Douglas. He may do with an old-fashioned ring-up cash register. I don't think he even had a mobile phone, much less an internet connection. Robin smiled sadly. "Shh, it's okay. All's not lost yet. You've so much going for you. This is such a gorgeous shop, and gorgeous doesn't pay the bills." Robin hadn't touched her tea. Joy took her hands and wrapped them around the still warm cup. "I don't think the people at Ballycove are readers, and that's the long and the short of it. If they are buying books, it's not here." "Oh, come on now. We both know there are so many things you can do to change that." But looking at Robin, Joy thought, she might as well be reaching for the moon. "Listen, why don't you go upstairs and rest for a while, or take a walk on the beach? I'll look after the shop today and make a plan. Then later, if you're up for it, we'll sit down over coffee and have a look at it. Okay?" Eventually, Joy managed to convince Robin to go for a long run on the beach to clear her head. She reckoned she had less than an hour. It wasn't really long enough to pull together a bespoke plan for the shop, but all the same, she nipped back to her flat, picked up her laptop, and pulled out a strategy plan she'd put together for a bookshop in Provence a few years earlier. Before she retired, this plan would have counted as a week's work. Joy had promised herself she was finished with the marketing and PR world. But seeing Robin so upset, well, it did something to her, pulled at some muscle previously dormant in her heart. She simply had to help in some small way. Eve would have wanted her to do this for his daughter, and, even if Robin ended up hating her, at least her own conscience would be clear. When Robin returned from her run, she looked a little better, although perhaps a bit embarrassed too. After all, they hardly knew each other, and it had been a real bearing of her soul. "Oh, next time just send me for a run. Ignore me, do anything but mollycoddle me. Honestly, I'm being such a baby. I shouldn't have said anything about the shop. It's not really your problem." "Aye, aye, Captain." Joy mock saluted. "Duly noted. I'll be pushing you out through the door with your running shoes on." She slipped the laptop screen across the counter. "Take a look at this." "What is it?" "Sorry, I had to run it through Google Translate. It's still a bit clunky." Joy had spent so many years hopping back and forth between two languages, but now it felt as if the habit was slipping away from her. "No, it's good actually, but this is amazing." Robin looked at her, and for a moment Joy was afraid she might begin to cry again. "Are you okay?" Joy said softly. Okay. I'm better than okay. I mean, if I'd set out to find the perfect person to help out with the shop, could I have actually found anyone better? She stopped. You told me you were in public relations. I never thought it was anything like this, though. It's a far cry from Ballycove Bookshop, I'm sure. It sounds as if you think it was glamorous. It wasn't, Joy said dryly. I mainly worked for small businesses, getting them off the ground, coming up with ideas to lure customers through the door. Oh my God, Robin breathed. Are you serious? That's actually what you did for a living? Yes, but Joy stopped, because now, without knowing it, she realized she had touched some sort of nerve. Automatically, she reached for the mezuzah, pinned to her cardigan, and knew she had done the right thing. She needed to help Robin. I'm so sorry, Robin, if I've said something to upset you. It's not you. It's me. It's everything. You'll see for yourself. Every day is the same. Hardly anyone ever comes in to buy a book. So, why on earth did you take on a part-time employee? Albie said it would be a good idea. Albie? Joy shook her head. She was fond of him, but this was the advice of a lunatic. No, it's okay. He was a brilliant businessman for 60 or so years. He started the bakery from literally nothing and managed to make a success of it, against all odds. But it's not as mad as you'd think, though, is it? I mean, not if you're prepared to help me get it off the ground. So you're promoting me on my first week? Joy laughed. If you like. Robin smiled with relief. Titles don't mean much around here when everyone has to help wash mugs, but I can promise to pay you every bit as much as I've been paying myself, which of course is not a penny so far. And they both laughed at that. Chapter 15. Sometimes it's the small things, Fern thought to herself. She was being remarkably calm, but it felt almost as if she was outside herself looking in. Shock. That was it. PTSD. She had come across the images by accident, the last thing she expected to see on their shared Google account, when she looked up a file named Woof. She had fully expected to see Bertie, their beloved whippet, who had died 2 months earlier. Not this. Absolute betrayal. Well, it's not what you expect, is it? To come across a photograph of your husband's secretary in crotchless underwear and a doggy ears hairband. What is she? 14? Stop it. Fern punched the button on her phone to black out the photograph as the waiter left a tiny cup of coffee on the table. Can you bring another one? Have you anything stronger than coffee? Espresso this time? He said, smirking as he turned away from her. Fine. In fairness, it would take more than caffeine to get her over the shock. God, such a cliché. An affair with his secretary. Oh, Luke. Fern sat back in the chair, unsure what to do next. Her hands were shaking, so she held them awkwardly, as if they'd just been burned. Maybe the espresso was a terrible idea. If the coffee cups were anything to go by, the espresso cups would be thimble-sized. She picked up the phone, scanned down through her most often used contacts, her finger hovering over her husband's name. She couldn't do it. Not here. Not in such a public place. She was not going to be that sort of woman. Middle-aged, pitiful, cast aside, rejected, sad. Or at least, she was not going to be that woman in a public place, having the conversation that would certainly end in tears and shouting and, God help her, begging. No, absolutely not. She picked up the cup which the waiter had brought, deliberately, drank the full contents in one go. It was hot, much hotter than she expected, burning her mouth and her throat. She shuddered, but at least it felt fortifying on some strange level. She put away her phone. Her mind still raced in 1,000 different directions. What should she do? If Margot was here, she would tell her exactly what to do. Oh God, Margot, why did you have to bloody die and leave me here? She still missed her friend so much that sometimes it was a physical ache. Fern knew exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to go round to Luke's office and have it out with him and Patrice, the secretary. The lover, she corrected herself, only to feel tears pricking. She wiped her eyes and left change on the table for the coffee and a tip. Not that the waiter deserved it, but she hadn't it in her to hang about and use her debit card. It was raining. Of course it was raining. It was Dublin, and her life had just imploded. More than 20 years of marriage came tumbling down in one awful image. Fern had never imagined Luke would be the sort of man to desire that sort of thing. We're happy, aren't we? She had said to him only a few weeks earlier, after another of their friends filed for divorce. It seemed they hardly ever spoke anymore, and sometimes she wondered about it. Of course we're happy. He barely looked up from his newspaper. Of course they were happy. They were just at that stage, she thought, settled into middle age. Luke seemed to be clocking in the days until he took early retirement, or at least, that was what she had believed then. Ralph and Pauline, they ask too much of each other, he said, picking up a slice of toast. All this therapy and wellness luck. Far better to let each other breathe. And she had murmured agreement, although she occasionally envied Pauline the fact that her husband wanted to go on weekends away to spas and health clubs. It was only in hindsight that she realised those health clubs had been swinging parties, and unfortunately, Ralph had swung a bit more permanently than Pauline. So much for being open-minded. Now who was happy? Evidently, behind the newspaper, Luke had been keeping his own secrets. She found herself filled to bursting with questions. How long had it been going on? How had it started? Who started it? Well, maybe she knew the answer to that. After all, what 20-year-old girl yearns after a 50-something man, even if he is in moderately good shape? Fern stopped walking. Eventually, she must have walked for miles. Now she looked around her. She was surrounded by grey houses, small gardens and private car parking spaces. She had tramped across at least 4 postcodes, and here, in the middle of nowhere, there wasn't a taxi to be found. She wanted to dump her huge handbag on the path, throw herself on top of it, beat the concrete with balled-up fists, and cry at the injustice of it all. Her heart felt as if it might be breaking. Actually, breaking in two. She was too bloody old for this. She needed to pull herself together. Marriages ended up in trouble every day of the week. It wasn't necessarily the end, unless she called time on things. But the way she felt now, she couldn't imagine being in the same room as Luke, never mind the same marriage. She pulled out her phone again. Margot would know what to do. Fern scrolled down through her phone numbers, pressed her best friend's name and waited for the dial tone, and then stopped, because, of course, Margot wasn't there anymore. She would never be answering the phone again. Margot had no time for husbands, and even less time for cheating spouses or simpering wives. Fern looked down at her friend's achingly familiar face, smiling up at her, from one Christmas they'd spent in Ballycove years earlier. Suddenly, weirdly, she felt a little relieved. At least she didn't have to face telling Margot. There was no Margot to run to now. So what to do? Fern needed time to think. She couldn't face it, much less Luke. She actually thought she might be physically ill if she had to share the same space with him at this moment. How could she feel all these things and yet feel absolutely nothing? She pulled her jacket up around her. She was soaked through. Her hair was plastered to her head, her makeup long washed away. She had come to a bridge, beneath which was a canal, murky but home to a few dilapidated longboats. Fern made her way down the side of the bridge, towards the towpath. She was thinking no further than taking herself away from people, away from oncoming traffic and women walking home after a day in the office, with no worries beyond heating shepherd's pie or making sure there was a clean blouse to wear the following day. Was all this her own doing? Payback for having hurt some other poor, innocent woman years earlier? She had felt guilt for a long time. For over 20 years, in fact, since that one night with Yves Bachon. Not that she regretted it, because she wouldn't swap Robin for all the peace of mind in the world. But it had repressed her. She could see it in her paintings. Other people were too kind or blind to mention it. But it was there, a sort of blandness, as if by taking what was not hers, she had traded a little of her soul. She flopped onto a bench. It was wet. But what did she care? It was only rain. That was the thing with guilt. You had to pay it back with interest at some point. But not now. Surely not like this. This was too simple. Surely there was more to the lures of karma than this. It was downright unimaginative. She always assumed the price would be something like cancer or bankruptcy. When she lost Margot, she almost convinced herself the score was in some awful way settled. Fern sat there in the pouring rain and began to laugh. It was a strange hysterical sound coming from somewhere that she took to be her solar plexus, or maybe somewhere even deeper. It felt as if the manic sound was forming in her very DNA. Here she was, sitting on a bench in the middle of some unknown, forgettable Dublin suburb, going completely mad. And then it stopped. The rain, the laughter, the tears, the pain. As if she had been cut off from everything vital around her and within her. Even the traffic on the bridge seemed to quieten. But of course, she knew in the higher part of her brain, it couldn't all just stop. She looked at the water. Not even deep enough to drown herself in. So typical. There was only one thing for it. She would have to go home and face the music. She walked up towards the busy road again, attempted unsuccessfully to flag down 2 different taxis. She couldn't blame them. She wasn't sure she'd let someone who looked completely bonkers into her taxi. She walked for another 5 minutes and then, because someone, somewhere, if there was a heaven, must have been looking down on her, she saw a DART station. It would be dry on the platform, and even if she had to wait a while, she could at least get the train home. Chapter 16. It was amazing, and Robin had no idea how she had managed it, but within a few days, Joy had got to know most of the locals. Uncle Leo had returned again after that first day, and Robin tried to smooth the ground between them, telling Joy that he was probably one of the most eligible 50-something-year-olds in the local village council. Believe it or not, he has quite a few admirers around the village. At which Joy snorted with laughter. There's no accounting for taste. Though she did concede, at least he can bake. So far this week, Leo had bought the Independent, the Examiner, and the Daily Star, and on one occasion Margot's last poetry collection. Robin knew for a fact he already had a signed copy in his bookshelves. He kept it next to a framed photograph of Albie and Peggy. Margot had organised for her publisher to send them on a copy each. By a cruel twist of fate, they arrived signed and with a personal note, just a few days after she died. "I lent my copy to a friend, and it doesn't look as if I'm getting it back." They both knew he'd done no such thing. Joy always disappeared to the furthest corner of the shop to get away from him, but Robin suspected he came in just to see her. Irish men are strange animals. Robin had seen one of the most elegant, middle-aged businesswomen in the village flirt outrageously with him at the council drinks party, but perhaps he preferred a woman who was not quite so obvious. "I didn't know your friends liked poetry that much," Robin said. "It's grown on them, I suppose," he said, and glanced towards Joy once more. "A bit like Margot, over the years." "Be sure to tell him that there is a huge stock of all her other works, won't you?" Yes, of course," he said, and lingered for a moment as if there was something else. But Joy had disappeared behind some shelves in the Cold War section. "I think he likes you," Robin said after he had gone. "You shouldn't tease women of a certain age." Joy nodded to the pile of Margot's books by the register, as if to emphasise the point. "I'm not teasing you. I'm serious. I think he likes you." Robin smiled. "He hardly ever came in here until you arrived, and now he's our best customer." "It might be that he wants to support his niece, or just that he's developed an interest in current affairs." "And radical feminist poetry?" "Stranger things have happened, but he certainly hasn't fallen for me." Joy said the words with such emphasis that Robin was taken aback. "Joy, you are a fine-looking woman, and there is a full life stretching out ahead of you." Joy had told Robin on that first morning that she was widowed. "But Joy stopped, and her eyes filled with tears before she wiped them away with a crumpled tissue. "I guess so. But I think I've already had my fair share of happiness, Robin. My husband was the love of my life, and I couldn't imagine how he could be replaced." "Of course not. Which of us would ever want to be replaced? But it doesn't mean you can't make room in your life for new people, new experiences, and new relationships," Robin said, and all the while she was thinking, and I should know. I'm a fine one to talk. "Oh, I don't know. I think this dog is too old to learn new tricks," Joy said, and turned back to her work again. Perhaps it was a good thing that Robin's phone rang at that exact moment. "Hey, you!" It was amazing how even just hearing Cian's voice made Robin feel a little lighter. "What are you up to this weekend?" "Not much. I have a new novel on the bedside table I plan to get through, but otherwise..." "Great. You can still do that. I thought I might swing by Saturday afternoon. Stay until Sunday?" "Sure, we can make dinner together." Neither of them were exactly brilliant cooks, but Cian had a habit of bringing ingredients with him that were unexpected, so meals were always interesting. "Okay, or we can go out. I have someone I want you to meet." He kept talking, but Robin had stopped hearing what he was saying because she knew instantly it must be a girl. "Fine," she said eventually, after he had explained he would arrive late because he had a paper to finish and wanted to avoid traffic on the return journey. It would be a flying visit, just a few hours. But then, she thought, even a few hours could be enough to break her heart. After all, it had only taken one sentence for her to feel as if her world had cracked along its axis. After that, it was as if there was no point pretending that her day's work held any meaning. 20 minutes later, she told Joy she had a headache and asked her to close up the shop when she left. All Robin was fit for was a darkened room and a quiet evening. The dark room didn't help. Her headache was not a migraine or even proper tension, just complete and utter despair. She wasn't sure how she knew it, but she felt certain somehow that Cian had found the one. She wasn't entirely stupid. She always knew this day would come. After all, just because she had been in love with him for what felt like forever didn't actually mean anything. Cian had no clue. He treated her like the younger sister he'd never had. In the end, she went into the kitchen and poured herself a large glass of chilled white wine. She needed to put that time out of her head. It was after 8 o'clock that evening when Robin lifted her head from the book she'd fallen asleep over. The sound of footsteps gingerly taking the stairs and a gentle tap on the sitting room door made her catch her breath. She wasn't expecting anyone. Hello? Joy put her head around the door. I'm sorry. I don't mean to disturb you, but I just thought, if you felt so rotten, you wouldn't want to cook, and I made extras, so... She held up a small casserole dish, covered over with a tea towel. That's really kind of you. But I feel like a complete fraud now. I'm much better. It was almost the truth. If she took out the feeling part, there was no headache, just utter devastation at the idea that Cian was bringing a girl to meet her at the weekend. You look better, but still a little, she settled on, peaky. Do I? Look, I'm not going to pry, but I think that you got bad news today with that phone call from your friend, and I just wanted to say... What? Because there was nothing to say, other than she needed to get over Cian Lawson, and this silly crush she'd been carrying for far too long. Well, I'm not sure what, but I suppose I look at you and you're young, with your whole life ahead of you. You have way more than I did at your age, and even with half of that, I know I wasted so much time thinking and waiting. Margot did not approve of waiting, Robin said in her best Margot voice. Yes, so I've seen. I'm working through her poems slowly. Joy shook her head. I'm sure I would be a terrible disappointment to her, if we ever met. No, not at all. I think she'd have really liked you. Robin stopped, realizing it was the truth. How could you not like Joy? The truth of it surprised her. Actually, I am famished. A faint aroma of herbs and lamb casserole was wafting across the room. Have you eaten yet? Oh, don't worry about me. I have more back at the flat. Joy looked around the room, but there wasn't a spare inch on which to leave a warm dish. Every surface was covered with books or papers. I didn't ask you that. Robin pulled herself up from the sofa and took the dish from Joy, leading her through to the kitchen where there was a faint aroma of toast burned earlier in the day. She hadn't had the inclination to see to fixing anything more to eat since. You'll join me, here. She handed Joy a glass of wine and popped the dish in the oven. She pulled out some soda bread her granduncle had dropped off the previous day. It smells divine. She described her mother's cooking, and how Fern was the only woman she knew who could make a feast out of 2 ingredients, thanks to the small herb planter she kept on the kitchen windowsill in Dublin. Your mother must be very special, Joy said, a little sadly. She is, but she doesn't realize it. Robin stopped, because she wasn't sure how to roll her mother up into one sentence. Talented, funny, fiercely loyal, warm-hearted, and vulnerable, and so very much more. Her mother. 1,000 contradictions. Robin adored her. Actually, she has struggled with self-esteem for years. People never see it, but it's in her work. She talks about it when she's had too much champagne. Let's hope I don't spill all my dark secrets with too much champagne, Joy said lightly. Let's hope you do, Robin laughed. It's much more fun that way. But don't worry, this is only white wine. A glass isn't going to make you lose the run of yourself. Don't be so sure, Joy said, taking another sip. She wasn't lying, it went straight to her head. Whatever it was they said about the French being great drinkers, after almost 3 decades in France, Joy still couldn't hold her wine past a glass and a half. Soon they were tucking into casserole and, much too soon, the clock on the kitchen wall was pointing towards 1 o'clock in the morning. Robin realised that the evening had flown by, thanks to Joy's funny stories about the people she had worked with over the years. Somewhere, during the course of the evening, Robin had told her about Cian and the seagull, and how he had told her not to worry, and how it felt as if her life had started again that day. Later, when she woke up in the night, thirsty and still a little drunk, she remembered Joy taking her hand and telling her that it was time to let him go, to make room for someone else in her life. When her alarm clock woke her the next morning, Robin didn't feel nearly as hungover as she deserved to, given the kitchen table had 3 empty bottles of wine on it. She had polished off half of one of those before Joy had arrived. She moved gingerly, fearing one of those awful headaches that creep up on you when you think you're in the clear. Later, as she organised the morning papers with a cup of coffee steaming by her elbow, she realised the reason she felt so much better today had everything to do with the fact that, somehow, talking to Joy about Cian made the looming visit seem not quite such a thing to be dreaded, even if it was still hardly something she could look forward to. Chapter 17. Joy fiddled with the columns on the plan she'd drawn up for the bookshop. It was a good plan. She'd noticed there wasn't a huge political section in the bookshop, and most of it was taken up with biography or autobiography. The philosophy section was non-existent, so different from the bookshops in France. Robin's shelves were stocked with some poetry, some uniquely Irish interest books, and then the shop ran into a number of little recesses, each of them home to a particular topic. There was a vast World War-themed alcove. Another ante-room was filled with books about the Cold War. Trains, planes, and boats filled up a room for which Joy already had some other ideas. She took a ladder and inspected the top of the shelves. It was a perfect space for a train on tracks to run right around the whole room. It would be a focal point, something quite original. They could do the same with each of the other areas. Source interesting, inexpensive objects to transform the shop from the mundane to the magical. There was a whole section on wildlife, with a particular focus on birds of the northern hemisphere. A great many of the books were signed and dated, and Joy wondered if they would ever figure out their true value. She was surprised at how strong the online trade really was. Joy could see great potential in the internet sales alone, and she was convinced there were treasures hidden among some of the less fashionable titles. The children's section, Joy had to admit, was her favourite. She was looking forward to working on it. Later that evening in the flat, it surprised her that she was tired. Her back ached, but they had worked hard all day. She massaged her neck. It was ridiculous, of course. She knew that. She had come here to deliver a painting and get some answers. That was why she travelled over, when she could as easily had the damn thing couriered. And it should have been easy when she got here, but somehow she hadn't summoned up the courage. Now she knew Robin Tetier had no idea that her father was Yves Bachon. She looked across at the painting, remembering what Robin said the evening before, and she wondered if Fern Turner really was somehow repressed. She clicked on Google, searched her name, and easily found examples of her later work. Of course, she was no art critic, and certainly didn't have Eve's eye for subtlety. But yes, perhaps she could see it. It was understated, subtle. There was less confidence in the brushwork, less courage with the use of colour and perspective. Everything was just a little safer, more restrained, as if she was afraid to speak her mind in the work. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. It could only be Albie. She closed the laptop and opened the door to see the old man standing there, slightly out of puff after the extra flight of stairs. "You shouldn't have come all the way up here," she scolded him. "I would have gone down to you." "Are you thinking I'm not able to climb my own stairs, young lady?" He was puffing with exhaustion as he flopped onto the sofa, and she loved that he called her a young lady. "I climbed those stairs all my life, My bed was up another flight again when I was a youngster, but I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying you shouldn't have bothered. She laughed. I could have run down to you just as easily. Well, in fairness, he smiled at her, sheepishly now. I probably wouldn't want to be doing them every night. Certainly not if I'd just had a glass of rum beforehand. Indeed, she said, and walked to the fridge. She had a bottle of chilled wine there. She was having a cup of tea herself. The previous evening with Robin had been enough alcohol for her for a week at least. Like a drink? Oh God, no. You don't want to believe all they say about us Irish. I'm as happy with a cup of tea, he said, eyeing her mug on the table. Perfect. She made him a cup and cut a slice of the strawberry shortbread she'd made for the bookshop. You're baking? He asked as he bit into it. Yes, well, you see, I thought maybe if we cut it into small squares, we could give them out to the customers. So, you're thinking of opening a cake shop, are you? No, not at all. But I thought it would be a way to open up conversation with customers. Ah, so it's a carrot cake. Albie laughed at his own joke. No, it's definitely strawberry. Joy took her slice and sniffed it, then realised what he meant. Ah, yes, it is a carrot for the customers. I'm doing... She didn't get the chance to finish because Albie put his finger in the air to stop her. Market research. Exactly. Well, that's wonderful. But you don't want to get too busy. My poor grandniece has hardly been outside the door since she opened the place. The last thing she needs is to be busier. Show me a business person who does not want to make more money. Joy smiled at him. I don't know. I mean, I thought Robin would want to... Well, you know, she's young and energetic, and it's all ahead of her, but... maybe she's more like a jumbo jet, Albie. Huh? What's that? A jumbo jet. It's big and powerful and wonderful, but it needs a much longer runway to take flight. Robin is only starting out, but she will be magnificent when she finds her wings. Joy meant it, and she realised, suddenly, that she would very much like to give Robin those wings. She really would. You sound as if you've already become fond of her. Maybe I have. It's easy to like Robin. Aye, well, I can see that. She's always been a good girl, but you know, she's easily hurt, too. Not one to make friends quickly or lightly. It's good if she has made a friend in you. He reached over and squeezed her hand. I feel you are a genuinely lovely woman. He looked at her, his eyes filled with a sort of fatherly love she knew she didn't deserve. It made her want so badly to tell him the truth about why she'd come. And you are a lovely man, Albie Keeling. It was the truth, and that alone made her feel 100 times worse for being here under false pretenses. She sipped her tea. She thought it might choke her. It was the least she deserved for lying to them both. Cold, she said. Shall I make us a fresh cup? Oh God, not for me. I'll be up all night. Half a cup is my limit these days. Once the 6 o'clock news is over, I'm only on half measures. Speaking of which, I must be getting back. I came to ask if you'd take Dolly for a walk tomorrow. It's just that I have an appointment at the hospital. I hope everything is okay. Sure, everything's grand. But at my age, they like to keep an eye on things, he said. So? Dolly? Well, of course, if it helps. God, she didn't know the first thing about tortoises, and even less about giant ones. Perhaps I could take her to work with me in the morning. She'd like that, I think. She used to enjoy being in the bakery, ambling about among the customers. but Leo hasn't time to look after her these days. Great. Well then, I would love to, Albie. And she wondered if perhaps Dolly really would enjoy the bookshop. She'd certainly be a talking point. Grand so, that's just grand. I should be getting along. Tomorrow is a busy day for me, early start and all that. Oh, Albie, you take care and don't worry about Dolly, she said, and leant in to kiss his cheek gently as she let him through the door. There was something about being given charge of the old tortoise that made her feel as if he was trusting her with more than just a pet. She knew how much old Dolly meant to Albie. It felt almost, well, as if he was treating her like family. It was all she could do not to cry as she watched him walk down the stairs, holding tightly onto the handrail. Family. It was more than she had in Paris at this point. Oh God, what was happening to her? Later that evening, as Joy walked along the beach with the waves lapping cold between her toes, she knew that the fizzing feeling in her stomach had more to do with nerves than hunger or excitement. It was the idea that if she stayed in Ballycove much longer, there was a very good chance she would come face to face with Fern Turner, the woman she had hated since she'd put two and two together. In the space of a couple of weeks, she had begun to envy Robin's mother like she'd never truly envied anyone in her life. And now, she had a feeling that this jealousy had grown into something more. Fern was so lucky to have this place, and these people to call her own, even if she only spent the summers here. Joy couldn't help thinking, if she had come from here, she never would have left to begin with. It seemed that woman had everything, a family, a sense of belonging, and yes, maybe those lost years with a daughter that should have been Joy's to share with Eve. Of course, jealousy does no one any favours. But she'd spent hours thinking back. She had even figured out when their liaison must have happened. Robin was 22 years old, and now Joy could almost piece together the puzzle. She had been in Boston, invited to work on a project with the university, the most junior of a small group of French marketing staff. The chance of a lifetime. She knew it. As soon as she walked back into the apartment after that trip, something had changed. It was as slim as a hairline crack in the air, something that she couldn't quite identify, but hanging invisibly between them. Neither of them wanted to recognize it. Perhaps they both knew that acknowledging it would be the end of them. She tried to put it down to the baby they'd lost. They were still in the deepest trough of grief, even if she hardly wanted to admit it. For Joy, her marriage was everything. Oh, the world believed that American career women were too independent to care about their husbands' affairs. But that was not the case for Joy. In those weeks she battled with the fear of hearing a truth she knew she couldn't bear, and the agony of living a lie, walking on tiptoe as if to avoid waking a sleeping monster. And then, because she had pretended that the monster wasn't real, it began to withdraw, fading slowly at first, hardly even perceptible. It was there in little things. Eve started to come home earlier from work. Weekends were free. Plans were made. They began to entertain. His friends, her friends, their friends. Soon, it felt as if everything was the way it had been before. Except it wasn't. Not really. There had been opportunities to travel again, which Joy turned down. There was a chance for promotion. Again, the rise up the corporate ladder she knew required either a steadfast husband or a woman who didn't care as much. That was the price of her husband's affair with Fern Turner. Ultimately, the cost of it was borne by Joy. It had taken almost 25 years to see it for what it was. Now she caught herself wondering, if Eve had told her, would she have left him? Would she have sacrificed her marriage to give Robin a father? If Eve had been free, would he and Fern have married? But Robin had a father. Fern had married, and surely Luc Tessier, had easily slipped into that void. And later, after she closed up the shop for the day, she'd wrestled with the idea of bringing the painting down, leaving it in the shop. But how could she? How could she, when she knew how upset Robin was by the idea of this Cian, the man she believed to be the love of her life, having fallen in love with someone else? It was with these thoughts running through her mind that Joy made her way back to the little flat again. It was getting late. The sun had tarnished to orange, rolling a rusty-coloured sunset across the ocean. But there was an hour left to fill, and she didn't want to lose herself in fiction just yet. Instead, she walked to the tiny kitchen at the back of the flat and poured a tall glass of water. She sank into the deep sofa, facing the tiny fireplace. Leaning against it was the painting of the Seine. Joy bit her lip now as the canvas caught her eye. She had to screw up her nerve to look at it, here, in Ballycove. It seemed charged with so much more meaning and consequence. It had become far greater than a stark reminder of her husband's secret. With each passing day, it got harder to tell the truth of why she'd come to begin with. She really had intended to invite Robin back to the flat one evening and come clean. It was why she had made the casserole. She looked at the painting now, and something struck her. It was not the beauty of the brushstrokes or the depths of despair created by the dark colours, or even that one ray of hope that seemed to lift everything. Rather, it was the fact that she knew it had raised something up in her. Was this what Eve had meant when he talked about his response to art? No, it was not that. And if it was, Joy certainly would not admit to it. She drew a breath, held it for a moment, and looked instead towards the rusting sky beyond her window. This, she knew, was her response to another human being. A person she had come to like, in spite of herself. And that was a bitter pill to swallow, because their relationship was not genuine, not truly authentic. How could it be when Robin had no idea who she really was? And yet here she was, sitting with Fern Turner's painting, unable to hand it over and bring their relationship crashing down. She couldn't do it, not now, not when Robin was in the middle of having her heart broken in the worst possible way, and not when it seemed as if the bookshop was still only teetering on the edge of financial viability. Joy sat there a long time, half regretting that she hadn't settled on a glass of something stronger than water. Her clear head didn't help her make any more sense of why she was still in Ballycove. What had begun as a trip embarked on in the spirit of curiosity, and maybe even with some notion of setting scores, had all too easily slid into something else. She was still curious, but now, instead of wanting revenge for a crime she knew Robin had never been a party to, she just wanted to put her arms around the girl, and then knock some sense into Cian Lawson. Is this what it felt like when you had children of your own? This need to protect them so badly. It was like a blistering ache. It was all such a mess. What did she think she was doing here anyway? Playing stepmother to Eve's adult daughter? Ha! She wondered what the great Margot would make of that. Woman's misplaced guilt. That was what it was. After all, Eve should have done the right thing all those years ago. It was hardly up to her to do it now, was it? But then, if Eve had done the right thing from the start, there would have been no affair at all, would there? Chapter 18. In untypical weather for the time of year, Saturday afternoon saw the clouds gather and the rain pour down, as if all of heaven was crying. It suited Robin's mood perfectly. She tried to tidy up a little before Cian came. Not that he would expect it. Patrick Street had never been anything other than a rambling collection of dusty antiques, beneath a sea of half-finished books. It was, he once told her, why he loved coming here. My parents' house is so... He stopped and shook his head as if he could never quite explain what his own home was like. Different, he said then, but Robin remembered. She had visited once. She had been surprised. It was hard to connect Cian with the austere surroundings of his home. His mother hardly spoke 2 words, and his father had an opinion on everything, to the point of being arrogant. Over dessert, Robin felt as if she was being interviewed by the Stasi. For his part, Cian ate his dinner in resigned silence. As soon as the meal was finished, he dragged her off for a cigarette. It was the only time she'd ever seen him smoke. A roll of thunder overhead pulled Robin back to the present moment. She looked out of the sitting room window. The sky was almost black, even though it should be light for hours yet. She looked around the room once more. It would have to do. She wasn't tidying for Cian, anyway. Rather, some part of her wanted to make a good impression on his mystery guest. God, how crazy was that? "A penny for them?" Joy asked when she went back down to the shop. She was putting the finishing touches to a bed for Dolly. Apparently, the tortoise was going to be their mascot on social media. Of course, Albie was over the moon. Dolly was going to be an internet sensation, he was telling anyone who'd listen. Joy had taken what seemed like 1,000,000 photographs of the old girl, next to various books. Brilliant. Robin had no interest in having her own photograph out there. Already, this morning the shop account on Instagram had gained 100 followers, and 2 orders for books in the comments section after Joy posted a photograph of the tortoise next to some books about tropical adventures. "I'm afraid my thoughts aren't even worth that," Robin said, placing a box of children's books on the counter to sort out. "She might have a great-looking brother, you know," Joy said, peering into the box. "She might have a whole soccer team of them, for all I know or care." That was the truth. Cian had told her absolutely nothing about this mystery girl. "I just want to crawl into a shell and never come out." "Come on, don't be like that. I bet you'll feel very differently when you've met her." Joy held out the bag of toffees she bought earlier, and when Robin didn't seem interested, she took one out, unwrapped it, and placed it in her hand. Dolly craned her neck towards them, her little face full of interest. She wondered for a moment if Albie had been sneaking her the occasional mint over the years. A streak of lightning lit up the shop. Robin felt her nerves were even more on edge than before. It was as if she were waiting for the worst possible scenario, while knowing already what it was. There surely couldn't be any more unpleasant surprises, could there? It was almost 7 o'clock when the doorbell clanged out Cian's arrival. Terrible timing, of course. Robin had just been painting her toenails. There was nothing for it but to gamely hop downstairs, abandoning polish and emery boards on the sofa. It was only as she neared the door that she pulled the neon-pink rubber from between her toes and stuck it into the back pocket of her ripped jeans. "Cian," she breathed. Even though she had been waiting for him to arrive with almost equal amounts of longing and dread, actually seeing him standing there made her ache for him. His untidy hair was plastered against his head from the rain. His brown eyes were flecked gold in the light, and he was smiling in that way he did, as if he might be laughing at her. Get a grip. It's Cian, upbeat, brilliant, funny, and yes, unfortunately, drop-dead gorgeous Cian, who still thought she was just another chum. She felt the colour rise in her cheeks. Come in, come in." She stood back, allowing him into the hallway. "Did you lose your key again?" Honestly, some things never changed. Her mother had given him a door key years ago so he could let himself in. "Of course not. I just couldn't find it." He moved past, dropped his old rucksack on the floor near the stairs, and then carefully left an expensive-looking tan valise next to it. Robin found herself staring at it. It was the most chic bag she had ever set eyes on, both beautiful and intimidating in its elegance. How on earth could a weekend case make her feel inadequate? Somehow, Everything about it did, from the shape, almost feminine in some indefinable way, to the leather, which looked like doeskin, to the gold clasps and locks gleaming amid the dull and faded colours of the hall. Most of all, she was struck by the thought that it didn't belong in this welcoming, shabby hallway. "Come here to me." Cian grabbed her in a bear hug. "Oh, you're soaked." She couldn't help but be aware of his warm body against hers. Maybe he realised just how close they were, too. As if he'd been scalded, he jumped away, and for a moment seemed to forget what to say. "I'll get you back for that, Cian Lawson." She stuck her tongue out at him, instantly dispelling the awkwardness. She looked down at the case once more. It seemed to glare at them. She would never be the sort of woman who could carry off a weekend valise. It was her lot in life to be the girl who flung clean underwear, an eyeliner pencil, and uncrushable clothes into one of her brother's old sports bags. To own a case like the one at her feet said more about great expectations than Robin could even begin to imagine. "Hang on. You have to meet Imogen." Cian was already moving towards the cracked, spider-filled urn and pulling an umbrella from it. Then he pushed out into the sheeting rain again, Robin filled with a raging dread. Imogen? Surely not. It couldn't be that Imogen. Not in a million years. Fate would never be that cruel. Cian would never fall for someone like Imogen. Or at least, that's what Robin told herself. Still, she watched nervously as he ran around to the passenger side of his little car and opened it with the kind of care that suggested he might have the Madonna and Child inside. That only added to Robin's sense of dread. Eventually, she caught a glimpse of perfectly toned, tanned legs beneath a cotton gypsy skirt and the flash of an ankle bracelet on uncommonly smooth skin. She backed into the hallway to make room for them from the rain, and they ran past her, a cold and powerfully fragrant tornado of giggles and entwined arms. If it was possible, Robin actually felt her heart sink even further. She closed the door and pulled across the heavy damask curtain, as if doing so would keep out the ice wrapping itself around her spine. She stood for a moment, feeling like a child, wishing she did not have to turn around and face the truth. "Robin! Is that really you?" A shockingly familiar, high-pitched voice said, and a cold rivulet of sweat seeped down Robin's neck. "No, please no." She turned slowly. "Robin Tessier! Is that you?" Imogen Norton was staring at her through narrowed eyes, as if she was every bit as much in shock as Robin. Imogen. It was bad enough to be broken-hearted, but to be betrayed also. This was even worse than Robin could have imagined. And then, they were walking up the stairs to her lovely home above the shop. She heard Imogen's voice, still horribly familiar, still with that cruel catch, as if she might be making fun of you. Robin was vaguely aware of her recounting a sanitized version of their friendship. Perhaps, if she hadn't been in complete shock and despair, Robin might have had the energy to correct her. They had never been friends. In fact, they had been the opposite of friends. It was Imogen who had caused so much trouble for Robin. It was Imogen who turned Albertine against her, first with an invitation to some event she had free tickets to, then later on holiday with her family in the Alps, when Robin had been left behind. The final blow to her friendship with Albertine had been just before the summer that Cian had arrived in Ballycove. God, she remembered it as clearly as if it had happened just yesterday. They were on a day trip to the National Gallery. Imogen had followed Robin to the toilets after lunch, because everyone had the same idea. Imogen said she knew where there were more bathrooms, less likely to be crowded. Once at the end of what seemed like an eternal dark corridor, Imogen pushed open a door. Inside was complete darkness. Then, with an almighty shove, she thrust Robin into what turned out to be a forgotten broom cupboard and locked her in. From inside, Robin heard Imogen laugh, but no matter how much Robin screamed, the girl only laughed harder. And then, Imogen must have gone back to Albertine and the others, leaving her there, for what turned out to be the remainder of the day. She was only lucky she hadn't been expelled for holding up the whole class. Of course, no one believed her when she said it was Imogen. Albertine had been brought in on the joke, and in the end, Robin had to apologise for causing the group such upset and ruining everyone's day. "So you already know each other." Cian was dripping over the rug, too wet to sit, too curious to leave the two women alone. "Hardly at this point, but we were in school together," Imogen said, as if none of it mattered now. "It was so long ago." She made a face at Robin before leaning back against Cian. Yes, she was one of those women, the sort who like to pretend they might be blown away in a storm if the nearest man doesn't hold on to them. Margot would have had a field day. "Oh, Imogen, I could never forget you," Robin managed to say. "I know. Isn't she just wonderful?" Cian said, utterly oblivious to the fault line stretching between the two women that might as well have San Andreas signposted at its centre. Chapter 19. "I know about Patrice," Fern said when Luke walked into the kitchen that evening. "It's not—" he began, but then stopped, his hand on the satchel he carried to work every day, his fingers whitening with the pressure. Suddenly, Fern saw it for exactly what it was, an absurd affectation only a vain Frenchman would carry, a man bag made from expensively distressed Italian leather to go with the richly coloured silk scarf he wore from September right through to April, even on those days when it wasn't actually cold. "What I think? Is that what you're going to say, Luke? It's not what I think." She heard herself laugh. But of course there was nothing even vaguely amusing about this conversation. They were just a mildly pathetic couple who had lost their way. Yes, maybe both of them, even though she had no intention of sugarcoating this for Luke. He had betrayed her, and it hurt more than she could ever have imagined. "Okay, so it's—" "Yes?" Because she needed to know. She sat back now in the dining room chair and looked at him. Really looked at him. Silence. The seconds ticked by, loudly. Suddenly it occurred to her, he wasn't making any excuses. He wasn't telling her it meant nothing, that this girl meant nothing to him, that his marriage was something he wanted to save. Her husband of over 20 years was saying none of those words. "Well, I mean, do you actually think you might love her?" She couldn't believe she had to ask. How could he love her? She was a 20-year-old secretary, and not all that attractive with it. He pulled out the chair opposite her. "It's complicated. Love. Bah, what is love, anyway?" He did that thing, puffing out his cheeks, turning up his hands, shrugging. It had always allowed him to sidestep questions he didn't want to answer. "I would have thought that as we approach our silver wedding anniversary, you might have some idea of what love is, Luke." She wanted to cry. "You've always been so good at turning things around." He was looking sulkily at the floor, and she wanted to tell him that he was too old to throw a tantrum. "I don't think I've turned anything around. In fact, all I've done is what I've always done. Keep on keeping on." It was the truth. She'd got up this morning like every other morning, made some calls, and then headed into town to talk about an upcoming exhibition that now seemed as likely to happen as feeding chickens on the moon. "How did you find out?" He shrugged as if it didn't matter. Of course. Pauline, he said. Pauline? She managed to keep her voice vague. Pauline Bamford had never really been her friend, not really, not like Margot. She said what goes on in our marriage is none of her business. But it seems she has made it her business. And is it none of my business either, then? It was the first time she'd allowed the venom to escape her. Pauline. Bloody Pauline. Just because her own marriage had flushed itself down the drain. What on earth sort of woman doesn't tell you she knows your husband is having an affair? Oh, of course. The kind of woman who never really liked you to begin with. Oh, for goodness sake, he said, and he turned to walk out of the door. You can't just pretend this isn't happening, she called after him. I have no intention of pretending anything, he said, and she heard him walk upstairs, as calmly as if it was any other evening of the week. In her heart, maybe she knew he was going to leave her. But when she heard the soft click of the front door, it still came as a shock, like the first crack of an earthquake opening up the ground beneath her feet. Later she would be ashamed to admit it, but at that moment, some small part of her wanted to run after him, call him back, beg him to stay, to see sense, to choose her and their life together. She didn't. Instead, she sat there, in the kitchen, that only a year earlier she had remodelled. Suddenly she felt as if she was a stranger in this house, that had once been their dream home. She knew she didn't belong here anymore. She pulled out her phone and dialed Robin. She would go and stay in Ballycove for a few weeks. Fern managed to get an early train for the following morning. She was first at the gate in Heuston Station, a small bag in her hand. She never took very much luggage to Ballycove. She was back and forth so often that she had as many belongings in Patrick Street as she had in Dublin. She was doing the right thing in going home to Ballycove. She was certain of it. Her Uncle Albie might not be able to fix everything for her and make her feel better as Peggy would have done, but he would wrap her up in love. She couldn't stay in Dublin. It was too lonely, and at the same time too suffocating. She shivered, remembering the previous day and the thoughts racing through her mind as she'd sat looking into that canal. Would she have thrown herself in, if it had been deep enough to do the deed? She really couldn't be sure. She had Robin, a family, people who loved her. Taking the easy way out was not an option. She just needed time to think, to figure out what she should do next, and maybe to make some decisions about her future, if Luke hadn't made them for her already. The journey to Ballycove passed in a blur, and yet, somehow, as the train pulled into the old station, Fern felt as if there was a comfort in being there. It didn't change the fact that her life, as she knew it, was in freefall, but it made some small difference to just be in the place she would always call home. It was cold here, well, colder than Dublin, but there was nothing new in that. She should have brought a jacket, but really, she did well to remember to bring her purse, never mind to actually pack a bag. She had even tucked in a new paintbrush, not that she was going to paint. How could she? She was much too upset. Still, she found herself reaching into her bag and gently touching it. Somehow, it was comforting to know it was there. She caught sight of herself in the window of the new coffee shop, just a few doors down from the house that had once belonged to her own parents, but now contained Robin's bookshop on the ground floor and 2 floors of living space above it. God, she looked terrible. Her hair was standing on end. There were dark circles beneath her eyes. Her mouth dragged down at the corners, and there were marionette lines beside her once full cheeks. She looked hollowed out, a witch. Thankfully, when she dug into her handbag, she found the key to the side door into the flat over the shop. The least she could do was brush her hair, and maybe put a fresh coat of makeup on. It'd need to be industrial strength to fool anyone, but it couldn't hurt. The last thing Fern wanted was to be a burden to Robin. Perhaps she would tell her daughter that she was taking time out to think. No big deal. Maybe she would heal quietly, walking the beach in Ballycove and hearing the sea as she fell asleep at night. Ha, she thought, if only. The best thing to do was to call in on her Uncle Albie. She craved the familiar feel of the deep sofa and the aroma of geraniums, sweet peas, and the 2-strong tea he still believed could fix just about any problem. Chapter 20. Oh, Joy! I don't know where to start. Robin threw her hands up in the air. It's terrible. It's Cian. He stayed last night? Joy placed her handbag on the counter. The shop was empty, thank goodness, because poor Robin looked as if she'd hardly slept, and certainly hadn't taken the time to find a hairbrush before opening up for the day. Yes, and he brought... She stopped, took a deep breath. I can hardly say it. A terrible thing. He's fallen in love with the most awful girl. Imogen Norton. Imogen Norton? Joy tried the name out, but nothing about it sounded familiar. Who on earth is Imogen Norton? Why is she so awful? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. We were in school together. I mean, what are the chances that of all the girls he could meet in Dublin, he had to run into the last person I'd want to have anything to do with? She made my life absolute hell. Mean Girls was invented by girls like Imogen. She stopped, and Joy wondered if perhaps there was a connection between this Imogen and why Robin had tucked herself away in this sleepy little village. She sounds like a grade A, well, my husband would have said, chienne. That managed to raise a smile from Robin. Life in France had taught Joy that sometimes it's better not to finish a sentence. Yes, as you say, a total chienne. Robin wiped away the last of her tears, and her mouth took on a hardened look. And now she's here, doing the same thing all over again. Pardon? Only this time with Cian. She's completely turned his head. It's as if he's a different person when she's around, and it's all an act, this poor me, I'm so delicate I might be blown away thing. I mean, how stupid can a man actually be? Do they really fall for that act? She's still beautiful, of course. You are beautiful too. She's beautiful in a delicate, Bambi Barbie sort of way, and she owns a string of really successful beauty parlours. Oh, yes. In my experience, they absolutely fall for it. Some of them fall for it every single time, and others, just the once, and then they are cured for life. The worst are the ones who fall for it in middle age, and then... Oh, God. Robin slumped down over her tea again. Seriously, the whole time they were here, he was like a lapdog, running to the car to get her magazine, remaking coffee because it was too sweet, too cold, too milky, and she's intolerant of just about everything. She's very skinny? It was an old French diet trick. The more you couldn't eat, the less you had to eat. Like a lollipop, literally. She's all head and sharp angles. Women like that never age well. I don't bloody care how she ages, as long as she does it far away from me. Then the tears started to fall again. Except, I don't know how I'll survive without Cian. Robin's next shuddering, faltering breath betrayed just how much she had cried, and Joy felt a little of her own heart break. Come on now. You don't need any man to survive. Your mother's friend, Margot? She would have had quite a bit to say if she heard you were even thinking like that. You're right. I know deep down that you are, but Cian has always just been there. You know, when I had no one else to talk to. I could talk to Cian, and I suppose... He was like a brother? Joy already knew that Robin and her stepbrothers were not close. In the beginning, Robin stopped. Actually, even in the beginning, I think I knew I was falling in love with him. How pathetic is that? It's not pathetic at all, but Joy thought for a moment. You know, it was a long time ago. Perhaps she has changed. Oh, Joy, people like Imogen don't change. We all change, Robin. Even if we don't want to. But if we get lucky enough, we can decide exactly how we want to change, Joy said lightly. That's so easy for you to say. Robin shook her head. Why so? Well, here you are, all elegant and cosmopolitan. Even when you shrug your shoulders, it seems like you're able to let the world rinse off your back. I couldn't be like that if I tried. The fact is, she stopped, pursed her lips together. I'm afraid of everything going the same way as it did back then. That's why, Joy hesitated, fearing she might say too much. It probably hurts even more than for anyone else. I don't know, Robin sighed. I wish I could change. I wish I could just not give a damn about Imogen and... She stopped. I wish I could fall out of love with Cian. Maybe you need to fall into love with someone else. Oh, God. Margot must be up there rubbing her hands together with that one. It's exactly like something she would have said. Robin was laughing now. It's different when you're 25 compared to when you're 35. Affairs are meant to make you feel good. They should add to your joy. Later, when you're older, being content is more about knowing that even if you never fall in love again, you are okay with that. That's as clear as mud. I'm sorry. I know it's hard to grasp, but... Joy put her hands up in surrender. I don't think I can explain it any better for now. She sipped her tea, but really, what she wanted to say was that Robin needed to fall in love with herself, more than she needed anything else, and certainly more than she needed Cian Lawson. Even Joy knew that was too American for this moment. I'll just have the Independent, Leo Keeling said when he arrived after having closed up the bakery for the day. No Robin today? He said, looking around the shop as if she might appear from behind the display of vintage maps Joy had been sorting through. Yes, she's around. Joy rang up his newspaper and handed him his change. Would you like me to tell her you were looking for her? No, God no, it was just... Small talk? Joy said, and she realized she was smirking at him. It was hard not to make fun of him. Too many local middle-aged women were already fawning all over him. My father, he's... Leo stopped. Very taken with you. I'm very taken with him. But it's just... His forehead creased, as if having to actually say what he needed to say might be causing him no small amount of pain. It's just... God, did he actually think that she had romantic designs on this old man? No doubt Albie was worth a few euros. He owned that huge property with the bakery and the flats overhead. But there was nothing between them. For one thing, he was old enough to be her father. For another, a blind man could see he was still in love with the wife he had lost years ago. And she... Well, Joy wasn't sure what she felt for Eve anymore, but she certainly was not anywhere near being over him. In spite of the hurt and the anger, she was still mourning him. She still loved him, even if he had betrayed her in the most unforgivable fashion. Just thinking about him brought a stab of grief to her heart. As you say, life is good. We are very taken with each other. Then she smiled sweetly, turned on her heel, and walked to the door of the shop. Let him think she had designs on his father. What did it matter to her? She would be going back to Paris after Robin learned the truth about the painting, and exactly who she was, anyway. She just hoped she could help to save the bookshop from bankruptcy first. Lunch? Robin said half an hour later, when she arrived back with a round of sandwiches. That sounds perfect, Joy said, and pulled her laptop up from under the counter. And while we eat, we are going to throw ourselves into this plan. It will do you good to have something to think about. And, Joy thought later, it did her some good also. They lost almost 4 hours talking about the ideas outlined on the spreadsheet. Online. They're all buying their books online. Robin rolled her eyes and sighed. But of course, wasn't that exactly where they were selling most of their books? Mostly, from what I can gather. You see, the problem is they want new books, or at least they want the blockbusters, the ones currently in the charts. That's it then. I suppose we are officially buggered. I've lost before I even started. Robin puffed out her cheeks. Do you know how much it would cost to stock this place up with the latest bestsellers? I can't afford that sort of risk. Well, maybe there's a way around that. We'll talk to the suppliers. More shortbread? Robin licked some crumbs from her fingers loudly. Hey, even my baking isn't going to cut sway when it comes to some things. Joy laughed. She was pleased the cake had worked as a PR gimmick, but it had its limitations. God, we'll have to start putting out breakfast, dinner, and tea for them next. Not necessarily. Meg Stapleton has offered to help us. The postmaster's wife had as little to do as Joy had, and she'd happily settle in for an hour-long chat. Obviously, she can't give us names, but... And this is where Joy thought her plan was beyond brilliant. Meg knows exactly who's getting book-shaped packages regularly, and, say we wanted to give a reception here for readers, she would be happy to place a sticker on the back of each book package for 3 or 4 weeks beforehand. So, we go out, get a book plate made, something like the sign outside the door, with space for a handwritten message. Oh, brilliant, really brilliant. At least they'll know we are here. Thanks, Joy, that's just inspired. What would I do without you? Robin threw her arms around Joy, who stood stock still for a moment, and then relaxed. That's not all. Once you have a date for the reception, and maybe a local author to speak, we can put the details on the book plates. I think we should order a ton of them. Use them not just for this launch, but for future literary events. Or really, if you just want to remind customers that you're still here. Oh, seriously, Joy, that's inspired. Robin's face lightened. She actually looked like a different person. Joy thought, this is what hope looks like when you think all is lost. And, Joy put up her hand, Meg is happy to remind people to come along on the evening, particularly the people who regularly get books in the post. I don't know what to say. Robin clapped her hand over her mouth. It's amazing, truly, Joy, you were just... Well, don't thank me yet. We have a lot of organizing to do, and we still have to sell some books once we get them in here, and, more than that, we need to convince them we can cater for their future reading needs. Yes? Oh, God. Robin closed her eyes, as if the enormity of the task ahead had just hit her. She took a deep breath, but there was determination in her voice when she spoke next. Yes, Joy. Yes, I'm up for it. If bloody Imogen Norton can have a string of successful beauty parlours, I'll be damned if I'm going to let the bookshop slip through my fingers. Let's get started designing those book plates. Chapter 21. They say disasters strike in threes, but thankfully that morning, as they set about prioritising jobs for the big bookshop party, that didn't even enter Robin's mind. Instead, she felt quite content, sitting there with Joy, wrapped up in the velvety sweetness of a new friendship unfolding between them. They spent the day making plans. Robin designed the book plates, a job she really enjoyed, while Joy walked the shop floor with her measuring tape, calculating how many people they could fit in on the night. If we're lucky, the weather will hold, and people can spill out into the street. We can even move some of the lighter bookstands out there if we need to, Robin said. And then she dragged Joy outside to show her the old-fashioned canopy that could be used to protect stock in the window from the sun. My grandparents were greengrocers, so they used it all the time. The whole path was extra display space. She was wittering on, hardly noticing that Joy had gone out on the road to look at the bookshop from a distance. I never really looked at the sidewalk before, But what a great idea, Robin. She clapped her hands together and held them under her chin. Can we still do that? There aren't any bylaws that stop you, say, putting a chair outside. No, I can't imagine there would be. You see, we could make it a reading space. If the readers don't come into us, maybe we can go out to them. Joy nodded towards the little cafe, where they ordered their coffees each morning now. Shane would love to have extra seating room for his clients, and if we pull out the canopy for the summer months and put chairs outside, people could have coffee and read the paper or a book. What do you think? Oh, that's brilliant. I love it. Robin made a small noise of appreciation. She wasn't even sure where it came from. It was such a simple idea. Community-focused, good for the coffee shop and for the bookshop. They couldn't lose. Great. It's your shop. You gotta touch base with Shane. Joy smiled. Okay, well, I suppose. Robin looked at Joy, knowing she was waiting for an answer. Then she took a deep breath. Right then. As you are so fond of saying, no time like the present. Summer won't last forever. Joy was kind enough to not mention that they needed to start making money as soon as they could. How do you... She pointed up at the canopy. The mechanics were simple enough, but it had always been opened out by Robin's grandfather, so a little muscle power was probably needed. Don't worry, if we can't manage it, I can ask Shane to open and close it each day. Without the time to think and talk herself out of it, Robin tripped along the path and into the coffee shop, which was not as busy as usual, thank goodness. Shane was at the back, checking a delivery. Hey, he said easily when she pushed her way through. We don't usually get too many customers wanting to come back here. Hope it's not a complaint about the coffee. He was joking. His coffee was the best around. No, actually much better than that. Joy has just come up with a brilliant idea that could help us both. And so she told him. I can get more picnic tables, but it'll probably take a few weeks. My brother-in-law made them specially. It'd be best if they were matching, don't you think? He couldn't believe she was offering him the path space. Well, I was thinking of bringing down some of the old chairs from upstairs. We'll need some signs, he said, hoisting the last of the boxes he'd been checking up onto a high shelf. I can do the signs. So, then you're doing everything. That doesn't seem very fair. Or, hang on, is there a catch? Are you looking for extra shots of coffee every morning? He was smiling at her now, and she realized that, actually, he was a great neighbour to have. She was lucky. No, well, not unless you're offering. She laughed. It felt good to relax and not think about Cian and Imogen, and, for once, not think pessimistically about the bookshop. No, what I really need you to do is unfurl the canopy every morning and put it back at night. It's tortuously heavy and unwieldy. That's the easy part. I'll do it when I'm putting out my own. Is there a key or... Actually, hang on. He reached up to a hook and took down his own heavy bunch of keys. Let's see if this one will fit. Robin followed him outside and called to Joy to come and see the canopy being wound out for the first time in years. She had a feeling it'd probably need a good washing or even patching up. But it was a pleasant surprise. It unfurled easily enough, once they'd run inside and found some oil to grease up the mechanism after its years of inaction. The canvas was faded, a long run of thick cream and brown stripes with Turner's Grocery and Haberdashery written out in script across the centre on both sides of the door. Lucky with the colour, Shane said, standing back. If it had been anything else, you'd notice the fading more, but it just adds to the charm. It does, doesn't it? Perfect, said Joy, clapping her hands. Now we'll need a sign, so people realise it's for readers as well as coffee drinkers. There's a lad out on the industrial estate. He'll do something up for us quickly. We could be up and running for tomorrow morning. How does that sound? Robin said. It was amazing, but something so small, just doing, seemed to have dislodged the old inertia in her. Chapter 22. So come on, spit it out, Albie said when Fern dropped into the big old sofa that had been the comfort blanket of her youth. God, how many times had she ended up sitting here with Peggy's arms around her and soothing words in her ears. You and me both, love. Albie missed Peggy more than any of them, probably, although Fern wasn't sure how anyone could miss her more than she did. I wish she was still here. She looked up at her aunt's wedding photograph. Fern had a copy of the original, digitally cleaned a few years earlier. She still wasn't sure if she liked the copy as much. Somehow, it made Peggy feel almost further away, yet at the same time, as if those vibrant green eyes were missing nothing of the lives that had gone on without her, since she died. It had pride of place in her uncle's sitting room, centre of the mantelpiece, the carriage clock pushed to one side, even his precious citation from the council for saving a drowning child, when he should have been down collecting his pension, pushed to the other. That was her Uncle Albie, never a man to put himself before someone else in need, even a stranger. Fern smiled now. What? He asked her. I'm just thinking of you, jumping in off the pier to save that child. Was it worth it? Of course it was worth it. The child must be in secondary school now. I mean, when you got home, I'm sure Auntie Peggy gave you what for. You could have been drowned. Both of you could as easily have been carried out to sea. Ara, sure, like everything else. She got over it, and I think it was one of her proudest moments, going to the council and seeing them present me with that award. He shook his head. One of her proudest moments. Nothing came close to that, Fern said. Maybe. But she did a lot more talking about your exhibitions than she ever did about my one and only heroic deed. Stop it. We both know. You've done a lot more around this village than just one good thing. And that was the truth. He'd taken in his sister-in-law's child and raised her as his own. She felt no less loved than Leo. I hope to do some more good, he said, and passed across the roll of mints he always kept in his pocket. Here, you look like you need something, and I don't want Leo coming in here and telling me it's too early for drinking. He smiled at her. Tell me, what's brought you in here looking as if you found a fig and lost a fortune? It's that obvious? I'd like to make you feel better and say no. Only a wild guess. But there's no point in lying. You look terrible, as if you've aged 1,000 years since you were last here. You really know how to bolster an ego. She laughed in spite of herself. Luke. How did you guess? Psychic. He put a finger to his nose. It's a gift. Is it because he's French? She asked him. Is that why you've never been keen on him? Who said I wasn't keen on him? Ah, come on, Albie. My defences are low, and to be honest, I think... She wanted to tell him. She just didn't know where to start. Could she even put into words what it felt like to see that photograph of Patrice when she'd been looking for something else entirely? I suppose I always wondered about him. You know, the way his first marriage ended and the way he's never been close to those two boys of his. It always seemed a bit... He shrugged and, of course, Albie was the sort of man who worried about leopards and spots, even if he'd never actually admit it. Well, it looks as if you have been right all along, she said. He's been having an affair. Oh, dear me. I'm so sorry. Fern could see how painfully the news had hit him. But are you sure? I mean, it might be that... With his secretary, she confirmed in a monotone. Well, that's not very original, is it? Albie got up and walked to the kitchen, returning with 2 glasses of rum. It's a cliché, but there it is, and I'm here, and I have absolutely no clue what to do next. You don't think you should sort it out with him? Albie was treading gingerly. He walked out. He didn't give me the chance to do any talking, or asking, or anything else for that matter. She would have liked to cause a scene. In hindsight, if you were ever going to have a full-on diva moment in your marriage, wasn't that it? Wasn't it the time to wear a turban, huge jewels, long red talons and lips to match, and throw every plate at the wall, after embedding every golf club you could lay your hands on in his windscreen? At the very least, she should have taken the opportunity to rip up his precious handmade suits. So he's with her now? I don't know. I presume he is. And she's young. Little more than a child. Her husband was almost 60, for heaven's sake. Had he lied about his age? Probably 20, maybe 22 at most. Robin's age, just about. Fern almost felt sick thinking of it all. It's just so sordid. There. Don't go upsetting yourself any more about it. Albie put his arm around her shoulder and pulled her into him. He smelled comfortingly of fabric conditioner, mints, and freshly poured rum. I don't need to know the details. All we need to think about is putting you back together again. He was whispering in her ear, the same way Peggy might have. And suddenly it was all too much for Fern. She began to cry again, with huge, big, wailing sobs. It's all right, it's going to be all right, you'll see. It'll take time, but sure, haven't you all the time in the world? And then one day you're going to wake up and you're going to see. Everything is all right. By dinner time, Fern had managed to pull herself together enough to go back to the flat and face Robin. She sent her daughter a message, saying they could make something together. It was as Fern was pushing in the door at the side of the bookshop that she noticed the elegant woman emerge from the little cafe just a few doors up. She was carrying 2 large mugs, identical to the ones in the flat. They were unmistakable, made by a potter friend of hers, and a gift from Luke for their 9th wedding anniversary. Of course, Robin had mentioned that she'd taken on someone to help in the shop. Hi, you must be Joy. Fern had to pretend that inside she wasn't collapsing. She even managed what she hoped was a smile. Joy was an incongruous sight here in the middle of Ballycove, with her grey trouser suit and an expensive-looking silk scarf tied jauntily at her throat. She was, Fern realised, one of those women you see walking along streets in Paris, understated, elegant, coolly in control of their lives. Hey, and you must be Fern, Robin's mother, Joy said softly. There was an unexpected gentleness to her, and the scent of a delicate perfume in the air between them only added to the impression that here was a woman's woman. She would not go behind anyone's back to steal their husband. She was the very opposite of Patrice. The coffee looks as good as Robin tells me so. Fern nodded to the mugs in Joy's hand. Yes, as good if not better than any coffee shop in Paris. Joy laughed, nervously. Well, it's lovely to meet you. Perhaps I'll pop down and try one with you both one of these days. I'm here for the summer, so... That would be lovely. I can recommend the cappuccino most of all. Joy pushed through the door, and Fern found herself liking the woman already. How lovely that Robin had found someone who was both good at her job and great company. Fern had to be grateful that at least there was one ray of sunlight on the horizon. Chapter 23. Joy was shaking like a leaf as she placed the mugs on the counter. How on earth had she managed to remain calm in the face of the woman she had agonized over so much for the last 6 months? God, I need this. I don't know when I've worked so hard. Certainly not since I've opened the doors of this place. Robin said she had been reorganizing an alcove at the back of the shop. The idea was that they would fill it with books about pets. Perhaps Dolly realized, because she had skulked in that little alcove for the last few days, and now it was almost ready. She regarded it with the disdain of a queen, looking down on accommodation that would never be quite up to scratch. Dolly had instead settled on a spot in the politics section. Well, you had to hand it to her. She had standards. Robin stood, arching her back. No one ever thought about the fact that working in a bookshop can be torture on your spine. She stretched a little. Then she looked at Joy. What? What is it? You look as if you've seen a ghost. Ha! You're crazy sometimes. Joy laughed nervously, a glassy tinkling sound that to her own ears was too high-pitched. Actually, I just bumped into your mother outside the door, if that counts. She was trying to be funny, but it was lost on Robin. Ah, I'd better run up and say hello, Robin said, and then she glanced down at the list of authors and poets on her wish list for the night of the reception. Of course you should, Joy said, desperately needing to get her thoughts together and figure out what to do if Fern Turner put 2 and 2 together. There was no doubt in her mind that she would have to leave Ballycove, which strangely, she realised, she didn't want to do. Go on then. That list isn't going anywhere until you get back, even if that's not until tomorrow. Oh God, no. I'll be down in an hour. I'll just pop up, say hello, and make sure she has everything she needs. Robin was already at the door. Of course, Joy realised with a pang. Your mother is your mother. Later that evening, Joy decided to take a stroll on the beach to clear her head. Robin was right. They had worked hard, but it should be well worth it. This evening, it wasn't the bookshop, or its success or failure that weighed heavily on Joy's mind. It wasn't even missing Eve that made her shoulders slump. Instead, it was bumping into Fern Turner earlier on Patrick Street. If Fern realised who she was, then what? Then she would have to return to Paris, leave the painting behind and wish Robin all the best. That was all she'd planned to do anyway, wasn't it? Except she didn't want to go back yet. Not until she had at least helped to secure the future of the bookshop. That was it, wasn't it? She just wanted to stay for the bookshop. Surely it wasn't because she was becoming attached to this little village at the edge of the Atlantic and the warmth of people like Albie and Robin. It seems there is no getting away from you. Leo Keeling walked across the sand dunes to join her. She had a feeling that his long strides would normally cut through the sand at twice the pace. You can if you want. Just walk in the opposite direction, she snorted. You're not very nice, sometimes. He cleared his throat. I'm American. I'm not meant to be nice. Actually, she thought she was very nice. She just found Leo Keeling to be a gruff, awkward man who probably thought every woman he met should fall at his feet. I can't understand why my father thinks you're something special. Maybe to him, I am. She moved closer to him. The tide was on its way in. The last thing she wanted was to get her good linen trousers wet. He moved up the beach a little, but she could feel the warmth of his arm next to hers. And Robin. Robin thinks you're the bee's knees and the cat's pajamas. That is funny. She smiled, and wondered if Robin would be so fond of her if she knew who she really was. That thought made her feel unexpectedly queasy. You see, I'd like us to get on. I mean, you're going to be here for the foreseeable, living over my shop. Yes, I am. Although truly, who knew what the next day or two would bring? Still, she had a sense it annoyed Leo that Albie had told her she could stay on for the summer months, at a winter rate. She was basically renting a holiday home in peak season on residential terms. Robin had explained to her that usually places were worth 4 times as much during the peak summer months. So, we should make an effort to get along. I mean, you are my father's nearest neighbour. If he needs anything, it's your floor he is likely to bang on, with that walking stick he never uses. I see. So, she wondered, does he want me to play nursemaid, or is he afraid I'll make off with his old man and take him for the family fortune? So, I wondered if perhaps you'd like to... I'm good with how things are at the moment. Thanks all the same, she said, crisply. before he had a chance to try and hike up her rent or ask her to take out his father's bins every Thursday. Now, I must be getting back. I have things to do. Really, whatever he wanted, she needed nothing from Leo Keeling any time soon. It was as she was passing by the community centre that a small card in the window caught her eye. Art Circle, postponed. Joy stood for a moment, reading the card, which was faded and so probably out of date. But that didn't mean the information wasn't accurate. There was a phone number, too. She took a photograph of the card, but she was fairly certain she had the gist of the issue. They couldn't meet up because they didn't have a room available at the community centre. She knew this was probably thanks in part to the fact that the local Garda station was being given what looked like a facelift. In the meantime, the temporary station was taking up any spare rooms in the community centre. Small town needs must. Joy felt as if a little light bulb had just switched on in her brain. She knew what these artist circles looked like. Often a bunch of retired people with mixed talent levels, but a shared love of painting or drawing. Very often, it was a social gathering as much as a learning environment, where friendships were forged and coffee, or in Paris, more likely red wine, drunk at the end of each session. The participants would be retired mostly, or at least with time on their hands, and very often, they would also be involved in other things too, like tennis clubs or book clubs. Ta-da! She would talk to Robin before she did anything else. The ball needed to be squarely put in her court, but surely, for the summer months, if they had their own easels, they could just set up outside the bookshop in the shade of the canopy. They could use the chairs to sit on if they were tired, and buy their coffee from Shane, and maybe, with a little luck, drop in and browse the bookshelves at the end of each session. It would mean traffic through the shop and life around it, and from experience, Joy knew sometimes that was as much as you needed to drum up extra business. A little part of her wanted to call Robin the moment she let herself into the flat, but she didn't, remembering again the arrival of Fern and assuming they would be having dinner together and catching up on some mother and daughter time. Early night, I suppose. Albert Keeling startled her as she was about to put her key into the front door. Looks like it. I haven't had any better offers from the seagulls, so I suppose. She smiled at him. What about you? He didn't look as carefree as normal this evening, and she wondered if he'd done too much for the day. Was the walk up the steep hill towards the church just a little too much for him some days? Fancy a nightcap? He asked as he stood back and insisted on allowing her to walk before him. Why not? It would take her mind off worrying about Fern Turner, and she could at least spend half an hour with the old man and make sure he was safely in his flat before turning in for the night. Great. All I have is rum, mind. I can bring down some wine if you prefer, she offered. Oh, God, no. That would be a step too far for me. The rum is as exotic as I'm likely to go. He laughed. But if you prefer it yourself, I wouldn't be offended. No, I'm not a connoisseur. I'll drink what I'm offered, she said. It would only be one drink, and there were worse things than rum. There was a time when you'd pick up a bottle of poteen in this town as easily as you'd pour a glass of water, but I'm afraid all the good distillers took their recipes to the grave with them. I think I can definitely live without poteen. She laughed as she waited for him to open his flat door. He rarely locked it. Oh, you don't know. The right stuff could be as sweet as mother's milk, with the fire of all hell thrown in, but it'd go down so smoothly that you'd think you were drinking heaven itself. He lowered himself into his chair, while Joy took 2 glasses from the kitchen and poured tiny measures for them. Well, we'll have to make do with sailor's poison on this occasion. She tapped her glass to his in salute. The company definitely makes up for anything I might be missing from mother's milk. Ah, you're too charming by far. You'd easily turn an old man's head, if he wasn't careful. Somehow I think that's highly unlikely, Joy laughed. Well, I suppose. There's still only one queen in this house. And he looked up at the wedding photograph above the fireplace. In the distance, the lighthouse started up, just as Joy was about to sip the last drops from her glass. In the armchair opposite her, she realised that Albie had fallen asleep, and his gentle snore seemed to match exactly the pattern of the light, stroking the walls of the flat. She took the glass from his hands. He'd hardly even tasted it. Perhaps he just wanted the company. It must be lonely at times, she thought, sitting here with the woman you loved watching over you from a photograph at the chimney breast. Yes, it was good to have people around you that you loved, even if it was to sit quietly with them, or to fall asleep while lost in thoughts and memories. Chapter 24. All sorts of terrible things raced through her mind when Robin saw the state of her mother. From across the room she looked somehow broken, as if a vital part of her had been taken out, snapped in two and then replaced. Robin's first thought was cancer. She felt a rush of jagged fear rip through her. Mum, what on earth happened? What's wrong? She didn't want to ask, straight out, are you dying or has something awful happened to someone we know? It's nothing. Her mother looked at her through tear-filled eyes. It's nothing, really, it's... She stopped, gulped as if she didn't know what to say next. Robin ran to her, threw her arms around her and pulled her to the sofa. It's clearly not nothing. Are you all right? You're not ill, are you? Please tell me that you're not ill. She heard the desperation in her own voice. No, darling, no, it's nothing like that. She took a deep breath. It's so much... I don't know where to start. It's Luke. She shook her head as if the world was coming to an end. Luke? What happened to Luke? Robin felt that panic rising up in her again. They might not be close exactly. There had never been a falling out as such, but there had always been a distance between them. She loved him, of course, because after all, he was the nearest thing she'd known to having a father, although she had given up years ago trying to bridge the gap between them. Nothing has happened to him. I just needed to get away, to think things haven't been... She was choosing her words and Robin could see it, but her parents' marriage was their affair. So you've had a row? Yes. We've had a silly row, and I just needed to come and breathe for a bit, Fern said. But it wasn't convincing Robin. There had been many rows before. Luke was French, and her mother was a creative spirit. Their relationship had always been tempestuous. There had been highs and lows along the way, but mostly Robin knew them to be happy with each other. Somehow they seemed to work well, in spite of their differences. That's all. Fern looked away, and something about the way she said it made Robin think there was much more she needed to say. Is there someone else? She just knew it. She didn't know how, but suddenly it was as if there was no other explanation. You've met someone else, is that it? She looked at her lovely mother. She hated to see her so upset. No, of course not, she shrieked. God, what do you think I am? It's only you're so upset, and I thought... Luke has met someone else. Dad? She didn't mean to sound surprised, but really her mother was still beautiful, whereas her dad, well, he was hardly God's gift to women. Oh, God, Mum, She stopped, trying to take it in for a moment. Then she looked at her mother and, of course, it suddenly all made sense. I'm so sorry. Now, tell me it's all right. I wouldn't have meant it like that, Robin said, but of course, if her mother had met someone else and fallen in love, she would have said exactly that. Would she have to do the same with Luke? Come on, Mum. You and me. There had always been a great bond between them. She would do anything for Fern, anything. You know I love you. And I suppose If the shoe had been on the other foot. Oh, darling, I'm sorry, I know. Her mother grabbed Robin's hand. Forgive me. She sniffed, pulled herself up on the sofa and tried to pretend she was fine. Had she better still, just ignore me while I indulge in the ugliest sort of self-pity you're ever likely to see. I'm certainly not going to do that, and you have every right to feel bad. She didn't know the ins and outs of things, but she was sure her mother would tell her as soon as she was able to. I'll make us dinner. Actually, no, I'll order takeout, even better. Her mother deserved better than burnt offerings. No, there's no need. Surely there's something in the kitchen we can rustle up into a passable meal. Robin found 2 bottles of Merlot at the back of a cupboard. After Fern had made omelettes for them, served up with some sourdough Leo had dropped in earlier, they sat at each end of the sitting room sofa, sipping their red wine with the window open. The only light, apart from a few candles in the hearth, was the rhythmic search of the lighthouse from Silver Island in the distance. Her mother had talked until now she was hoarse, but somehow her posture suggested that she might be feeling a little less miserable, as if sharing had made it more bearable. Hello, hello! Leo's voice at the top of the stairs caught them both by surprise. He poked his head around the door. Anyone here? Safe to come in, he said, looking around the room and finally making them out in the flickering shadows of the candlelight. It's always safe for you, Leo. Robin got up and hugged her uncle before getting a 3rd wine glass from the kitchen and pouring some Merlot. Not driving. He put his hands up in the air. It was a joke between them. Leo lived halfway between the bookshop and the bakery in a tall, narrow house that was the same shape as its owner and every bit as deep. Glad to hear it. Drink up, Robin said. It's nice to see you. It was true. Leo was hardly the most sociable member of the family. He tended to keep himself to himself, but Fern had always said that was only because he needed peace and quiet, after keeping half the female population entertained each day. I won't stay long, unless you want me to. He was looking at Fern. They were still close, always looking out for each other. I only popped in to see if you were all right, if you needed anything. No, I'm fine. Really, everything is grand. She batted him off. So, hang on, how did you know that? Robin said. Fern told Dad earlier. Honestly, he's all but ready to march to Dublin and sort Luke out with his bare hands. As if I didn't already love Albie enough, Robin looked from one to the other, but in the half-light, she could only just make out her mother's shifting uncomfortably on the sofa next to her. There's no need, Fern groaned. No need, my banana bread, Leo said. I don't care if he is French. It's not right, and you can't let him get away with it. We just have to sort it out between us. Fern topped up their glasses. Probably what I really need is something to take my mind off things. Give me a bit of perspective. You could join me in the bakery. It's really busy, and it'd certainly take your mind off Luke for a while, Leo offered. You're too kind. But we both know that every home economics student in the local convent will be vying for a part-time summer job with you. Actually, I was hoping to organise some events in the shop. Perhaps get some writers to talk or something. I don't know, something to liven the place up for the summer weeks. Maybe you'd like to help out with that, Robin suggested. Oh? Fern leant forward because she'd always loved organising things, whether it was dinner parties or family get-togethers. What, a regular night every week where there would be a talk or a lecture and maybe drinks or canapes? Maybe. We're thinking along those lines. I really just want something that would bring local people and tourists into the shop. It wasn't the time to go laying out their plans for the big bookshop reception, and anyway, they had agreed most of the details already. Now it was just about putting in the legwork. Of course, I hardly have time to look at my own watch, never mind organising something like that. But if you'd like to. I mean, you've always been excellent at. I'm not making canapes, if that's what you're angling for, Fern laughed. But maybe. she said softly. Maybe. Chapter 25. A week later, Fern finally gave in. Painting was out of the question. Luke hadn't even rung to check if she was alive, much less if she was still at home in Howth. She must have left 1,000 messages for him, and all she'd had back was silence. It was 10:30 on a Thursday morning. She had nothing to show for the last week, except greasy hair and an empty sense of frustration. It was enough to drive her to distraction. Damn it, anyway. She pulled on a cardigan and trooped downstairs to the bookshop. She was pretty sure that Joy would be arriving into the shop about now, and someone would have to go and get coffees. She'd offer and maybe hang around for a while. At least if she was talking to people, it was better than being upstairs miserable and alone. Hey, Joy. They had arrived in the shop together, albeit through separate doors. Hey, yourself. It's unusual to see you down here. Have you finished working already for the day? If only. Fern shook her head. She couldn't help rolling her eyes. No, I just thought coffee might get the creative juices flowing. God knew why she felt the need to lie. She looked around the shop. There were 2 people browsing, which was lovely. Usually, there wasn't a customer in sight. Yes, our reading chairs outside are proving very popular in this weather. People are buying coffee from Shane, and he's sending them over here for a newspaper, but occasionally they'll browse and pick up a paperback, Robin whispered from behind the counter. Oh, well, that's great. I mean, that people have somewhere comfortable to sit outside without the expectation that you have to be with someone. You know, that's the hardest thing about going to the coffee shop, I always think. Fern was conscious she was prattling away, but something about Joy's quiet certainty made her feel a little inadequate. Anyway, since I'm here, shall I go and pick us up coffees this morning? Really? Thanks, Mum, Robin said, leaning across the counter to kiss her cheek. Do you need change? Don't be silly, it's only coffee, Fern said. She made her way down the street to find the coffee shop. The place was packed with customers, and Shane was doing his best to manage single-handed. Fern was tempted to offer help, but she hadn't the first clue about being a barista. By the time she had picked up their drinks and headed back to the bookshop, all the reading chairs had occupants, with coffee and mostly newspapers, but one woman was engrossed in a hardback, and Fern smiled, thinking how clever her daughter truly was. Inspired, that's what I call it, she said when she put the coffees down. Are there people out there all day long? Sometimes they're busier, but so far, all we're hearing is that customers love the idea. Robin was brimming with enthusiasm every time she spoke about the bookshop these days. Except you need to fill up the afternoons and late evenings, Joy said, sipping her coffee. Remember what you said? You'd mentioned to Fern? They exchanged a glance. Ask away, Fern said, placing her cup carefully on the counter. Really, Robin, I want to help. You won't like it. It's not your thing at all. Robin put her hands up in the air and Fern thought, oh God, do I really want to go taking on any big commitments at the moment? Well, I'm only here for the summer months, so... She laughed a little nervously. It can't be that huge. Okay, Joy said and smiled at Robin. I will explain it. You see, there is an art group in the village, or perhaps it's more accurate to say there was an art group in the village, but they stopped meeting because the rooms in the community centre were taking over when the work was being done on the police station. Okay. Robin asked if they'd like to use the shade of the canopy outside the shop one evening a week. There are only 4 of them, and the teacher, of course. They could sit in the reading chairs or stand, and they might enjoy being able to paint a street scene while the weather is warm. Wonderful idea. Well done, Robin. Fern clapped her hands together. Have you thought about carrying a basic supply of watercolours and brushes? Whoa. First off, not my idea. This was all Joy's idea. She came up with it, and as for artist supplies, you know I wouldn't have the first clue. I could help. The words were out before Fern could stop herself. You see, Robin, I told you, your mother would love to help out. Ahem. How exactly when you say help out? Because from the way Robin was holding her head in her hands, Fern had a feeling there had been some crossed wires along the way. The thing is, Mum, it's not just... She began and stopped. Started again. The woman who ran the circle, Misha something or other, she's left Ballycove. So the group feel they can't go on without some sort of direction. Joy took up the thread. And of course, when they realized it was outside Robin's bookshop and that she's your daughter, well, of course they asked if you'd like to join them for a session. For a session? Fern thought about it for a moment. Just one session, is that it? Yes. They would meet here once, anyway, if we can find someone to lead the group, or they would be delighted to come one time if you could join them. Robin was shaking her head, expecting the answer to be no. Well, Fern started. It was truly the last thing she wanted to do, to sit and watch a group of amateurs painting in the sunshine. They were literally asking her to watch paint dry. And then, in spite of her reservations, she heard herself say, "Okay, I'll do it." The words were out before she could think about them, but she knew in her heart why she said yes. She said yes because she wanted to be part of this cozy little group with Robin and Joy. It was as if they were on the same wavelength, with just a shared nod or a raised eyebrow. She also said yes because it was good to see her daughter so happy and engaged and committed to the bookshop. And maybe she said yes because for the last couple of months, she'd wondered if the place was making enough to keep the doors open for much longer, and she truly had no idea what Robin would do if it failed. And so it was agreed. Later that day, Joy rang to tell her it was all organised. The group were looking forward to their very special art circle meeting on Thursday afternoon, the following week, and Fern was absolutely dreading it. It was time to fall into bed when Fern heard the sound that made her heart practically stop. The ringtone she had chosen to notify her when Luke called. God, she had almost forgotten what it sounded like. "Where are you?" There was no, "How are you?" No, "Are you well? How are you coping? Are you missing me?" And for a moment, Fern felt again the anger that had been simmering beneath the hurt since she came back here. It had to do with being taken for granted for most of their marriage. And, it turned out in the end, being taken for a complete fool. "I'm in Ballycove." "You might have mentioned it." "You never told me where you were going." "Pah!" He made that sound, blowing out between his lips. Over the phone it sounded like something a horse did. "Anyway, I'm locked out." "And you suddenly need me?" "I forgot the code." Of course. Fern shook her head. He was always forgetting the code. That was why mostly they left it disarmed, although why on earth they kept paying for a security system that was switched off 80% of the time, she would never fathom. The code is the same number as Robin's birthday. "Oh, the 19th. Seriously? God, were all men like this, or was it just Luke? Would you have remembered mine? Stupid question. Hadn't he forgotten he was married to her at this point? "Don't. Not now. Let's not do this while the police are arresting me for breaking into my own home." "Our home." "Yes, but you're not here." "Neither were you, obviously." She wanted to ask him where he was staying since he'd walked out that night, but she really didn't have it in her. She wanted to shout and scream, but that would disgust Luke. It wasn't very French. It wasn't very urbane. It wasn't sophisticated. "It's 1810, she said, and she hung up the phone. And of course, immediately regretted it. After that exchange, she couldn't sleep. In the room across the hall, she could hear Robin's gentle breathing. She was working so hard these days and running on the beach most mornings before she opened the shop. God, she was so proud of her daughter. Fern padded down to the kitchen, considered making a cup of herbal tea, and then picked up her jacket from the back of the chair. She headed out with the intention of walking down to the pier and sitting on one of the benches for a short while to try and let her thoughts empty out across the moonlit bay. You too. Joy sat next to her after a few minutes. I haven't slept properly since the menopause. She made a face. And it was early. I was just gone 40. Oh, poor you. That's so young. These days, so many women are only starting their families in their 40s. Fern would have liked more children, but Luke had been against the idea. I never had that chance. I lost my baby before there was time, and then... We tried, of course, but... Joy shrugged. It just didn't happen. My husband... She stopped abruptly, and Fern remembered she was widowed. Well, eventually I convinced myself that maybe it just never really fitted in with our plans. In my case, there was no choice. After Robin was born, that was it, Fern sighed. My husband had a vasectomy before I met him. It was part of the deal when we married, of course. I was too young then to think it actually mattered. And then, maybe because she was sitting here and there was something about Joy that felt as if she'd known her forever, she began to cry, as if her heart would break. That's when the story of her marriage tumbled out of her, in gasping, halting sobs and gulps. Mortifying. But in the darkness, that didn't really matter to Fern. Chapter 26. It was a gorgeous, mild night. More like the south of France than the west of Ireland, Joy thought as she looked out across the bay. An occasional beam of car lights on the coast road in the distance was the only sign there were other people still awake at this hour. The sky was clear, a black velvet ceiling of pin-pricked stars, playing bit characters to the drama of an orange moon hanging low over the lighthouse. She hadn't realized before she sat there that the woman hunched over on the bench was Fern. Rather, she had made her way across the road because there was something so vulnerable-looking about the outline of the woman. Even from down on the footpath, she had been drawn to her, knowing that she somehow wanted to console her in whatever way she could. For a long time, Joy just sat there, feeling the hard shell that had formed around her heart every time she thought of Fern Turner, crack into smithereens. The words washed over her. It was a familiar story. A straying husband, a shell-shocked wife. It was surreal, perhaps because at some point, could she have imagined the tearing apart of this woman's marriage might be the ultimate act of karma? Payback for the pain that Joy had felt when she'd learned of the affair between Eve and Fern. Strangely, sadness washed over Joy instead, and snagged a small string at the bottom of her heart, at the tragedy of it all, at the betrayal, and, of course, at the waste of all those years and of trust and hope. There was no excuse. There were no real explanations, not beyond the obvious. Luke was a fool to gamble away his marriage for something that sounded so tawdry by comparison. God, she had wanted to hate this woman so much, and now, she just felt sorry for her. And that's why I'm here, trying to get my head around it. Only I'm not sure I did the right thing by leaving Dublin in the first place, Fern said, finally. Would he have been prepared to sit and talk to you if you had stayed? Joy nudged her. She didn't want to be unkind, but if Luke had ignored the many messages Fern said she sent him, then really there was nothing to suggest being in Dublin would have made the slightest difference. Probably not. I suppose I've known that all along. I might as easily have been holed up in that house on my own and miserable. Who knows what I'd have done out of sheer desperation. At least here, Robin won't let me do anything too stupid. Oh? No, nothing like that. Fern obviously realized the conclusion Joy had drawn, because it was a reasonable enough one. She wouldn't have been the first woman to drown her sorrows in drink and pills. I mean, in Ballycove I can't go round and knock on his door and make a complete fool of myself. She started to cry again. Not that I need to. Luke has made a fool enough of me for both of us. This is a poor reflection on him, not on you, Joy said gently. But of course, she knew just because it was true, it didn't make the pain any easier to bear. Not that I'd even know where to go round to. I mean, I know nothing about this woman, Patrice. Well, maybe I've seen more of her than I have of most people. She shivered, folded her cardigan across her chest and wrapped her arms around herself protectively against the night air. I haven't the faintest notion about where she lives, or even what she sounds like. She could have a fierce Scottish accent or a soft Italian one for all I know. She might be the sweetest girl in the world, caught up in the throes of what she believes to be the great love story of her life. Or she might just be shallow enough not to give a damn that he has a wife already. Do you still love him? It was a simple question, but Joy had a feeling that maybe it was something Fern hadn't fully examined, because really, her pain seemed to stem as much from the humiliation than the loss of Luke, maybe more. That's a question, Fern sighed. They sat there for a little while, looking out across the glistening black ocean, and then Fern turned to her. Do I still love him? Do you know, I'm not sure that I do. Well, here's a bigger question, and if you can answer it, honestly, just for yourself, it might make everything much easier to bear. Joy had no idea how she knew it, but in her bones she knew the answer to this one simple question could set Fern free. How long is it since you truly loved him? I don't. Fern stopped suddenly. Maybe because they were sitting in the dark and it was easier to compose yourself when you could hide in the darkness. Perhaps she had already fought too long for something that there was no saving. Maybe she finally realized that what was worth saving was herself, rather than a marriage that had turned from love to disappointment. How did you know? I mean, really, how did you know when I couldn't see it before? And then she began to cry again, a soft, keening sound that was a letting go more than a breaking heart. You're right, of course, you're right. My marriage has probably been dying for years, but I wasn't brave enough to admit it to myself. Still, I think there were times when I've known it with such clarity that we had nothing in common. We were millions of miles apart, even when we were sitting in the same room. Bloody hell. The words came out as an exhale. It's almost a relief, she said, and her voice sounded as if it was already lighter. It still hurts to think that he would do that they would go behind my back, I mean. They had to know it would end up with someone being hurt. No one is ever all bad, Joy said, even though, sitting here, she knew it wouldn't be what Fern would want to hear. At least, not yet. After all, if someone had said the same to Joy about her husband's affair, she wasn't sure she could have been quite so generous. I mean, people find themselves in situations, and sometimes, yes, they walk right into them, but other times, they just wake up one day and realize what they've allowed to happen around them, and they can't quite believe it's all come to this. That was what she felt about her marriage, for a while after Eve's death. I'm sorry, I know you'd rather hear me say that this Patrice is a wolf in sheep's clothing, but you've been her. The other woman, I mean. Fern turned to look at her now, and it felt to Joy, at least, as if she leant slightly away from her on the bench. No, Joy smiled sadly. No, Fern. I've been standing in your shoes. Maybe for longer than I cared to admit to myself. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize, but of course. She shook her head and shivered, her face caught in the streetlight above them. It's as if I feel I'm the only person this has ever happened to. Silly, silly me. I've known other people in the same boat. It probably happens somewhere else, in quiet streets and little lives, every other hour of the day. Oh God, you must think I'm not normally so self-centered. She reached out and squeezed Joy's hand, and it surprised Joy that she actually liked it, their two hands being clasped together, like those of old school friends, reunited unexpectedly. No need to be sorry. It's all a long time ago, except... She smiled sadly now. I only found out about it after my husband died. Then she thought about that, and she knew it wasn't strictly true either. Well, maybe I knew something had happened, years ago, but I chose to pretend I didn't see it, and then, one day, it was as if I had imagined it, and it hadn't happened at all. Very French, Fern said with some admiration in her eyes. Not so much. I know some of my friends would have just gone out and taken a lover for revenge, put it down to experience, and then moved on when it felt as if the air had cleared. Now that is very French. I wish I could be that sort of woman. No, you really don't. In my experience, they are the most damaged of all of us. You and I? We get through things. Maybe sometimes it feels as if the going is slow, but we put one foot in front of the other. We do the right thing. We either confront it or we forgive it. But we learn to live with things, not run away from them or hide behind something that's shiny enough to cover over the pain, momentarily. Or under it, Fern laughed. Yes, maybe under it would be nearer the point, Joy agreed. Did you forgive him? In the end? I mean, if he was still here and you knew, would you be able to live with it? If you had asked me that same question a month ago, I would have said, never. Joy took a deep breath of the sea air, filling her lungs with its bracing saltiness. But now? Just now? Seeing Fern so completely vulnerable had changed everything for Joy. I feel as if I understand something more than I did before. She looked across at Fern, taking in her features. It was impossible to believe that this woman had slept with her husband. Maybe it was just once when Joy was in the States. But that once had resulted in a daughter, shattering Joy's heart. I slept with someone once, Fern whispered. He was married, older, French, of course. She rolled her eyes at her own naivety. It wasn't love. It wasn't even unbridled passion. But it was something deeper, and still not deep enough for me to want to... She stopped, perhaps fearing she had said too much. As far as Joy was aware, Robin didn't know the identity of her biological father. She believed he was untraceable, a handsome stranger her mother had encountered. It complicated everything so much more. Joy shivered. Oh, what a minefield. She wouldn't want to hurt Robin, not for all the world, but she realized now at this moment she would not want to hurt Fern, either. Why was that? When Fern had carelessly slept with Eve and not given Joy's marriage a second thought. Are you okay? You look as if someone just walked over your grave. Fern laughed softly. But it was exactly how Joy felt. Me? I'm just fine. Thinking of the silly things we end up doing when we are young and regret when we are old. That's the thing, though, Joy. even with all that has happened with Luke. I don't regret that fling I had years ago. So much good came out of it. In fact, it was the best thing I ever did, because even though it might have ruined my work, it absolutely changed the course of my life in a way I wouldn't swap for all the success in the whole world. What do you mean it ruined your work? You're one of the most successful painters in the world, a great talent. It was the truth. I think a lot of that is just publicists' hype. I was better before that. I mean, I wasn't as successful. It happened just as I was starting out, but I think... She shook her head. I think it turned me into a supernova, if that's the right term. I think that germ of creativity that helped me burst through somehow collapsed in on itself after that one tryst. It was one night, basically. After that, I just kept producing the same safe thing over and over. If I hadn't had to live with that measure of guilt about him, and his wife, mostly, and... She looked out at the far distance, took a deep breath, as if it might hold her together, perhaps fearing she might unravel further in the cool night air. A single tear rolled down her cheek and she brushed it away. The guilt of it repressed me in some way, but in other ways it set me free. It gave me something far more precious. She sighed. Well, it gave me the greatest gift. One that is far better than art or marriage, or maybe even every star in the sky. A supernova. Joy felt the words fall from her lips, and she knew she was crying too, tears streaming down her cheeks at the waste of it all. Chapter 27. The mechanics of setting up the art circle were actually easy. It was as if the fretting overtook Robin's inclination to procrastinate. She simply had to screw up her courage and ring around the few people she knew in the village. The whole afternoon was organised, while she was letting her herbal tea cool after she closed the shop one evening. When it was all settled, she felt a glow of achievement. For a short while, even Cian and Imogen took a back seat in her mind. She texted him a few times, being rewarded with some gifts and stomach-churning references to how wonderful Imogen was at everything, from making a romantic dinner for the pair of them to helping him find the perfect birthday card for his mother. Ugh, truly, the idea of them together, walking hand in hand, made her want to retch. Instead, with Joy at her elbow, she managed to send a smiley face emoji, close her phone, and concentrate on packaging up 2 books for an order on Abe Books. Cian, again? Joy said when she came into the shop one morning and saw her crying over her phone. We've got to cut this out, now, and instead of moping each time you get a text telling you how wonderful she is, it will be a reminder to do something more here in the bookshop. Agreed? God, that sounds like the most sensible thing I've ever heard. I mean, obviously I hate it, but you're 100% right. There it is. The best advice isn't always the most palatable. Joy smiled and placed Robin's phone on a shelf, out of easy reach. So, our art circle. Yes, today we will confirm. Joy was folding the scarf she had draped around her shoulders. Already done. And I took a bit of a gamble. I mentioned it to Shane and he put the word out. I've had 2 phone calls already. People who hadn't even heard of it before, but would very much like to join. One of them is an artist who lived on the East Coast for years, but he's relocated to Ballycove to be near his daughter. Well done. You have been busy. Will Fern mind that there are extra? Did we actually mention how many there were going to be to begin with? Of course they did, but the lure of the great Fern Turner was proving too much. I think we did, but perhaps she won't mind, Joy said. You know, if this takes off... Yes, it will be wonderful, if only for the summer months. It would really liven up the street outside our front door. They will make the place look as if it's worth checking out. Exactly. That's what we're really aiming for. Joy smiled, and she walked towards the front of the shop to peer out of the window. I suppose we could easily squeeze up to a dozen easels there, if more people turn up. She was talking to herself now. Oh, Joy, I doubt there's 12 artists in the whole county, never mind the village. But hooray for your positive thinking. You might be surprised. Joy tilted her head slightly, and when she spoke again there was a wonderful lilt to her voice. After all, look at the reading chairs. I have to admit, they're a real eye-opener. Robin had had to drag down more each day, and now they were as likely to be taken up by people reading books as they were by old men hiding behind their newspapers while their wives gossiped in the supermarket. It was heartening to see. Most of the people outside had become regular browsers in the shop, and some had even bought a few books. Trade had increased by several 100%. And it will get busier. The evening reception will really put this place on the map. Have you spoken to the local newspapers yet? Local newspapers? The nearest newspaper was in the county town, 30 miles away. It was very much a regional broadsheet with red-top aspirations, but of course, the most salacious things they managed to report were the court briefings and obituaries after unexpected deaths. Don't worry. If you prefer, I can take care of the publicity, Joy said. Of course. Robin smiled at her and made a mental note to double-check with Shane that he was doing some trays of food for them. Later that day, when he called in, Shane suggested going to the local hotel on the square. Joy said that was a great idea, and when Shane rang, the manager was happy to organise a couple of decent bottles of plonk at a reasonable price. He'd even throw in some decent glasses for the evening. Usually, if there was an event, the community centre came to the rescue, but Joy was insisting on glasses that didn't look as if they'd been through the wars and back. The whole thing needed to send out a certain message. Robin agreed. She wanted people to see her bookshop as welcoming, as accessible, but also as somewhere that was a desirable place to while away the time. After all, books should be about escaping the mundane and stepping into worlds you didn't want to leave. She wanted her bookshop to be like that. Well, what do you think? Shane was watching her as if she was the most interesting exhibit in the zoo. He had popped his latest chocolate creation into her mouth for testing. I'm going to call them paintballs, he said with a smirk. Too much? God, no. They're delicious. They really were. Small but perfect rolled-up bursts of white chocolate in a very heavy dark chocolate coat. But why the name? I've made them for Thursday, when your artists are all set up. I'm going to take out 2 complimentary plates of them to be passed around and glasses of tap water. Hopefully the weather will hold. And if they want to order coffee, she laughed. Obviously, Joy had been sharing her words of wisdom with Shane, too. I'll happily deliver. It's not exactly my busiest time. Usually I'm just wiping down after the day, getting things set for the following morning. It's no problem. He smiled, and she realised he really was a great guy. Such a pity he's gay, her mother had said a few days earlier. Not really, and Robin meant it. She wasn't in the market for romance with anyone but Cian. She needed good friends around her, and since they'd started to set out the chairs each day, and Shane had offered to unfurl and tidy back the canopy every evening, they had got to know each other better. Now, after he finished up for the day, he dropped by and browsed around the bookshop, usually just for a chat, but sometimes they would talk about books. It was an easy relationship, and Robin valued it even more now that it didn't feel as if Cian was as available. Cian. Sometimes it felt as if he was a million miles away and not just up the road. Shane waved his hand in front of her face. Sorry, I was miles away. Nick has said he'll be here for your reception. Of course, Robin had heard all about Nick, Shane's boyfriend. It was early days, they'd met online, and he worked as a solicitor in Dublin, so carving out time to meet up was proving challenging. Only adding to the excitement when we do, though, right? Have you told him he'll be helping to pass around finger food on the night? Joy asked. Please, Joy. Hors d'oeuvre. He rolled his eyes, making fun of her. And no, I haven't told him yet. I'm picking my moment. Shane was leaning against the counter. So, what do you think? He gestured at the artist balls again. I think they are too good to give away, but if you must then, definitely, they will be going to a very good home. Great. I'll make a few batches for Thursday. It's all about making people feel welcome and valued, isn't it really? He looked at Joy again. It's the first rule and final commandment, if you want to stay in business. Although it was obvious that Shane's business had been booming from the first day he opened his doors. Everyone loved him. His generosity was genuine. It was just part of who he was, and maybe that was why Robin had found herself liking him so much from the very start. It was almost 2 weeks since Robin had spoken to Cian. She had put him off several times, not answering the phone and then sending a text to say she'd call when she had a free minute. The truth was, she couldn't face talking to him, hearing all about the great romance. He wouldn't mean to go on, but even thinking about Imogen was draining. Ah, so I'm being honoured with an actual phone call, Cian laughed. I presume all this being too busy to talk to me is down to the bookshop. Of course. And it rankled just a bit that he didn't assume it was down to her meeting some hunk and being head over heels in love too. Of course it's a bookshop. What else would it be? Well, who knows? You might have decided to adopt a dog or take over the town council. He was still smiling. She could hear it in his voice, and she imagined him sitting back in his easy chair and closing his eyes while he spoke. Neither, actually. We'd been organising some events in the shop. We? I told you about Joy. Honestly, did he not remember? Of course, the American you hired by accident. He started to laugh. He'd always made fun of her social awkwardness. In a good way. She didn't mind. He was never cruel. Yes, something like that, she said. But if she'd ever doubted synchronicity, she knew she believed in it now. She's quite brilliant, actually. The best thing I've ever done was hiring her. Really? Well, that's good. But it doesn't seem to have freed you up any more than before. I thought you'd be visiting me every weekend and... He stopped, because maybe he had an inkling that having Imogen around now meant that 3 was a crowd, or maybe she had already begun trying to come between them. Well, I might yet, but not while it's so busy. Honestly, we've had our best week since you were down here last. It's been non-stop. And so, because Cian didn't seem to have very much to say, she told him all about the reading chairs and the artist circle. She told him about the bookshop reception, probably more of an official opening launch, because she'd never actually had one of those to start with. And then she told him about Shane. Should I be jealous? Cian sounded a little put out. Of Shane? She laughed. I don't know, should I be jealous of Imogen? She said, then quietly. Oh God, Robin, is that why you've been too busy to take my calls? Because I have a new girlfriend. He sighed deeply, but it was the word new that resonated with Robin. How many girlfriends had come and gone over the years that he hadn't even mentioned? And if there were a few of them, what did that say about how serious he was about Imogen? Don't be silly. The words felt so hollow. I'm happy for you to have met someone you like, she added, because there was no way she was going to lie and pretend she liked her too. It's going well anyway, since you ask, he said lightly. I didn't ask, she countered, because truly she didn't want to know. Well, she'd have liked to know if it was all over. Then she would have wanted all the gory details. But I'm glad you're happy. I know you are, and I'm sorry that we had such a flying visit. But it's good that you met. You see what I mean, though? She is really special, isn't she? If he was waiting for her to join the Imogen Appreciation Society, he'd be waiting quite a while. Like I say, I'm happy if you're happy. It was getting dark outside and Robin began to yawn. She was tired and tomorrow promised to be their busiest yet at the bookshop. Anyway, time for me to hit the hay. I have an early start and I'm worn out. Okay, sure, Cian said, but he sounded a little deflated. When did you say you were having your reception? It's 2 weeks away yet, but it's full steam ahead with the preparations. And even though she was tired, she couldn't help telling him about the miracle of joy and how she had spent a full afternoon persuading all the businesses in the village to take out a small advert in the local paper. They had even promised to send over a photographer the following day to do a piece all about the bookshop. She really is putting us on the map, Robin said at the end. She caught Fern's eye as her mother made her way round the flat, gathering up her paintbrushes and selecting colours for the following day. She sounds fantastic, Cian said a little flatly. But then, like attracts like, isn't that what they say? I have a feeling that this is just the start for you, Robin, he said before saying goodnight, and his words buzzed around Robin's head for a long time after she hung up the phone. It was a lovely feeling. That sensation that she was on the cusp of something wonderful. Chapter 28. It's true what they say. There's only so much crying you can do. And after that night on the bench by the pier with Joy, Fern felt as if she'd emptied herself completely. She wasn't in love with Luke anymore. She knew that now. Perhaps she'd known it for some time, but simply hadn't been brave enough to face up to it. Joy had teased it out of her. Admitting it was such a tremendous relief. It didn't take away the pain, but it felt as if it had cleared a path. She could see a way to go on living. She would find things to look forward to again. Now she felt only angry with Luke, and maybe with herself too. When had she become so utterly pathetic? Margot would have given her some stern talking to, but of course, Margot was no longer here. Her best friend had slipped away under the water in the warm sea, and left behind her a crater as vast as the ocean itself. Thursday. That was all she had to think about now. She chose a blue cotton shirt. It was smart when she turned up the collar. She layered a few chains and beads around her neck and hoped it would distract from her paint-spattered leggings. The artists were meant to arrive at the bookshop in the late afternoon. At that hour, the street would just be basking in the sunshine as it edged westwards. Over the time they were to be painting, the light would travel slowly around and then, later, sink behind the buildings opposite. It would, she had to concede, at least make things interesting. She pulled out a small canvas, used before but she'd painted over it, a plain cream. She wasn't holding out huge hopes of creating a masterpiece today, but if she could paint something half passable, that would be enough. She might donate it to the circle. They could raffle it to buy coffees or maybe pay for a room for the winter months. Even a half-decent Fern Turner would make enough to cover that. Fern had pulled out half a dozen oils the previous evening. Most of her brushes were in a sorry state, but a soaking in turpentine overnight, and they were passable enough for the job in hand. She spent the morning doing admin work for her real job, to take her mind off the fact that she would have to lead the group. Teaching really wasn't her thing. Unlike most artists at her level, She'd never had to work as a tutor or art teacher. Her rise to success had literally been overnight, from waitress and recent graduate to toast of the town. The calendar on her phone caught her eye. God, little more than 3 weeks until Luke's summer holidays. Where would he spend them this year? Not in Ballycove, she was sure of that. She took a deep breath. There was nothing she could do about it. If Luke really wanted to cut himself off from them, really, there was very little anyone could do about it. Suddenly, Fern felt something lift from her shoulders. She was slowly realizing that she was only able to play her own part in their relationship. From here on in, she couldn't feel responsible for Luke as well. The artist circle was exactly what she had expected. A raggle-taggle bunch of retirees, with hardly a scat of talent between them, more interested in the social aspect of the circle than in any real advancement of their work. One man, a late arrival in his early 60s, set up a little apart from the group. She watched him set up his easel. He placed his brushes and palette thoughtfully on the little stand he'd brought along. He was like a man who always painted on the move. His clothes were paint-spattered, his shoes covered in multicolored drops, and his eyes crinkled as he worked, as though he enjoyed working in the sunlight. Lachlan Daly. He held out his hand when she went over to introduce herself. I rang the bookshop to check it was okay to join in. Shane was raving about it when I picked up coffee a week ago, and I couldn't miss out on the opportunity if there were other enthusiasts in the village. You're not from here? Fern knew everyone for miles around. She'd grown up here, holidayed here every summer since Robin was a baby. She would have remembered him. No, I moved here about 6 months ago. I retired and, well, my daughter is married just outside the village, so there didn't seem any good reason to stay on the East Coast on my own, when this place is so beautiful. So you just up sticks and moved. That was brave. Was it? He shook his head. I don't know. I think it was complete cowardice. I just imagined the days running into each other with no particular shape to them. While over here, well, my daughter hopes to have a family, and there's just a nicer, slower pace to life. I suppose I traded down in terms of my house, but I traded up quality of life. That's a lovely way of putting it. It's the truth. I have a little cottage a few miles out of town. It's small but cozy. I take my easel out most days and paint a new scene in the countryside. Some days it's the sea, others it's the fields sloping away into the distance. Always landscapes? These days, yes, mostly. It's what I enjoy. And urban settings? She looked up the street towards where his easel was facing. He had a good angle, if he was astute enough to capture it. We'll have to see, I suppose. His eyes twinkled. It's new to me, but I enjoy a challenge. The others were happy to chat and paint away. So Fern spent a little time with each of them, none of them under 70, all of them full of banter and a few questions. Fern set up her own easel next to Lachlan's. She stood behind it for a few moments, steadying her feet beneath her, getting her whole body aligned. Art for her had always been a question of giving herself over to it. She looked at the scene before her, sharp angles of buildings, sloping roofs, peeling paint in darker corners, and a profusion of colour from flower baskets, spilling petunias over their sides, swaying slightly in the breeze. And then she was off, lost to it. Her paintbrush finding first the grey for the footpaths, then the blue of the sky, a very special blue. She dabbed and mixed and dabbed again, and stroked her brush across the canvas, her whole body moving with it, as if being swayed by a full orchestra. The buildings fell in narrow stripes from the skies. First the chimneys, mismatched like uneven teeth, then the slanting slates, sloping down towards dry eaves. Then the colours. Fern was obliquely aware that at some point an urban planner must have advised on the house painting, and while she'd hardly taken any notice before, now the candy stripes of buildings, sugary pinks, baby blues, sherbet lemons, all bled into each other, so she kept the lines which in reality were distinct, soft and buttery. Oh my! One of the old dears was at her elbow. It was after 6:30, and Fern looked around and noticed that the circle had begun to wilt. Some of the older dears were sitting in the reading chairs and looked as if they had been there a while. One man was snoring loudly. "I'm so sorry. I just lost myself in it." She apologized, but it was the truth. For a precious time, she had been completely lost to the world in a way that she couldn't remember being for a very long time. "Oh, to have your energy," one of the old women said enviously. "I don't know that's necessarily a blessing," she said, but of course she knew it was. To be able to do something where you could immerse yourself so fully that you felt a greater force was actually taking care of the work. Well, in her opinion, it was the most beautiful thing in the world. She dutifully admired the other campuses, advising where she was asked. "It's wonderful to see so many different perspectives on the same subject," she said. And she meant it. "I've really enjoyed the afternoon." And then, before she could stop herself, she said, "Same time next week, if anyone fancies it." "That sounds wonderful," a sprightly-looking old man in a tracksuit said from behind his easel. He had been painting for years, apparently, and just enjoyed the freedom it gave him. Fern had a feeling that he might be working on Christmas gifts all year round for relatives and neighbours. More power to him, Fern thought. "Shall we have a celebratory coffee before we pack up?" a tall, thin man asked enthusiastically. "Yes, let's," Lachlan said. "We can ask Shane to take our order while we tidy up our easels, and maybe we can sit outside for a while and enjoy the evening sun." Fern realised she would enjoy sitting with the group, just being part of a gang for a little while, feeling normal again. It was almost 8 o'clock by the time they finished up. Fern was starving, but she only realised it as she helped Robin drag the easy chairs into the shop for the night. "Maybe next time we could have dinner afterwards," Lachlan said. He had insisted on helping them. "Oh, don't worry, my intentions are honourable. I can see you're married." He nodded towards her wedding ring. "I just thought it might be nice to have a friend with similar interests. If it makes you uncomfortable, forget I said anything," he said easily. "Dinner would be great. You're right. We can't have too many friends, and I don't have very many artists here to socialise with." And she knew now. He indeed was an artist, a very talented one too, even though he had spent a lifetime working in insurance. "So, do you come back here every summer, or is it just—" "My daughter owns the bookshop," she said proudly. "I grew up here, and now I spend all my spare time here too." There was less now than ever to take her away. "Next week, so?" One of the old dears had positioned herself at Fern's elbow. "Yes, next week sounds perfect," Fern said, and she found herself smiling, because already she was looking forward to it. Chapter 29. Joy thought on days like this, she could stay in Ballycove forever. She had found a purpose here that had slipped from her life in Paris after Eve had died. This evening she was making Albie dinner, looking forward to spending time with him. They had settled on a 6-month lease for the apartment. Today, she was grateful for that. She'd built connections in the most unlikely of places, not just with Albie and Robin, but with others too. Never in a million years would she have imagined herself becoming friends with Fern Turner. After all, this was the woman who had ruthlessly slept with Eve. What could they ever have in common? She was so wrong about that. It turned out they were more alike than she could have ever expected. Fern just made some silly mistakes when she was too young to realize any different. She wasn't sorry for sleeping with Eve, because it had resulted in Robin being born. But she clearly regretted being the other woman. It had obviously preyed on her conscience that she might have hurt someone else through her thoughtlessness. That meant a lot to Joy. And then there was Albie. She adored Albie. He'd welcomed her to his family with a kind heart, and open arms. He made her feel as if she was part of something she'd never really experienced before. A big, happy, loving family. Even if she still wasn't sure what to make of Leo, she could see he loved his family. Over the last few weeks, he'd begun to thaw out, when around her. He even smiled when she caught his eye through the bakery window these days, as if he was pleased that she was living over the shop and paying a much reduced rent than he might have charged if the place was let out for holiday rentals. But she knew his distrust of her at the beginning was deserved. The fact he seemed to accept her now made her feel even worse, because she was here under false pretenses, when all was said and done. It was the idea of having to leave Robin that was the biggest wrench of all. Joy felt that if they'd had a chance to get to know each other properly over the years, they would have been close. Even in the short time she'd been here, their relationship had blossomed into something that was a mix between friendship and stewardship. Joy felt as if she was an unofficial guardian, guiding her ward and making the bookshop successful. She still had no idea what she was going to do about telling Robin the truth. She'd simply have to give her the painting. There were others. She was going to hand over a number of other paintings in Eve's collections to her too. It wouldn't make up for missing out on Eve, but the sale of any one of them would certainly go some way to keeping the bookshop afloat, if winter proved bleak. Anyway, it seemed more fitting for them to be displayed here in the bookshop in Ballycove, where people could enjoy them rather than being locked up in her apartment in Paris. Joy walked across to the other end of the sitting room, sat on the small ottoman that served as a coffee table, as well as a footstool, and studied the painting that was to be Robin's. It was easier to look at it now, easier to appreciate since she no longer carried that awful weight of dislike and jealousy in her heart. She sighed, a deeply satisfying long breath. It was stunning. She knew she should probably cover it up with the wrapping she had shipped it in, but instead, she thought she would enjoy looking at it again after dinner with Albie. It was the strangest thing, but she had grown to appreciate the beauty of it even more now that she could see the artist behind the brush. She felt, the more she loved it, the more she would be leaving a little piece of her heart here in Ballycove when she left. She would be sad to go, but how could she stay, once Robin and Fern realised that she had become part of their world under false pretenses? Tonight, Joy pushed all those details aside. It was too sad to think that her time here would be at an end when she came clean with Robin and Fern and Albie. Dinner with Albie was at 7:30. It gave her plenty of time to get things ready and have a shower before carrying everything to the flat downstairs. It would take 2 or 3 trips up and down the stairs. She was bringing everything, candles, wine and dessert, so once they sat down to eat, they could relax. "Posh meals on wheels, is it?" Albie said as he watched her set up the table. "Not that posh, not really," Joy said. It was just salmon and pasta in a white wine sauce. "Well, any day I get a tablecloth under my dinner feels like a celebration." He smiled. "Having good friends is always worth celebrating," Joy said easily. They sat down to eat together, the conversation slowing down the proceedings so dinner took much longer than it should have. Joy told Albie about her life in Paris, and how different she had found it when she first arrived in France, from America all those years ago. "It makes me think I was very lucky indeed my life was so straightforward. I've only ever lived in Ballycove," Albie said with the easy gratitude for everything in his life that made him one of those people you wanted to be around. "And what about you? Do you intend to make Ballycove your home now?" Perhaps he sensed how much she had grown to love it here. "I still have my apartment in Paris. I will have to go back at some point. Remember when I arrived? This was only meant to be a short visit." She found herself smiling fondly. "Ach, I wouldn't be heeding that. Best laid plans. Isn't that what they say? There's no harm in changing your mind at any age. A change is as good as a rest." "You are a terrible influence, but I think the time will come when I have to go back." "Nonsense. You don't have to do anything." "Oh, I will have to do this, for everyone's sake." She smiled at Albie. The sadness she felt in her heart was in danger of spilling out. Dessert? I've made old-fashioned pecan pie. Joy. Albie reached across and touched her arm as she cleared away her plate. Whatever you think you know about us, or this place, you need to remember that family isn't always about the blood in your veins. Sometimes, it's just a feeling in your heart. God, was she going to cry? For once, she wished he wasn't always so bloody decent to her. I don't mean to upset you, but I'm sure Fern will have told you about Margot. Yes, of course, the poet. She sounded wonderful. She was very talented, and she might have been known the world over, but she was one of us, too. Albie smiled sadly. She was not a Keeling or a Turner, but she and Fern were as thick as thieves, and apart from an old aunt down on the Riviera someplace, we were all the family she had, and, to be truthful with you, I loved her like a daughter, and I have a feeling that you... Oh, Albie, you are sweet. Listen to me. I must be going soft. He shook his head again and looked up at the photograph of his wedding day. Anyway, you know what I mean. Even if you go back to Paris, there is always a place for you here. Aye. She leant down and threw her arms around his shoulders and began to cry. But her tears were a mixture of love and happiness, as much as sorrow at the inevitability of having to tear herself away, once Robin and Fern realised how she had deceived them. It was after 10 when they called it a night, and Joy took the dishes and glasses back up to the flat and popped them into the sink to let them soak overnight. She selected some Elgar to play softly and decided she would sit, just for a short while, and look across at the lighthouse with half a glass of wine. She must have closed her eyes for a minute, because she didn't hear anyone on the stairs. She had forgotten to shut the door of the flat after her last trip, back up from Albie's with the dirty dishes. Joy? Robin's voice woke her in the darkness. Oh, I must have dropped off. Switch on the light and have a glass of wine with me, she said, but she was still half asleep. It was only when the light went on that she realised her mistake. Fern and Robin were standing there, but it was Fern's expression that made Joy's heart plummet. Oh my God, that's my painting, Fern said. What on earth? How did it end up here? She looked so happy to be reunited with it, while Joy felt as if she had just dived off the end of the lighthouse. How do you mean that's your painting? Robin flopped down next to Joy on the sofa, with 2 glasses in the bottle ready to top up Joy's glass. Oh, Joy, after you left today, I had an email from a sales rep. They're going to come and visit to discuss what we can do to carry a small range of new books in the autumn. She was still talking, on an excited high from the success of the afternoon at the bookshop. Joy couldn't hear her words, not properly. Instead, she had locked eyes with Fern. It's not what you think, Joy managed, after what seemed like forever. What do you mean? Fern asked. But she was picking it up now. I thought I'd never see it again. It was my first big sale. Robin, this is what started it all. Joy recoiled. How could she say what needed to be said now? She had to, though. And as if her words were being spoken by someone else, she whispered, It's for Robin. It's for Robin? Really? But how on earth did you come to have it here? I mean, I never knew who bought it. And then maybe some penny dropped, somewhere. But there wasn't a sound. It was the loudest silence Joy had ever heard. Robin had no idea that Eve was her father, and the keeping of that single truth from her could, they both knew, be enough to make the close relationship between mother and daughter implode. What's for me? The painting. It's beautiful, but I couldn't possibly. Robin was looking from one to the other, a confused rabbit in the headlights of two oncoming juggernauts. It's a gift. From Eve. Joy started, but when she looked at Robin, she knew that meant nothing. He left it in his will for you. It's your inheritance. She stopped. How on earth did she say what had to be said? That's madness. Why would your husband leave me a painting? Robin was smiling now, bemused, not understanding. You're Eve's wife. You're Joie. But you're not even French. The pieces were slotting into place for Fern. She stood for a moment, her mouth slightly opened, and then she closed it as if suddenly aware of where she was, what was happening. Probably her worst nightmare. You're Joie Bachon. Yes. No, I mean, I've never used Eve's name. I've always been Joy Blackwood. Just Joy, really. And she watched as 1,000 painful threads were pulled as one, and Fern tacked together the final pieces of a patchwork quilt, which had lain unfinished for 25 years. Hang on, you knew Joy's husband? Robin gazed across at her mother, as if trying to work out the coincidence. And he bought one of your paintings for me. I don't understand. How on earth? Because Joy hadn't it in her to tell Robin that she was not who she believed herself to be, but rather the daughter of Yves Bachon, a man she had never met, and now never would. We only came to tell you about the shop, the artist circle, and now this, and your... Fern stopped abruptly, her fingers playing nervously across her lips. She stared at the floor, as if there might be some explanation written there that wasn't immediately obvious anywhere else. He died 6 months ago, but he never forgot. He told me about Robin just before he died, so I never knew. Joy tilted her head. She did not want pity, but neither would she leave Fern in any doubt that if she had realized there was a stepdaughter, she would have reached out much sooner. What is it? Robin reached across and touched her mother's arm, but even with the distance between them, it was obvious she knew that there was something more here than just a painting, an old friendship, an unexpected reminder. You never knew. That's such a load of crock, Fern said bitterly. Of course you knew. You've always known, and you've come here and wormed your way into our family, and what was your plan all along, to get revenge of some sort? Sick. That's just so sick, Fern said, grabbing Robin's arm and yanking her off the sofa. Come on, we're out of here. But Mum, it's Joy, Joy felt as if her heart might break. Such was the confusion in Robin's eyes. I'm so sorry, Joy managed, before Fern pulled the door shut with a loud bang, and the only sound filling the flat then was the heavy thud of angry footsteps racing down the stairs and out into the dark night. Chapter 30. Robin shoulder-pushed the door closed at the side of the shop, while trying to keep her mother upright. Everything about the silence of their walk back felt ominous, as if something terrible had been let loose from that painting, something as unspeakable as it was unstoppable. When they got home, Robin automatically drew curtains and switched on table lamps. If there was kindling in the grate, she would have lit a fire in spite of the warm evening. Some deep part of her needed to feel the security of the big old sitting room around her. It had always been a comfort, holding the world's worries at bay beyond its thick walls. Tonight, even though she wanted desperately to know what that painting meant, fear gnawed at Robin's bones. It slowed the blood in her veins, so her ears throbbed with a loud, steady thrum. Still, she had to know. She turned and looked at her mother, who seemed to be a pale shadow of herself, buried deep in the corner of the sofa. You have to tell me, Robin said. Her mother nodded towards the drinks table, but Robin ignored her. She had a feeling the last thing they needed was alcohol. What they needed were clear heads, and the truth of what it was that seemed to terrify both Fern and Joy equally. "Who was Yves Bachon?" Robin said, because she didn't know where else to begin. He was. Fern threw her head back. He was, I suppose, my mentor, the person who really discovered my work and made a success of it. I don't understand. He owned a gallery in Paris, a very good gallery. Her words were coming in breathy whispers, as if she could hardly bear to utter them aloud. He was renowned for discovering new talent. He discovered me. Her voice was so low, Robin had to move closer to hear her. He brought my work to the attention of people who matter in art circles. Without him, I might have ended up clearing tables for the rest of my days. I could still be painting portraits next to the Seine for a pittance, in the hope of calling myself an artist. "Oh, come on, Mum. You were always better than that." Robin didn't believe that for 1 minute. And why would someone who had given you all that, who had never set eyes on me, want to leave me one of your paintings in his will? Actually, what she wanted to ask, but she couldn't find the words for, was, why had the idea of it all set her mother on edge so badly? "He did set eyes on you." Fern's voice was ragged and thin. It frightened Robin. "He met you once, years ago. It was completely by accident. He never knew about you." But why would that? And then Robin remembered something. It had happened when she was just a kid. Her great-aunt Peggy saying something that had jarred, but she hadn't quite made sense of it at the time. She had been talking about Robin's love of books, and, when Robin had said she was like her dad, nurture over nature, Peggy had offhandedly said something about Yves Bachon. "Mum, tell me what it is that's made you so... Whatever it is, it can't be that bad." I needed to tell you the truth years ago. There never seemed to be the right time, and then, when you were old enough, a teenager, that year when Cian came to stay, I thought you were old enough. It would be the perfect time. But you were so... She stopped. There were tears streaming down Fern's cheeks now, but worse than that was the fear in her eyes. So sad, that year. You were so utterly miserable in yourself. I couldn't make things worse for you. Please don't make this about me." Because although Fern might be right about that year, surely she couldn't mean to say that Yves Bachon was her... Oh God, she was going to be sick. She raced to the small cloakroom toilet beneath the stairs and vomited until she felt empty. When she finally walked back to the sitting room, her mother was perched on the edge of the sofa, with a large glass of what looked like neat whiskey in her trembling hand. "I poured one for you too. I think you're going to need it. I know I do." "Thanks." But Robin thought the last thing she needed was whiskey. Even the idea of it turned her stomach. It was one night, one foolish night, when everything seemed to be up in the air. Yves meant everything to me, in one way, and not enough in another. I mean, he had opened so many doors for me, but I wasn't in love with him. I knew he was married. I knew he was cut up about losing their baby. I didn't plan it, and I think afterwards we both regretted what happened, but you can't turn back the clock, can you? So you had an affair with Yves Bachon. It was hardly the end of the world. Not in the world her mother lived in. Artists were notoriously bad at monogamous relationships. It's a long time ago, surely. It's not that long ago. It happened 9 months before you were born. Oh, God. Robin felt the blood rush from her head. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? You've no idea how many times I wanted to tell you, but not like this. I never wanted to do it like this. I know it's the worst possible timing, and I should have told you years ago, and Yves Bachon is my father. That's what you're telling me. Robin's head was spinning. She couldn't think. It was shock. She was vaguely aware this was a state of shock. It would pass, but the reality was that everything she'd known about her family, about Joy, and more than that, about herself, had just been tossed out, and it felt as if one half of her had been emptied in the process. It didn't feel as if she'd slept a wink all night, but she must have dropped off at some point, because Robin woke early the following morning. It was too early to go into work and convince herself she could actually do anything close to a normal day. Instead, she grabbed her tracksuit bottoms and an old sweatshirt and stole out quietly to walk along the beach and maybe get her thoughts straight for the day ahead. It was an auburn pink morning, one of those rare occasions where the sky gave the sea a run for its money, as to which was most breathtaking. She remembered that saying about sailors and skies and mornings and warnings, and she shook it off as her own ominous mood. Last night had been an avalanche of emotions. This morning she felt as if she was being catapulted across the whole range from shock to sadness. It was a strange thing. A deep well of sadness had opened up within her, and she wasn't sure what it was she was mourning. She hadn't lost a father as such, just the idea of one she'd always believed she'd never know. Yves Bachon was her biological father. Perhaps, if he'd had the chance, he might have loved her. There was no right or wrong in where she found herself now, only the idea that maybe some opportunity had been missed. As to Joy, she really had no idea what to make of her. Was she as genuine as Robin had believed from the start? Or was there some more sinister reason for her turning up in Ballycove and helping out in the bookshop? She remembered the painting, standing on the floor of the flat. Yves Bachon had wanted her to have it. This nugget only came back to Robin as she came to the estuary, where the river flooded towards the sea. It was time to turn back. There was so much to take in. The truth that had tied up so much of her mother's talent had poured out of her. Into the early hours of the morning, Fern talked about Yves Bachon, as if he'd just stepped from the room only 5 minutes earlier. And he would be proud of her. Isn't that what her mother had said last night? He would be very proud of her. Somehow, all of it, although a shock, felt as if it was absolutely right to Robin. She couldn't explain it. It felt as if some missing piece of her life had just been slotted into place, and she felt strangely more complete than she ever had before. She had to call into Joy at the flat before she opened up the shop for the day. She just had to. She would let herself in through the bakery and knock on Joy's door. Joy usually ate breakfast outside the bakery, coffee and croissants, so French. It was too early for that yet. Leo nodded to her as she pushed through the side door leading to the flats upstairs. Robin tiptoed, wanting to avoid disturbing Albie. She tapped lightly, twice on the door. "Joy, it's me," she whispered as loudly as she dared. There wasn't a sound to be heard, and she wondered if perhaps Joy had packed up all her belongings overnight and raced back to Paris. "Joy, it's me. Open up, please, we need to talk." She listened for a while, actually straining to hear even a creak or the whisper of the curtains in the wind through the open windows. Robin. Joy pulled the door open so quickly that Robin gasped in surprise. She stared at the woman standing opposite her, hardly recognizable as the elegant Joy Blackwood she had come to know so well in the shop. "Can I come in?" she asked. But Joy was already standing back to admit her. "I just wanted to..." She looked around the flat. Robin was right, or almost right. Joy had started to pack. Her clothes were neatly folded on the table. Her suitcase was open on the floor, with some items already stacked up carefully. Her elegant cream leather handbag was standing open on the coffee table, and her passport was peeking out of it. There was a half-finished bottle of wine standing on the kitchen table next to it, and a glass, which had been started and discarded the previous evening. "A late night for you too, I see," she said. "I'm so sorry. About the way you found out? I should have told you when I arrived, but..." Joy stopped, because perhaps they both knew that should-haves were a rabbit hole it might be impossible to escape. She shouldn't have taken the job in the shop. She shouldn't have pretended to be anything but who she was. She shouldn't have come here at all, perhaps. But standing here before her, listening to what she should have done or shouldn't have done, only softened Robin's heart. She remembered clearly that first day, seeing Joy at the shop door, and then how she'd walked away. She remembered Joy had not asked for a job, but that she herself had talked her into it. Look, I'm not sure I understand anything of what happened last night, but the more I think about it all, I can see it was probably a hard thing to say that first day. She stopped for a moment, thinking back again to the first time they met. And I did slightly railroad you into taking the job in the bookshop. Robin reached out and touched Joy's arm. It wasn't what she had planned to say, but those words had been rehearsed for a woman in a pristine suit and high heels, with her hair perfectly arranged, and never a smudge of mascara astray, or a speck of lipstick on her teeth. This woman, Joy Blackwood, with eyes red from crying, was a very different person. Suddenly it hit Robin. Joy had just lost her husband. She was grieving, and was trying to come to terms not just with his death, but maybe with his life as well. You have to believe me. I never knew about you, Joy said later, as they sat at the table with cups of untouched tea cooling between them. I mean, I suspected something had happened with Fern. I'm not sure why. But after I came back from the States, it was as if there was something broken between us, for a while. I put it down to our grief. We had lost our baby. We were both distraught, but maybe in my heart, I always felt it was something more. And then, Fern just disappeared from his client list overnight. It seemed, one moment, all he could talk about was this unique talent, and then it was as if she had never existed. As time passed, it faded, and one day, I realized I didn't feel it anymore, this gap, this fissure in our relationship. Last night, when we left here, my mother said they weren't in love with each other. That was true. Fern had given only one reason why she hadn't told the truth about Robin's father, and that was the idea that it would hurt the woman he had been married to. Her mother hadn't loved him, not enough to do that to an innocent bystander. I always believed he loved me. But then when he told me about you, the night he died, it turned everything over again. Joy sounded raw, as if the pain of grief and betrayal had haunted her for a very long time. It was only one night when he was grieving, and there was never a relationship as such. It wasn't that he set out to betray you. Perhaps he hadn't meant to betray me, but he did. And the fact that he hid so much for years just makes it all even worse. Joy looked towards the window. Suddenly her expression changed. It was neither sad nor hurt, but rather, Robin thought she would describe it as stoic. You know what they say about Frenchmen and affairs. She scrunched up her shoulders. It's not true. No one marries with the expectation that their husband will be unfaithful. No one likes it when it happens. I'm so sorry. And if it means anything, I think my mother always regretted it. Robin tried hard to think of a way to say it, so she managed to capture how Fern had put it. She was glad to have me, but she was sorry, not so much because of what had happened, but because of you. She always felt guilty about that. Such a waste of time. Joy shook her head. Guilt. It doesn't do me any good now, and it won't have done your mother any favors. Maybe not, but there it is. She stopped, looked at Joy. The night had wreaked havoc with every part of her appearance. You know, she never told him she was pregnant. He only found out by accident. But he would have known. I mean, you're so like him. No. We ran into him one day, apparently. It was a total fluke. She never wanted to create any trouble between you. She is so much better than I gave her credit for all those years ago, Joy said. But Robin wasn't so sure. It was one thing coming here and defending Fern to Joy, but quite another to understand how her mother could have lied to her for her whole life about who she really was. A run along the beach wasn't going to sort that one out so easily. She is. Robin stopped. She wasn't sure what else there was to say, and found herself looking around the apartment. Everything was so tidy. Another hour, and perhaps she'd have arrived only to find the scent of Joy's perfume on the air. I think, if it wasn't too weird, you'd like each other. I actually really did like her, but I know that feeling is no longer mutual. As they say, in another life, well, who knows? We might have been friends. She shrugged. But we're too many actors on the same stage here. The legacy from the past is too huge. Maybe if Eve had known, or if he'd told me sooner, then... No, I mean, yes, she was surprised. Robin stopped. I don't think she hates you, okay? She was shocked to realize that you were Eve's wife, but she's got a lot on her mind at the moment. And that was probably the biggest understatement she could manage. Her life, well, things are not easy for her at the moment. She told me about Luke. She deserves better. You deserved better, too. Marriage is not easy. It sounded like a hard-learned lesson. It certainly doesn't seem to be. I'm sorry. Now Joy reached out and touched Robin's hand. Really, not just for your mother, but for you, too. This... Eve and everything, it's a lot to take in. I'm sorry you have even more on your plate. She smiled sadly. I thought I could help, you know. In some small way, make things a little better by helping with the bookshop. Even if you hated me at the end. Oh, Joy, I don't hate you. I couldn't hate you if I tried, Robin said, because it was true. Even upset as I am, I can see you've only set out to help me since you came here. I don't suppose you fancy some breakfast, do you? She said shyly. Aye. Joy looked around the flat, as if seeking permission from some invisible source. Are you sure? Of course, it's only breakfast, but maybe it's a start. I would love that. Joy wiped away a tear. Is that? Robin squinted at the large canvas, as they were just about to go out the door. Is that really one of my mother's? Yes, of course, it's for you. Eve left it to you in his will. It's been in our apartment in Paris for years. He kept it in his study. I always knew he loved it, much more than I did. She shrugged again. Maybe I always knew in my heart. That's so. Robin bent to examine the painting. She wanted to say it was sweet, but actually there was something a little sad about it. It's one of her early ones. It must be worth a fortune at this stage. The more she studied it, the more she recognized. Her mother had spoken about this particular painting often, over the years, never quite sure who had ended up buying it. Now, examining it, Robin could see exactly why her mother was so talented. It brought a lump of emotion to her throat. She actually thought she might cry at the sheer beauty of it. It's very valuable at this stage. Probably the most valuable one we owned. He wanted you to have it. Perhaps he was sending it home. Joy sighed. Whatever happens, I'm glad that I came here and delivered it to you, personally. I'm glad too. Robin might be feeling like hell, drained and dazed, but she was very glad to have met the woman who had been the love of her father's life. Come on, all the croissants will be sold out. Joy smiled. Don't worry, Leo always keeps back a few for regulars. He does a brisk trade after morning mass, The old dears pop in for a pot of tea and fresh pastries. His croissants are always in demand then. You know everything, Joy laughed. But will he let us have them, do you think? He won't have any choice, Robin said, racing downstairs. I know where he hides the stash. As it happened, they made it into the bakery with perfect timing. So you're still here, Leo scowled across the counter at Joy. Certainly looks like it. Joy held his gaze. Listen, Uncle Leo, we've had a long chat and, regardless of how you two got off on the wrong foot, Robin put up her hand to stop him interrupting her. I'm hoping Joy will hang around for the summer, to help out in the shop. She went up behind him, grabbed 2 croissants. Just so you know, she's family now, so you'll simply have to put aside whatever has been bothering you and be civil to her. Chapter 31. What a night. Fern groaned and pulled the quilt up over her head to block out the morning. Sunshine was the last thing she needed today. How could anyone be expected to get a night's sleep after a revelation like that? Eve Bachon had come crashing back into her life with one painting, and it felt as if the cornerstones in her world had been hacked away from beneath her. Joy had tried to explain, but there were no words adequate to cover over what amounted to a lifetime of lies. In that flat, in that moment of truth, it was worst for Robin. Shock. Fern feared their relationship might never recover. And then, they had come back here to Patrick Street, and she tried to explain the unforgivable, why she'd lied to her for years. When Robin was small, it made sense not to complicate things. Yes, all right, so it was easier for Fern, but she'd never wanted to share her daughter with a family in Paris. She couldn't bear the idea of shunting her back and forth. It never worked. Luke and his boys were testament to that. Deep down, Fern had always known this day would come sooner or, as it had turned out, later. Never had she imagined it would come like this. And to think, she had actually liked Joy. That was the worst of it. For the first time since Margot died, she'd felt as if she'd found someone who could be a friend, a real friend. Hadn't she raced downstairs so many times, just so she could pick up coffee for them? Just so she could be part of this bond that was forming between Joy and Robin. She wanted to be part of it. Oh, of course, in Dublin, she and Luke had a big circle of friends, but they weren't real friends. If they had been, surely one of them would have told her that Luke was having an affair behind her back. They had to know. Certainly Pauline Bamford might have been good at keeping secrets about the disintegration of her own marriage, but she'd always been a terrible gossip about everyone else's. With Joy, she had felt there was something different. There was a real connection, a shared communication, an understanding. Shared? Ha! She felt sick to her core at the thought of it. It looked as if the joke was on her. All that time, while Fern had been pouring her heart out to Joy, she must have been rubbing her hands together and thinking, about time she got a taste of her own medicine. That was it. Karma. All of this. Losing Margot, Luke and his fling, the truth about Robin's father, and what felt like the ultimate betrayal, Joy not being at all who she thought she was. It was all karma, for a one-night stand that had meant nothing and everything, even as it was happening. Fern turned over in bed, to face the little window in the eaves. The only view from here was the distant sky. Today, because she'd cried herself to sleep and fallen into a series of fitful dreams, her eyes burned against the brightness. She began to cry again, a soft, keening noise. It felt as if her heart was actually breaking. Only yesterday, in the most unlikely of places, on the path outside the bookshop, surrounded by the local art circle, it was as if she'd turned a corner of sorts. She'd painted something that had felt good. She had enjoyed the artist circle, far more than she wanted to admit to herself. But today, it was as if that was a phoenix returned to the ashes. She never wanted to paint again. Actually, she never wanted to get out of this bed again. But of course, that was not an option. Life would see to that. She had to somehow put things right with Robin. She needed to face the fact that even though he was gone, Yves Bachon was back in their lives. She wondered for a second what Joy would do. Go back to Paris, probably. Hopefully, now that she'd come here and ruined everything. Downstairs in the kitchen just beneath her bedroom, the sounds of Robin moving about stirred her from her thoughts. She'd gone out for a run earlier. Fern had looked out the window and seen her jogging along the shore. An ungodly hour. But there were others on the beach too, walking dogs and a local group, paying homage to the rising sun, stretching their limbs in Tai Chi movements. Wakey, wakey, Robin pushed through the bedroom door. She carried a tray laid with a small coffee pot, a pastry fresh from the bakery, and a few tragic-looking daisies in a little glass that she must have picked up after her run. Come on, Mom. It's time to face the day. I can't think of one good reason to face it. And you, Robin, are far too bloody chipper. I thought you'd be. Fern tried to make her words sound funny, but she knew she just sounded old and weary. I don't know what I am, but we have to keep going. I've been down to see Joy already and... Oh. It wasn't a question. Rather, it was surprise. The last person Fern wanted to see was Joy Bachon, or Blackwood, or whatever she called herself. I couldn't sleep, so I went for a run, and it seemed like the right thing to do. I talked to Joy. She was going to leave, but we had breakfast up at Leo's and... You didn't ask her to stay, did you? Fern hated the fact that her voice betrayed a sliver of the fear in her heart. Suddenly it dawned on Fern, like a huge weight falling on her chest and taking her breath away. Robin hadn't run into Joy. She had gone looking for her. Yes, I did. And before you ask, I have put things straight with her, or at least I hope I've started to. She had a look that told Fern what was done was done. Whatever she'd said to Eve's wife was said, and there was no taking any of it back. And how did she seem? Because in spite of the fact that she hardly knew how she herself felt about anything this morning, a little part of Fern didn't want to add to the hurt she'd already caused Joy. Even so, she couldn't imagine ever standing in the same room as her again. What did you talk about? Everything. She levelled a look at Fern that was almost defiant in its forthrightness. You might as well know the truth of it. It seems about time we started having more of that around here, Robin said shortly, and Fern knew that, in spite of the fact they'd put their arms around each other the previous evening, Robin was still devastated. She'd been lied to for years, and maybe it explained the way her relationship with Luke had always been a disappointment to her. I went there to have it out with her. I was as angry with her for lying to me as I was with you last night, but, oh God, somehow Joy had got around her where Fern hadn't managed to. Well, I believe her. You believe what? That she was married to Eve and came here to give you a painting but somehow never got round to it? That was just crazy. Seriously, Robin, she's been here for weeks. How on earth could she not have had an opportunity to tell the truth? Fern stopped. Hadn't she had years to tell Robin about Eve? Robin raised an eyebrow. Okay, I know, I'm throwing rocks from a glass house, but that's different. I believe she chickened out that first day. Robin held up her hand to stop her mother from interrupting. I actually saw it myself. She came to the bookshop twice before she had the guts to enter, and Mum, whether you want to believe this or not, she never actually asked for a job. I ended up talking her into it, and... Oh, come on, Robin, seriously. What sort of nonsense is that? But of course, if Joy had really wanted to stir up trouble, she'd have spilled the truth much earlier and revelled in the notion that Fern had lied to Robin from day one. It's the truth. And here's another thing. She's done nothing but good since she's arrived. She has helped me turn the bookshop around. She's brought in more business, and it is business that's going to keep coming back. She's worked so hard to get the shop off the ground, and she's done that to help me. But why? Have you asked yourself that? Really? Fern stopped, because deep down she knew her own experience with Joy had been similar. Joy had listened to her, tried to make her feel better. She might not have set out to do it, but somehow she had given her back the gift of painting again. Fern still remembered feeling that turning point. That night they'd sat on the pier together. That was the start, and it was that simple unburdening that freed her up to lead the artist's circle. When she'd talked to Joy about her affair in Paris all those years ago, it was the first time she told anyone since confessing to Margot and Peggy. And the next day, she was painting. Everything had become so much easier overnight. It was as though her spirit had been set free, unleashed between spilling her worries to Joy and the experience of painting with a group at the front of the bookshop. Come on, Mum. You have to see it. She's not the wicked stepmother you want to think she is. Is that what you think? Fern said. But the words were more a whisper than anything else. It doesn't matter anymore what anyone thinks. We're connected in a way I hadn't realised before, and all right, so maybe she wasn't able to tell us straight away, but it's too soon for me to take this in. Any of it. I can't think straight, Fern said, and pushed the tray away. Robin might be able to forgive and forget, but Robin wasn't carrying half the baggage from the past that Fern was, and she didn't have nearly so much to lose by letting this woman into her life. When the door closed behind Robin, Fern began to cry. All she could think of was that she would give anything to have Margot and Peggy here. She missed them so much. Chapter 32. After everything that had happened, there was no other choice. Joy decided she would leave the painting with Albie. Robin had left without it this morning. To be fair, they were all in a complete tizzy. It felt as if there was a fragile truce of sorts, but that was a long way off making peace with Fern. Joy had packed her bags 4 times, trying to make sure everything fitted. Somehow, apart from a few books she'd bought in the bookshop, it seemed impossible to fold back what had fitted with room to spare only a few weeks earlier. She tapped on Albie's door as soon as she heard him come upstairs after breakfast in the bakery. Ah, it's yourself. I'm still thinking of that lovely dinner you made me last night. It was nothing, really, my pleasure. She meant it. Even if Albie never wanted to see her again after today, she would treasure the time they had spent together. For the briefest of time. He made her feel as if she was part of a family. She would always be grateful for that. He had given her the gift of belonging. I've come... She cleared her throat. But she didn't want to have this conversation on the threshold, so she followed him inside. I'm going back to Paris, she said, flatly. And now, not just like that, I hope. I'm afraid so. There's something I didn't tell you before, and now Robin and Fern know. It's time for me to leave. It's for the best. And so it spilled out. The truth of who she was, Yves Bachon's widow. She was Robin's stepmother. It sounded so strange when she actually said it. Yet, sitting here, it was easier to say than she had expected all those times she practiced it in her head. But that's wonderful news, Albie said, and he was smiling. I'm sorry, but how is it wonderful news? She asked. Fern hates me, and Robin has been kind, but she has to be still in shock. God knows how she's going to feel about me when she actually comes to her senses, and her voice quivered as emotion finally took over. And it's coming at the worst possible time. I hoped we would have the reception, and the bookshop would be firmly established before I had to leave. Then there's Fern and her marriage disintegrating. It's just too much to land on anyone's doorstep, even at the best of times. She stopped. Oh, don't be worrying about Fern and Luke, if that's what you're feeling badly about. Albie shook his head sadly. Luke has always been a ladies' man. He might not have done anything as obvious as this before, but who knows what he gets up to when he's jetting about the place. The difference this time is that Fern can't pretend she doesn't know. She's finally facing up to it. You sound as if you're relieved. Joy thought she couldn't be any more surprised by Albie. He was much more clued up than she had given him credit for. She quietly agreed. It was always better to know if you were sleeping with a lion than to believe you were lying with a lamb. Maybe I am. It's not cruelty on my part, mind, but I've always believed that Robin should know the truth of who she is. It's the least any of us deserve, don't you think? I suppose so. Of course he was right about that. So you already knew that Eve was her biological father? Of course I knew, he smiled sadly. There were no secrets between me and my Peggy. Even if I never breathed a word, it didn't mean I hadn't felt the weight of it. How is Robin after hearing the news? Considering the enormity of what she's had to absorb, she's actually better than any of us, probably. That's my girl. Albie couldn't hide the pride in his voice. She didn't really click with Luke. He was never going to win any prizes for Father of the Year, for all his doing the right thing and taking care of Fern, really. He and Robin never connected. Not properly. Not like a father and daughter should. Still, look, the way I see it, you can run off to Paris if you like. No one can stop you. But do you have any real family there? He paused for a moment, looked at her with those light blue eyes, and she felt as if he was seeing the answer clearly, without her having to say a word. I have my apartment, my friends. The truth was, she had no family anywhere, not in France or in the States, and most of her friends had been Eve's friends, and well, she would be the odd wife out. Her other friends had all been connected with work. She hadn't seen them for over a year. And of course, I have Paris. She delivered this with a knowing smile. Paris had been her home for almost 3 decades. Everyone knew you could spend all day, every day, going from gallery to bookshop, and never run out of things to occupy you there. As you say, you have Paris. But now you have Ballycove too, and, whether Fern likes it or not, you have family here. That gives you roots to a place like no other thing can. But family. It was what she'd wanted for so long, really, deep down. Fern will get over it, if you want to stick around. I'm not sure Robin will do so well if you leave just yet. Albie smiled at her, and for what felt like the millionth time, she realized he might be the wisest man she had ever met. So, do you need help to unpack those bags, or shall I leave it to you? Because I could make it to the top of the stairs if I had to. He was making fun of her now. No, I think I can manage. Joy laughed, in spite of herself. At least, make your mind up to stay until after the reception. Talk to Robin. Spend some time with her. Give yourselves a chance to make a plan to keep in touch. You never know. You could have a whole new life about to open up for you here. Albie smiled at her, and she had a feeling he knew far more than he should about what was good for her. Okay. You could be right about the reception, she conceded. I'll stay until after it. And it was decided, as easily as that. Now, don't you have a job to be getting along to? I'm sure Dolly is wondering what's happened to you. She's very tuned in to routine, you know. He laughed, because of course, Dolly would be looking forward to their very slow amble to the bookshop, and a day of mooching between the books, and then later, in the afternoon, sleeping contentedly in the politics section, under the stairs. You're right, of course. I should be getting along, Joy said, because Robin had made it quite clear that she would love to see her at the bookshop, if she wanted to turn up today, and for as many more days as she felt like it, after that. Elby, she started, but she didn't have the words to express how grateful she was to him for his kindness, so instead, she bent over him and threw her arms around his neck. He allowed her to hug him for a minute before he began to protest about being strangled. Thank you, she said as she made her way to the door. Thank you. It felt strange, as if she had walked through an invisible door, being back in the bookshop in the days after Robin learned the truth about Eve. Everything had slightly altered between them. There was that all-too-tangible feeling of newness, as if they were engaging in some untried dance that neither of them quite had the steps to. It was little things, like getting the morning coffees. Suddenly, without Fern being there to join in their conversation, they were thrust into unfamiliar territory. The ground beneath them had shifted, and now it was a landscape where the significance of small things like offering to stay late or take out the rubbish for the bin collection took on a new, almost gargantuan significance. Joy decided to keep her attention on the details for the reception. 2 days to go, she said as she arrived at the bookshop on a wet and unexpectedly windy Monday morning. She'd found an umbrella in the flat, but it still hadn't done very much to stop her hair from being completely blown about. No worries. I think everything is under control, Robin said lightly. She had made a space on the wall facing the front door for the Seine painting. Leo promised to hang it for her. The Seine will be the icing on the cake. It's only right that Eve is with us, in some small way. I'm sure he would have been very proud. And Joy felt a little tug at her heart, because she would have loved a daughter, like Robin. Sometimes, Joy thought there was no end to the boxes of books the previous owner had stashed away in hidden corners of the bookshop. In clearing more shelf space in what was once the little kitchenette at the back of the shop, Robin had come across another 4 boxes. The old kitchen, little more than a galley corridor, was going to be the cookery and homemaking section. It was Robin's idea to make it slightly kitsch and retro. Every time Joy walked into it, she felt as if she'd stepped across a threshold in time and emerged in an era where domestic goddesses had their husbands' slippers at the ready and a casserole permanently on standby. Still, she had to admit, it worked. It was quirky, and already the bookshop's growing band of followers on social media loved the images Robin had posted from that section. Between them, they gathered up a huge collection of books that ran across the gamut from Laura Ashley catalogues to an early edition of The Personality of a House by Emily Post. The little kitchen was decked out in gingham, and small table lamps sat on top of the mismatched shelves. A butler sink was filled with geraniums, so there was a heady aroma of citrus rose in the air. Joy had stacked the little dresser with old-fashioned crockery, much of which had probably been here when Robin's great-grandmother was a girl. Just when we thought we had them all, Joy laughed, but it was hard not to be a little weary at the sight of yet another box of treasure. It seemed as if they had been cataloguing books forever at this point. Yep, I found them stacked up behind the door. How on earth they hadn't noticed them before this was anyone's guess. House clearance? It looks like it. Blair Hall, if the label is correct, Robin said, and she quickly filled Joy in on the Blair family. All gone now, of course, but they started off the woolen mills to give employment during the famine, I think. The house is still standing, but it was sold a few years ago. Good old Douglas must have picked them up then. She opened the first box, and the dust made her sneeze. Oh well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, Joy said, peering into the box that Robin had placed at her feet. Wow, these are nice. She picked up a heavy-bound book that looked as if it belonged in the Bodleian. Rich, liver-coloured leather embossed with a slightly faded gold lettering. There were 12 in the box, and, at the end, one stray old volume. An Odd Man Out. Joy picked it up to take a closer look. Are they all like this? Robin bent down and pulled open the top of another box. I've seen books like these on eBay and Etsy. Interior designers go crazy for them. She chattered happily. It was a strange sign of the times when buyers were more interested in the look of the book than the actual contents. Robin picked up one after another, naming them as she went along. World history, European borders, topography of Spain, Italian royal families. There seems to be a set of encyclopedias too. And they're in great condition, Joy said. But she wasn't looking at the leather-bound books that had captured Robin's attention. Instead, she was examining the little cloth-covered book in her hand. It was very old, older than all the others put together. Not that she was an expert, but she had a feeling about this book, even the weight of it in her palm. There was something substantial about it. These are numbered, as if they were covered specially and then catalogued in the Blair Library, Robin said. But Joy was only half listening. So much lovelier than looking something up on the internet, don't you think? She sighed wistfully. She hardly noticed Joy turning over the slim, ancient-looking volume, holding it towards the light, and then gently caressing the red cloth cover. It had that heavy cream paper that had gone out of fashion when books became commodities that everyone could own. What? Robin said. Aren't we as bad as each other? Just daydreaming about who might have held these before us? She said. Oh, Joy exclaimed. It's Alice's Adventures in... I've never read this one. Suddenly she felt a little out of breath, as if all the books were coming in on top of her, and her head began to spin with possibilities she was too afraid to put words on. Really? Robin said. I remember reading that as a child. I adored it. Douglas gifted it to me one Christmas. Of course, my copy had colour pages. She laughed. It was a 1970s reprint, and I reread it so often that it probably died of dog ears and chocolate smudges. The best sort of books, really, Joy murmured. Let's see it then. She put out her hands to look at it. Gosh, it's old, isn't it? Cute, but unlikely we'd ever sell it. Who'd want a book with faded illustrations and a spine that could give on the second reading? She turned it over, considering it for a moment. Maybe we could put it into a social media post. She placed it on the floor next to Dolly Parton and took a snap just as the tortoise yawned lazily. It was classic Dolly. Maybe, Joy said, diving to pick it up quickly. Could I borrow it? Just for a night or two? Of course. Have it for keeps if you'd like, Robin said. I have enough books here to be going on with. I'll hardly miss that old one. No. God, I couldn't possibly, Joy said softly, and she slipped the book into her bag to take a closer look at it later. Chapter 33. The days after the big revelation were surreal for Robin. Only her Uncle Albie could make any sense of it all. He said the Keeling and Turner families were always as big as they needed to be to take one more chick into the nest. Still, as strange and all as it was to comprehend, over the next few days, Robin was reminded of one thing over and over again. Joy was amazing. She was working so hard to make the bookshop a success. She was tireless, as if she was putting in this huge effort because there was a finish time when she would be handing back the reins to Robin in a permanent and irreversible way. Now and then, she caught Joy gazing around the shop, as if she was committing it to memory for a time when she wouldn't be here anymore. The place would feel weirdly empty without her. The truth was, she had become fond of Joy, in a way she hadn't been fond of anyone before. Making friends had been a challenge for as long as she could remember, but with Joy, it was completely different. Most of the artist circle had popped back into the shop over the past few days. There wasn't one of them under 60, but they were lovely, and already giving broad hints about good-looking grandsons they had stashed away at home. Not that she was interested, but the banter was light relief and, with it, she was opening up other conversations, other connections. More importantly, they were all looking forward to the next meeting. Robin hoped her mother wouldn't bail out at the last minute. That would be such a shame. It was obvious Fern had enjoyed it as much as any of them. The icing on the cake was that she'd been really happy with what she had produced, too. Robin was no critic, but she knew it was as good as anything her mother had ever produced. Leo had hung the painting from Joy and Eve in the bookshop. It seemed apt. Her mother had scoffed, "It's only a painting." But Robin remembered. Fern had been moved to a silence so deep it seemed to resonate like a tuning fork on the taut air when she saw it again. It must be, Robin thought at the time, a little like finding a lost child you never thought you'd see again. It was painfully obvious that Fern was avoiding Joy since the big revelation. She was behaving like a wounded animal. She moped all day long in the flat, and then pretended that everything was fine, as if she could pull the wool over her own daughter's eyes. She was hurting badly. But Robin knew part of the reason for that was her own fault, and yes, she hated to say it, but it was down to her own lies. Her mother had told the biggest of lies, and now she was paying the balance owed. Robin suspected she had probably always felt the weight of it. It was why she'd never been properly able to create anything to touch that earlier work. Robin's heart broke for her, but Fern needed to decide how she was going to deal with it. It was Albie who encouraged Robin to ask Joy to stay for longer than just the bookshop launch. "You could be sorry otherwise." He said it in the mild way he spoke when actually he really wanted you to listen, but didn't want you to feel pushed into something. "Life is short." Another of his favourite sayings. It was a revelation to Robin, the way he and Joy seemed to have bonded. In the short time she'd lived upstairs, they had grown very close. But then, it was hard not to like Uncle Albie. He had a way of getting right under your skin. Seriously? Robin wasn't sure she actually believed Joy had talked him into the story hour for the village children on Saturday mornings. Of course. He's even offered to do a reading at the reception, if you'd like him to. If I'd like him to? I'd love it. Has he thought about what he might do? He had a piece picked out within 90 seconds of being asked, Joy smiled. Of course he had. Robin had spent many hours as a small girl, curled up next to him while he read Roald Dahl poems, doing funny voices for each of the characters. Oh, Joy, you really do know how to make some special sort of magic. Oh, stop it. It was nothing. If anyone is delivering miracles around here, it's Albie. They clinked cups on this because Robin couldn't agree more. Cian promised he'll come to the reception, Robin blurted out. He had texted her already this morning, some vague details of when they would arrive and to ask if he could stay in his usual room, or was it likely to be filled with returning Keelings and Turners for the big launch. Oh, and is he bringing the delightful Imogen? They seem to be surgically attached these days. Good. I can't wait to meet them both, Joy said. I haven't told him about you. Is that terrible? What she meant, of course, was she hadn't told him that she and Joy had a connection. I'm hardly in any position to lecture you on who you should tell, or what you should tell them, Joy smiled kindly. And anyway, why would you tell him anything you don't want to? But it's the sort of thing I would have been on the phone to him for hours about, before Imogen arrived on the scene. You have to trust your own judgment on that. You're right. Maybe that's what I'm learning. That thought made Robin feel really good, because before this, she couldn't have decided anything for herself without running it past Cian. That's no small lesson. So many women spend a lifetime trying and failing to do just that. It's not lost on me that I've told Shane, and not just because he's down the road, and Albie might tell him anyway. We both know Albie wouldn't breathe a word if you told him not to. But again, maybe it's just good judgment. Yes, Shane's a good egg, isn't he? They'd become even closer since she'd told him about Joy. Now, as well as him popping into the shop each evening, they'd gone for drinks last week and met up for a few early morning runs, too. He's a great friend. You're lucky. Thanks to you, Robin said. I don't deserve any credit. I really don't. Joy held up her hands. A sudden downpour of rain outside drowned out their voices for a moment. Robin moved towards the window. Mercifully, the rain was sheeting down and across the road away from the shop front. This time, the easy chairs had been spared. They were still dry thanks to the canopy and the favourable direction of the wind today. Robin hadn't seen anything like it in years. It sent a shiver through her, although it was not cold. We might have to make do with instant coffee today. What do you think? Joy called to Robin. It was too wet for take-out coffee. Even Dolly had refused to leave with Joy this morning. I'm happy to make it, if you fancy drinking it. Robin looked around the shop. The place was in great shape. They'd worked really hard these last few weeks. Let's go over everything again, just in case. So they did. Robin had organised music for the night. A local duo with a guitar and some easy listening songs had been delighted to be asked. Shane was taking care of the food, and the manager in the local hotel was supplying wine and his best glasses. There were 2 local writers who had actually contacted the shop over the last 6 months with offers to do a reading or a signing, but Robin had never taken them up on it. Lesson for next time. Always take up any offers from people who might want to do something in the shop, Joy had said. But Robin knew, and she'd promised herself she'd never make the same mistake again. And you know I hate to be a wet blanket, but if the winter weather is like this... What do you mean, if it's like this? This is positively Mediterranean compared to what it's like in January in Ballycove, Robin laughed. So, no reading chairs? No artist's circle on the footpath outside your door? Joy was serious. Robin would have to think of some other attractions. Well, have you any thoughts? God, I feel as if I'm in school. Robin shook her head. Let's see. I'd be happy to let the artist's circle meet here in the shop. I could clear out a space in front of the window. It would be a squeeze, but certainly we could fit in quite a few easels, if people weren't keen on freezing to death outside. Joy agreed. Better to have them meet here than in a local pub where the links might be easily lost again. What about some poetry workshops? That would get people in, and if we wanted, we could extend the invite to the secondary schools in the neighbouring towns, wouldn't it? Yes, of course. But it needs to be organised, Joy said lightly. Point taken. I can start when the reception is over. You could start now. Oh, you are a very difficult woman to work for sometimes. Robin smiled, but she took down the diary and started to flick through the weeks ahead. It had begun to fill up. Between the artist's circle and the children's story hour, it felt as if her little bookshop was turning into what she had always dreamed it could be. Chapter 34. It was the most amazing thing. Finally, it seemed as if the bookshop was really taking off. Robin was full of all their plans to make a go of it. So why did Fern feel as if she couldn't quite celebrate her daughter's good fortune? I think you'll find it's called cutting off your nose to spite your face, Albie muttered. They were having coffee at the bakery. Her first time out of the flat since that night. Probably Robin and Joy would be drinking their afternoon coffee about now too. That just twisted something she didn't want to name even tighter in her heart. Jealousy or loneliness. You can't hide away forever. I'm certainly not hiding away. I couldn't hide even if I wanted to. She looked at her watch. The artist circle was due to meet in less than an hour, and already she'd spotted one of the old dears, Hilda Newson, going into the church across the street with her easel under her arm and a bag over her shoulder that looked fit to bursting with paints and brushes. Humph, he said. You need to get down there and straighten things out with Joy. And Fern knew he was right. It was why she couldn't quite celebrate her daughter's optimism. It felt as if it all belonged to Joy and Robin together. What am I supposed to say to her? I mean, I don't know where to start. And that was the truth, because the torment she'd felt for years about having gone behind Joy's back had turned into something far more complex now. It wasn't guilt anymore, but it was anger, and maybe grief. Grief? It's complicated, she said, catching his eye. Listen here, Fern. I know you lost Margot, and it was the most awful thing for you. But I have a feeling that Joy was just beginning to feel some of the space she left behind. I don't know what you're talking about. And it was at that moment Fern felt as if a light bulb went on somewhere at the back of her brain. Of course. He was bloody right. Why hadn't she seen it before? Look, it's as plain as the nose on my face. You two could be great buddies, you know. We all need that. Fern, there's nothing wrong in admitting it. Sometimes you can be so annoying. Fern rolled her eyes. No point saying he was wrong, because he knew her too well for that. But it still niggled. The idea that somehow this woman had come over here and begun a relationship with Robin without so much as a by your leave. Joy Bachon, or Blackwood, or whatever she wanted to call herself, had furrowed into all of their hearts under false pretenses. Even Fern had liked her. That's what made everything 10 times more complicated. I mean, what do I say to her? Sorry wouldn't be such a bad place to start, Albie said, and he looked away because he wasn't setting out to be cruel. If only it was that easy. God, seeing that painting again had been like walking into a glass door. It felt like a form of concussion. It was shock, of course. It wasn't just about seeing the painting. It was more than that. It was everything it represented, and Yves Bachon, and that secret she had kept for so many years, spilling out between them. And Joy, the woman she had spent so long feeling guilty about. It came as an enormous jolt to realize that she had been here all along. And maybe, more than all of that, Fern had grown to really like her. That was the bit that perversely annoyed her now on top of everything else. It would be easy if Joy had turned out to be a total bitch. That would be so much simpler. There was no making sense of any of it. This time, Fern couldn't varnish reality with a veneer that suited her own ends. The truth was out. Robin knew it now, and she was holding out an olive branch to Joy. While Robin said she understood the reason for the lie, it still sat there between mother and daughter, silently festering. It was the most upsetting thing, being found out in the lie she'd lived by for years, the one thing she'd never wanted. She could kick herself for her stupidity. There was as much enthusiasm for the second outing of the artist circle as there had been on the first. They assembled at the bookshop and greeted each other as if the arrangement had been going on as long as Mass in St. Peter's. In spite of everything, Fern found the familiarity of the group to be an unexpected comfort. The sun was shining. It was a beautiful day to paint, and the only fly in her oil paints was the fact that she couldn't help but feel a little self-conscious as she moved over and back in front of the shop window. It was almost, she thought at one stage, as if she was back to being a teenager again, engaging in some complex ritual, whereby she was aware of not wanting to put a foot wrong in the limelight of the bookshop window. She moved from one of her artist group to the next, discussing the work they intended to do for the afternoon, angling their easels to get the best view, discussing colour and light and brushes, and generally setting them up before she moved on to the next. And then, a half an hour later, she stood before her own canvas, took a deep breath, and felt the stress magically melt from her shoulders. For a blissful hour or two, she promised herself she would not think of those things that had been crowding out her thoughts and emotions. She dipped her brush into a buttery yellow, mixed it in with dark red, and let the brush find its place on the canvas, and lost herself in the process of the work. "Oh, how I'd love to have even a spoonful of your talent." Hilda Newsom was at her elbow. "You have more than enough talent of your own, Hilda," Fern laughed. "Still, that's something special." Hilda stood back and admired the canvas that Fern had brought to life over the course of the hour she'd been working on it. "Thank you. Yours is lovely too," Fern said, moving across to admire Hilda's painting of a seagull sitting on the path. It actually was very good. "It's for my grandson, Will. Have I mentioned him before?" "Yes, he's the guard, isn't it?" Fern smiled because Hilda mentioned him every time she got a chance. She was obviously very proud of him. Fern suspected she had high hopes that he and Robin might be a match. Fern had her doubts, but she wouldn't say that. It was obvious her daughter was still carrying a torch for Cian. More than once, Fern found herself thinking, be careful what you wish for. Cian was a nice lad, but somehow she'd always felt there might be someone else out there for Robin. "Detective," Hilda corrected her, as if that might somehow make him a better catch in Fern's eyes for her daughter. Before Fern had a chance to say another word, Shane arrived to take orders for coffee, and they all drifted to the comfy chairs outside the bookshop, watching the day segue into evening, and made plans to meet up at the reception a few days later. "You'll be there, of course." Lachlan was sitting in the chair next to her, his coffee finished, eyes closed and enjoying the late evening warmth against his bare legs. Fern couldn't help noticing how tanned and toned they were. She assumed he was a cyclist. And she thought of Luke, who wouldn't be caught dead in shorts, or on a bicycle for that matter. Luke had legs like matchsticks, but then they weren't why she'd fallen in love with him all those years ago. "I won't have any choice," Fern laughed, but truthfully, she was absolutely dreading it. It was a strange thing. She went to openings and receptions every other week in Dublin. She was used to strolling about from group to group, with a topped-up glass of wine in one hand. But this was different. This was intimate, not like Dublin, where it didn't really matter. Here, it felt as if so much more than just the survival of the bookshop hinged in some way on its success. More importantly, this was a huge thing for Robin. Fern wanted the evening to be perfect for her. "Seriously, I'm really looking forward to it," she lied. Well, what was one more lie when you lied on the scale that she had over the years? "I heard the food is going to be to die for," Shane laughed, as he put a tray of tiny rolled-up chocolate treats down. "Oh," she said in thanks. "It always is when you're in charge. Thanks for these, Shane." "No worries. I'm closing up for the night, and I plan to make more tomorrow. Enjoy." "Nice guy," Lachlan said. "Yes, that's Ballycove for you, though, isn't it?" she said. And it was the truth. Wasn't that why she had come here, to lick her wounds after she found out about Luke? God, Luke. There hadn't been so much as another word from him in weeks. Obviously, he wasn't planning on spending his summer holidays in Patrick Street this year. But whatever he was up to, he wasn't staying in their house in Dublin. She'd checked the security system. It was a relief, really, because the idea of Patrice sizing up her underwear drawer might just be the finish of her. Fern winced every time she reflected on the mess of her private life. "You okay?" Lachlan was now looking at her. "Me?" She wanted to shrug it off, But she had a feeling that the only one she would be fooling was herself. How long have you got? It turns out I have all the time in the world, he said softly. With that, her phone vibrated in her pocket. It's getting late. I should probably get going. She stood up, and some of the others took their cue from her too. But I'll see you at the reception. Lachlan was watching her, waiting to confirm. Of course, I'll be there. It felt somehow as if they'd made some sort of arrangement to meet there, and with that, the idea of going didn't feel quite so daunting. Chapter 35. It was 3 days since Joy had come across Alice in that dusty old box. At this point, she'd combed backwards and forwards through Google to try and determine if it was what she dared to dream it might be. She still hadn't told Robin the whole truth of what the old book could mean. Actually, she still wasn't sure herself what it meant. She picked it up again, holding it to the light, inspecting it, as if the book would give away some secret that she had no way of gleaning from it. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. The most expensive first edition ever sold. That was what she'd read online. Only a handful of the first printing had survived because the illustrator had been unhappy with the quality of the prints. So apart from a small few gifted by Lewis Carroll to family and friends, they had all been pulped by the publisher. It would be life-changing, really. That's what had struck Joy the moment she'd found it. That's why she kept her thoughts to herself, because the truth was, she wasn't entirely sure what to do with it for the best. She could just put it back on a shelf and pretend she'd never known its potential. That's what her whole instinct was leaning towards now. That, or burying it deep in Albie's bookshelves, so one day, maybe, it could be found again. Her initial reaction had been to get rid of it entirely. But what right had she to do that? Really? And when all was said and done, even after a few restless nights thinking of the ways it could change everything, she knew she couldn't bring herself to destroy something so very lovely. Was this one of the rarest books in existence? Joy sighed, placed it on the table again. She had a friend, well, an acquaintance in Paris, Sandrine Fournier, an expert in antiquarian books. Or at least, Sandrine knew enough about rare and old books to make a substantial living and buy some of the most expensive art that Eve had sold over the last few years. So, Joy supposed, she was as good a place to start as any. Ma chérie! Sandrine was one of the most French women that Joy had ever met. How have you been? We've all been so worried about you. No one has seen you for weeks. I'm in Ireland. In Ireland? What on earth brought you there? De rien. It doesn't matter. How are you? Silly question. Of course, you are still going to be getting over the shock. But we are all here, in Paris, waiting for you to come back. She soothed, and of course, she meant it. But people like Sandrine were so busy, they rarely had time for much more than coffee and maybe a phone call every other month if you were lucky. That's so nice, thank you, Joy said, because it was good to hear that life hadn't just forgotten her back in Paris. Listen, I'm looking for a favor. It's about a book. Anything, what can I do? I think, well, it's not my area of expertise, but I think a friend of mine has come across something very special in her bookshop. And she went on to explain about the copy of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Oh mon Dieu. Joie, have you any idea? If this is the real thing, this is huge. She stopped, because maybe she, more than anyone, realized that the enormity of finding something so precious had to be tempered with the reality of it having the potential to completely change everything. People like Sandrine were wise enough to know this was not always a good thing. Well now, I only said it might be, Joy said, because part of her hoped she was wrong. It wasn't what she suspected at all. After all, what were the chances? She breathed a little wish. Don't let this change anything. Not one thing. Can you send me a photo? Sandrine was still talking on the other end of the line, and Joy had to shake herself out to keep up with her words. She switched the phone over to loudspeaker, snapped the book with her camera, and sent it across on a messaging app. Within seconds, it had arrived in Paris. And it was just in a box? I mean, what are the chances? Sandrine's voice was suddenly high-pitched. Oh, my God! She cried in the most un-Parisian show of excitement Joy had ever witnessed from her. I think... She paused, obviously examining the photograph that had pinged across. Of course, it's too early to say, but... She waited a beat. I'd need to get a really good look at it. I could come over to examine it properly, she said softly. That won't be necessary. Not yet. I can photograph more of the pages for you. Send them on. The woman who owns the book has a lot on for the next few days. After that, who knows? She might even take it to you for evaluation. Oh, that would be wonderful. Sandrine clapped her hands. Like most of their friends, the idea of leaving Paris, even for a short stay, was always considered far more trouble than it was worth. When Joy ended the call to Sandrine, she knew she should probably tell Robin that she may have a very valuable book on her hands. Still, the sensible part of her knew there was no point raising her hopes. After all, there was a far greater chance that this was just another copy that had come from a reprint of thousands of copies after the main event. Instead, she decided to keep the news to herself, until Sandrine came back with either a maybe, yes, or a definitely no. It would be either one or the other, and Sandrine had promised she'd let her know in the next day or two. Later that evening, Joy was making her way back to the flat after a long walk on the beach, when she spotted Elizabeth O'Shea making a beeline for her. Joy smiled. Albie said that Elizabeth had taken to widowhood, like converts take to good deeds, with a zeal far outweighing the necessity. There was no doubt the woman had an appetite for life that drew you to her. Joy liked her from the first moment they met. Hey, she said, it's gorgeous out there. If you're going for a swim, although I think I'd definitely plumb for a wetsuit. She laughed, because Elizabeth had set up the Ladies' Midnight Swimming Club with her friends a few years earlier. It was a wonderful way of bringing women of all ages together. Every year, all the women in the village dived into the water in the nip to raise money for the local cancer services. Ah, that's what they all say. But you have to try it before you decide. Elizabeth laughed. Anyway, I wanted to talk to you about the bookshop. Albie was in the surgery this morning, and he mentioned that you had plans to theme different parts of the shop. Oh, Albie, Joy laughed. That was meant to be a surprise to be unveiled on the big celebration night. Don't worry, your secret is safe with me. But here's the thing. My husband was the doctor in Ballycove for over 40 years, and there's a whole heap of old charts and paraphernalia lying about in cupboards. You'd be welcome to them if you were putting together a health and wellness corner. Really, that is such a kind offer. I'll have to mention it to Robin, but of course she'll be thrilled to take you up on it. Great. Well then, maybe one of you could call up some evening and have a look. You can take what you want. I've been meaning to do something with it for the longest time, but there never seems to be enough hours in the day these days, she said, and then she inclined her head slightly. Sure you won't join me for a dip? Not tonight, but I'll definitely take you up on it one of these evenings, Joy said as she watched Elizabeth head off towards the waves, that looked way too cold for swimming for her liking. Of course, Robin was delighted with the offer from Elizabeth. But by the time Joy arrived into the shop the following morning, she was already looking exhausted. We've had customers, Robin exclaimed. Not all that surprising, Joy smiled. And a whole raft of orders online. Those old comics that we put up yesterday? It turns out they're way more popular than we realised. Great. I'll get packing those up and you can... Joy waved her hand about, because Robin appeared to be on a crusade to cover every available space in bright pink love hearts. They arrived today. Robin gave her a lopsided smile, and Joy remembered now that a local woman, who supplied the shop with homemade cards, had promised to make them. Well done, they look great. And they did. They really brightened the place up, even if they'd left poor Robin completely frazzled. I feel like it's lastminute.com, but they do look good, don't they? Robin said just as the front doorbell rang again, with another customer arriving. Chapter 36. It was completely irrational, but for days before the big celebration, Robin had started to wake in the middle of the night, panicking about things she was meant to do and hadn't got round to. It didn't help that Joy shooed her out of the shop any day that she hadn't managed to get a run on the beach. You've got so much done, you're only human, and it will be fine, Joy kept reassuring her. But there's so much to do. Maybe, but there are two of us to do it, and no one will notice if you don't have that toy train running through lit or unlit signals on the night. Joy laughed, and of course she was right. Robin had put together the train set a few weeks earlier to chug around the tops of the shelves in the transport section of the shop. Worse luck, some of the tiny lights in the crossing signals had blown, and they were driving Robin demented with the idea that everything was not as perfect as she wanted it to be. Oh, get over yourself, Fern said one evening. Why don't you ask Leo? He'll sort it out for you in a heartbeat. I don't think he likes being in the shop with Joy. Are you sure about that? Okay, maybe it's the other way round. Actually, if anything, I think he really likes her. But then she's probably completely taken him in too, her mother said under her breath, and Robin just rolled her eyes, because it wasn't so long ago that Fern was all a go for Joy. Stop it. She's lovely. Oh, please, Fern sighed. You know, I think Albie was right. Albie's always right. What is it this time? Fern said, cocking her eye over her shoulder and away from the drawing she was sketching of the sunset in the distance. He thinks Joy is probably the only person that could one day mean as much to you as Margot did. Well, that's just nonsense. I could never replace Margot, and certainly not with someone who pretended to be. She stopped. He gave me that claptrap too. He's for the birds on that one, let me tell you. Yeah? Well, I've asked her to stay on indefinitely, so you might need to. What was it you told me to do? Oh yes, get over yourself. I'm hoping she'll be here for a very long time indeed. Whatever Joy Bachon decides to do has absolutely nothing to do with me, Fern said airily. But Robin knew that wasn't really the case. Apart from the art circle, her mother hadn't come near the shop since Joy had given Robin the painting. The worst thing was, Albie was right. Joy and Fern had been on the brink of becoming very good friends. It was obvious to Robin that they clicked in a way that didn't happen often enough to take it for granted. Ding dong! Her mother laughed and called Robin over. Who is he? She pointed with her pencil down towards the street opposite, where a tall man, maybe in his late 20s, stood for a moment while his huge dog sniffed the lamppost. No idea, Robin said. Her mother was right. He was a great big ding-dong. The dog was familiar, though. She'd seen that dog with someone else in the village recently. Probably the Dreamboat's girlfriend. Well, isn't it good to see that there is some appreciable talent in the village after all? It's not just pensioners wanting to paint and little old ladies wanting to swim. Sure, but let's face it, he might be quite good looking, but he obviously doesn't read, does he? And her mother knew that even if it was Elvis himself, resurrected from the dead, Robin had no interest in any man who didn't adore books as much as she did. Well, For someone who isn't a reader, he's fairly eyeing up the bookshop, Fern said softly. I'm getting a cup of tea and turning in. Do you want anything? No, thanks. There's still more sun to capture before I can think of giving up. Her mother smiled. They were different animals completely. Her mother was an owl. Robin had always been a lark. That night, even with a mug of chamomile tea and the most boring book she could find in the shop that day, sleep evaded Robin as if it was a fox, scurrying out of sight every time she closed her eyes. At 3 a.m, she gave up pretending to be tired and slipped into her dressing gown and out into the crisp night air. Ballycove was still, apart from the sound of an occasional clink of chains on the quay that carried further than it should on the salty air. Robin knew she was the only person standing in the moonlight in the village at this hour. She could feel the emptiness of the place stir in her bones. The moon overhead caught ripples like shards of glass, jutting occasionally from the velvety black water, rolling out at the bottom of the town, and Robin breathed in the sea air deeply. A few months ago, she would have woken for a very different reason. It seemed strange now to think of it, but until Joy arrived, the biggest worry in her mind had been making the bookshop work. Honestly, she had convinced herself the place would be closed down before she had been in business for a year. Today was the sort of day she wouldn't have been brave enough to dream about a few months ago. There had been walk-through traffic, browsers, and a few sales sent her way from other businesses in the town as well, thanks to the reading chairs outside. There were also online orders, to the value of €300. An anomaly, perhaps. She didn't expect to see that every day, but worth being grateful for when it happened. And she had Joy, quietly working away in the background, pulling all sorts of strings that she never mentioned until Robin noticed another unexpected bonus. What on earth would she do without Joy when she returned to Paris? And she would return to Paris. Robin was convinced of that much. She thought very often of ways she might prevent it. She daydreamed of Joy falling madly in love with Leo. But Leo was a confirmed bachelor. Or at least, she'd always thought so until Joy arrived in the village. Sometimes, she wondered if her mother could only move past the hurt and jealousy she felt for Joy. Then maybe friendship might help her decide to stay. Neither scenario seemed very likely to happen, especially if her conversation with her mother earlier was anything to go by. She crossed the road to stand back and look at the shop. There was no one to see her in her slippers at this hour, even in the darkness. She felt a surge of pride pulse through her at the sight of it. This had been her dream, to open a bookshop, to live in Ballycove, and feel as if she belonged here. She thought about Cian. He would never live in Ballycove. She'd always known that. Cian belonged to a university town. Funny, she'd never really thought about it before, but somehow she'd always known it. She was still in love with him. Wasn't she? Perhaps it was the cold night air, or the lack of sleep. But a crazy feeling swept over her. She really wasn't so sure that she did love him anymore. Not in that way, at least. The truth was, some small part of their relationship had been contaminated by Imogen. When he rang these days, it was only to moan about things he'd once laughed about. He was always broke, always struggling under the weight of student debt. She was used to that. But she'd loved the part of him that was constantly planning on his next adventure. He'd travelled halfway round the world during his summer holidays in college. Mind you, that hadn't helped his debt much, probably. These last few weeks, it felt as if she was only hearing about the grievances. She shivered. A sly wind cut along the path behind her, chasing frissons of cold along her spine. So, she wasn't as madly in love with Cian as she had been. Well, what about that? She smiled to herself. It was liberating. Something to be thankful for, at least. The cold night air made her teeth chatter. She needed to get back to bed. As she walked back upstairs, thinking of how lovely the bookshop looked in the moonlight, a small ray of hope cut into her heart. Maybe throwing herself so wholeheartedly into making the bookshop a success was helping her to get over Cian. If that was the case, it would be a miracle on the grandest of scales. Chapter 37. Joy had read about a bookshop somewhere in the States where the owner had replaced sections of the floor with heavy-duty glass panes. Why on earth? Robin looked stricken as she glanced nervously down at the beautiful quarry tiles that ran over the main part of the shop. Snake pits, of course. Joy rolled her eyes. She couldn't see the people of Ballycove being impressed at the introduction of snakes to the village. But then, St. Patrick's done away with all that malarkey here, hasn't he? Thank goodness for that. I don't care what we have to do with the place when Halloween comes. I'm never having snakes anywhere near the shop. Ugh! She shivered at the very idea of it. Well, don't say I'm not doing my fair share of research on your behalf, Joy laughed. And then the vibration of her phone in her pocket halted her from telling Robin about some of the other quirky ideas she'd been reading about. Sandrine. Oh God. The phone call she'd been dreading and hoping for in equal measure. She mouthed an apology and moved away from Robin to take the call in private. Joie, I can't believe I'm calling you to tell you that I think you might have found one of the most valuable books in the world. Sandrine sounded her usual sophisticated self, but just beneath the polished veneer, there was an undeniable hint of enthusiasm that sounded strange, as if it was unused to getting air. So, you think it's a real deal? Well, obviously I can't say for certain, not until I have it in my hand. There are tests to run, you understand. Paper and ink, they are simple tests. But I can't commit until I have scientific verification. Still, if I was asked to lay my life on going either way, I know which way I'd jump. She laughed now. That's good enough for me, Joy said. Do you think you could get it over here, so I could take a proper look at it? Sandrine asked. I'll have to talk it over with Robin. It's her book, after all. But that's the logical next step, I suppose. Yes, to have it verified, unless she is a very wealthy woman, I assume she'd want to sell. Otherwise, the security and the insurance around holding onto something like that, well, it's... You know what it's like here. Perhaps things are a little more reasonable in Ireland, but still. Leave it with me, yeah? Joy said quickly. She spotted Albie coming up the street in the opposite direction. And, Sandrine, thanks, for taking a look at it. A pleasure. We'll talk soon, yes? Absolutely. As soon as things get a little less hectic here, Joy said, and she hung up the call with a mixture of emotions pumping through her veins. She took a deep breath. She'd hidden Alice without a word of its significance to Robin since she'd found it. Her heart thumped wildly in her chest, just thinking about the subterfuge of holding onto it while saying nothing. Days sitting on a secret that could change Robin's life completely and absolutely. On the one hand, if this book was the real deal, then Robin's financial worries would be at an end. The survival of the bookshop would not hinge entirely on one good or bad financial year. But the bookshop had been the making of Robin. Joy had only known her for a short while, but in the time she'd been here, she'd seen Robin blossom like a flower, opening up after a very long and cold winter. You can't put a price on the experience of making a success of something, and that was what was happening for Robin now, so much so that she hardly mentioned Cian anymore. The biggest change had come in the way she dealt with customers. Joy remembered watching her when she arrived first, scuttling around the shop, as if she was being chased away by demons. Hadn't she completely got the wrong end of the stick with Joy the day she'd arrived, and everything had ended up so differently to how Joy had originally planned? Okay, so it might not have been entirely Robin's fault, but certainly Robin had been the main driver of a conversation that veered away from bookselling and ended up in a field far off course. And then there was her own place, here. She hated herself for it, but maybe Joy knew already. She didn't want anything to change, because she didn't want things to change between them. "Penny for them, Joy," Albie said. He was leaving the shop. God, how long had she been out here in the street? "I couldn't put a price on them, Albie," she said. And wasn't that the truth? "Go on inside with you now. Whatever is playing in your mind can't be that bad, surely." "Thanks, Albie," she said, and somehow she knew he'd been sent to give her courage. There was nothing for it. She couldn't bury the book in the middle of the children's section and forget it had ever been a thing. She brought it with her every day. At times, it was hard not to give in to the temptation. No, she had to hand it over to Robin and give her the chance to decide on what was going to happen next. Chapter 38. Fern was racing down to catch the postman when she ran straight into Joy, almost knocking them both off their feet. Joy was a petite Jackie O of a woman, the type it would be easy to imagine being swept away by a hungry gust. "My fault, I was in another world," Joy said, as soon as she regained her balance. "Not at all. Sorry." Fern brushed herself down and tried her best to compose herself, which was not easy, since her heart was racing, and now she felt like a scarecrow, standing there in her pajamas, with bed hair and sleepy eyes. "No, I mean, I really am so sorry," Fern stammered, and as she said it, she realized that night in Joy's flat, it was the one thing she hadn't said. She should have said it, because she was sorry. Hadn't she spent years being sorry for what she had done to Joy Bachon? Even if she couldn't regret sleeping with Eve, because it had resulted in Robin, she'd always felt badly about him being married. Actually, she heard the words on her lips before she had even planned to say them. "Would you like to come up for a coffee?" Fern's heart was literally pounding in her chest. She held her breath, strangely nervous, as if she was waiting for a prognosis that might be life-altering. Joy didn't owe her anything, least of all forgiveness or a second chance. Joy stammered. "I would like that. Thank you." And she followed Fern up the darkened staircase to the flat over the bookshop. "Of course, our coffee is nowhere near as good as Shane's," Fern prattled to cover her nervousness. "Pfft, that doesn't really matter, does it?" Once in the kitchen, Joy stood with her back to the door, her hands behind her back as if she was waiting for the inevitable. "I just wanted to say," except now that they were standing opposite each other, and the kettle had boiled and it was time to actually make the coffee, Fern had no idea what she wanted to say, or how she might go about saying it. "I just wanted to say, I'm so sorry, Fern." Joy blurted it out, and Fern could hear the emotion in her voice. It surprised her because she had a feeling that Joy was the sort of woman who would work as hard as she could to keep her emotions pinned down and not cry, lest she make things even more awkward. "I think if anyone needs to apologize here, it's me," Fern said. No, not at all. Don't you see, you already did apologize. When? Fern's hands were shaking. She couldn't quite follow the words. That night on the pier? I knew you were talking about Eve. I knew it was my marriage you felt guilty about. After that, I could see it so clearly. It drained the life from your art. You've been carrying a world of guilt on your shoulders. The truth is, you've already suffered far too much. Because we were fine. Really. We had a good marriage. Better than most. Certainly better than mine, it turns out. Fern laughed in spite of herself, because it was the truth. Don't you think you've endured enough already? Joy whispered. You're meant to be angry with me, not encouraging me to forgive myself. Who says what we're supposed to feel? I felt very differently before I came here. Joy dropped into one of the mismatched kitchen chairs and placed her mobile phone on the table. I plan to come to Ireland, shove that painting in Robin's or your face, and hightail it back to Paris again. I needed to understand how Eve could have betrayed me, and I wanted to see who this other woman was. This woman who I despised, if I'm being completely honest. I wanted to hurt you, really hurt you, until I met Robin. And I have to say that from that first day in the shop, when I could hardly speak, both of us were somehow out of our depth. I was so sick with nerves, but I knew immediately that she was the innocent party here. And I began to like her. She smiled sadly. In spite of myself, I began to really like her. She is very special. Maybe it's because she's Eve's daughter. No. She may look like her father, but the parts of her I warm to, the vulnerable, kind-hearted parts, they are all you, Fern. They're all your traits. She is your daughter, more than she could ever have been Eve's. I see that now. And she stopped, perhaps trying hard to overcome the emotion that was thick in the air between them. I think it's a good thing. Between you and Albie, you have made her into a really fine young woman. She is. Oh, Joy, I love her so much, and I thought, after we saw that painting. What had she thought? That she was losing her to Joy? Was that it? Maybe I didn't know what to think. You thought I was the wicked stepmother, out to exact some sort of horrible revenge for your affair with Eve. It wasn't even an affair. It doesn't matter. It's all so long ago. Joy held up her hands. As Albie would say, all that matters is the here and now. Nothing else really counts. Truth? Fern held out her hand, but she stood for a second, wondering if, after all that, Joy was going to accept this small olive branch. Oh, yes! Joy got up and threw her arms around Fern, and soon they were both crying like babies. Fern's relief felt so palpable, it permeated the whole kitchen. Truth, Joy said when they stood back and eyed each other shyly. Now, what about that coffee? Perhaps I should tidy myself up, and we'll get some from Shane, and bring one to Robin also. Brilliant idea, Fern. I really think it would be the one thing she would love at this point. Joy stopped and turned to her. Actually, I'm glad you're coming with me. I have something to share with Robin this morning. Chapter 39. Robin looked up to see both Joy and Fern smiling down at her. She took the coffee cup from her mother, gratefully. A celebration? She asked. Has peace finally been brokered? She looked from one to the other. It has, Fern said, and she looked happier than Robin had seen her look for a very long time. Joy simply nodded and took the copy of Alice from her bag, placing it carefully on the countertop between them. "I have something else to tell you," Joy said, and tapped the book with a thin finger. "This is not just any copy of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland." "What do you mean?" Fern asked, tilting her head a little to look at the cover properly. "It's quite old and tatty, isn't it?" "I think it might be a first edition," Joy said quietly. "A first edition? Really?" Robin repeated. And even if she didn't know how much it could be worth, Robin knew it made the book very special. "It's worth, or it could be worth, a lot of money," Joy said after she'd explained about the first run and how only a handful had survived. "From what I've seen online, there were believed to be only 23 remaining, and of those, only 5 are in private collections. The rest are held in public museums and libraries." "Oh my God, Joy, it must be worth a fortune," Fern said, and she looked at Robin, wide-eyed. It was all Robin could manage, because her throat had dried up, and she felt suddenly dizzy as if the floor was coming up to meet her. "I know it's a huge thing to thrust on you, but I had to tell you. I couldn't just keep carrying it around in my bag. It's worth—" "How much?" Fern asked, because Robin couldn't think of what to say. "It depends on who you ask, but the last time one came up for auction, it was valued at somewhere between $2 and $3 million. "Oh my God. Seriously?" Fern pulled her hand from the cover of the book as if her fingers had been scorched by it. "That's—" Robin's head began to spin. She thought she might fall backwards. "It's a lot of money." If she wasn't so stunned, she might have tried to figure out what it meant in euro. But really, 2 million of anything was a life-changing sum of money. "My friend, Sandrine, of course, she can't commit to a definite valuation, not without seeing it, but she seemed to think there was a very high probability that it's—" "Oh my God. Is it just me, or does anyone else here feel we should lock up the doors and hide it somewhere before we open them again?" Fern laughed, and it was a strange, high-pitched, nervous sound. "I don't know what to think." Robin reached for the nearby stool before her legs went from under her. "I mean, if it's real, the only word I can think of is life-changing." "I know." Joy reached across and took her hand. "I've thought about that. A lot." "I don't want anything to change. Not now. Not just when the bookshop is coming into its own. I mean, this is it, isn't it?" "What is?" Fern looked from one to the other. "I'm already living the dream. This is what I've always wanted, to have a bookshop that is successful. Well, we're on the cusp of success, at least. I'm living where I've always wanted to, running on the beach every day, and I have people around me who are... I have friends, and..." She stopped, and for a moment, the strangest thought hit her. She wanted to lock the door of the shop, hide the volume among some of the older books, and wait for it to fall into the hands of someone who would love Alice, just as she was, not as a museum piece to be peered at through tempered glass. Books are meant to be loved, thumbed through, fallen asleep with. And this book, buried in a box for years, probably... I don't want anything to change. "But Robin, don't you see? You could do so much with this. You could open a whole string of bookshops all over the country. It could mean..." "I've never wanted a string of bookshops, Mum. All I wanted was this bookshop, overlooking the sea, and to be surrounded by people who made me feel as if I belonged with them." "Okay, so here's a thought," Joy said softly. She was still holding Robin's hand. "We don't know that it is a first edition. It might be one of the books printed on the second run. They're worth a whole lot less, probably no more than €5,000 at most. Maybe just about enough to carry out a few repairs in the shop and get you a slightly better car. Okay, that I could live with. Robin found herself smiling. I don't know. Is there something wrong with me or what? If someone had given me a golden ticket with the value of a cool $1,000,000, maybe more, I think I'd be celebrating all year long. Fern shook her head, perplexed but smiling. And if it is worth a fortune, you could always donate it, to an Irish collection. I'm sure someone would be pleased to take it off your hands. Joy laughed now. So, what do we do next? Robin asked, taking a deep breath. That's up to you. Stick it on a shelf, if you'd like, or bring it to Sandrine in Paris to take a proper look at it. I'm not sure I can just flit off to Paris. I mean, what about here and... Robin said. If it's the real thing, Sandrine would probably come here, Joy said softly. That's so nice of her. I think she's very excited about it, A book like this. I have the impression she'd cycle to the moon if it meant just holding it in her hand for a moment. Oh, God. She really thinks it's that big of a deal. Robin slumped down again. She couldn't help thinking that half an hour ago, her biggest worry was how she was going to stick fairy lights to the magical realism section when there was no plug point nearby. She looked down at the book now. She hadn't touched it since Joy had placed it on the counter. You'll have to find somewhere to put it. I mean, even if Sandrine came over in the next few days, we can't just leave it lying about, Fern said. Leave what lying about? Albie had materialized at Joy's elbow. They'd been so deeply engrossed in discussing Alice, they hadn't even heard the old-fashioned bell ring as the door had been pushed open. Oh, Albie, the most exciting news, Fern gushed, and she looked between Joy and Robin for permission to spill the story to him. Albie listened carefully, while Fern told him all about the book. Robin just nodded. She was weary with excitement, as if she'd spent the whole morning pushing back the tide on the shore. She hadn't an ounce of energy left for anything other than to sit there staring at the cloth-covered book on the counter between them. Our safe would be, but... Albie took the book up gingerly now and examined it. He was as delighted as Fern at the unexpected turn of fortune in the bookshop. That's exactly where it could go. Joy clapped her hands together as if this was the answer she'd been looking for all along. But it's not reliable. It doesn't always lock and it doesn't always open. I'm afraid it's as old as Methuselah, and every bit as tired. Oh dear, I'm just remembering when we decided to hide your birthday present in there, Robin. Fern rolled her eyes and then looked towards Joy to explain. It took 2 years to get it out again, and by then, she was well over the neon eyeshadow palette phase. In hindsight, you probably did me a favor, Robin laughed now. Okay, so maybe just keep it here. I mean, upstairs, there are so many books. Just slot it into one of the shelves. It'll be like a needle in a haystack, Joy said. Still, though, Albie was examining the book. Just think, a little book like this, worth so much money. It almost makes your head spin, doesn't it? He looked at Robin, and she had a feeling he knew exactly how she felt. Chapter 40. Joy felt as if they could do no more. The bookshop looked perfect. She walked through each section slowly, her eyes searching from the top to the bottom of each shelf as she passed. Robin had worked hard over the last few weeks. They both had, organizing every book into its correct section. Now, it was possible to walk within 3 inches and place your hand on the spine of any book you wanted, with ease. Even better, the reorganization of the shop had come together with a host of ideas to give the place the sort of character that made it perfect to spend ages browsing in. They were lucky with the overall layout: a large shop floor at the front, and then a warren of smaller rooms and alcoves reaching off into little nooks. The graphic novel section was tiny. Evidently, the previous owner was not a fan. It fitted snugly into a corner hardly bigger than an old-fashioned telephone booth. Just outside the cubicle, Robin had placed a movie director's chair that she had covered in Batman material salvaged from a duvet cover long out of use. It was the main part of the shop that was absolutely knockout for the evening ahead. Vases of wildflowers dotted the tables, and their scent lingered on the air, making Joy feel as if the whole place was pregnant with expectation. Leo had been good enough to come in when he closed up the bakery and help them push tables back to the sides and carry the stock that usually sat piled high on them to the steps running up to the flat upstairs. Fern had covered over the tables with freshly laundered cloths. "They belong to my mother, I think," Fern murmured, as she traced her hand across them. The tables were laid out with finger food and folded napkins at their centres. The outer part of each table was left clear, so guests could rest their glasses. There wasn't much room for chairs, but Robin brought down a few dining chairs from the flat for some of the older people who had promised to turn up on the night. No matter how much Albie might pooh-pooh the suggestion of catching his breath, Joy knew he'd be glad of somewhere to rest if the night was a long one. Earlier, Joy had convinced Robin to go for a run on the beach. She made her promise she'd take her time, and then have a shower and get ready for the evening ahead. Fern was cooking a light dinner for the three of them, with plenty to spare if Cian and Imogen arrived early, although Joy wasn't sure she wanted to be a fly on the wall if that happened. Robin was already nervous. A nasty remark from Imogen could be enough to knock her back, and she deserved to enjoy her big night. Joy closed the door of the shop out at 4:30. She planned to go back to the flat, put on a nice dress, and fix herself up for later. It was when she caught sight of herself in the little mirror in her bedroom that she realised there was one more thing she had to do to make the night just perfect for Robin. Joy couldn't put into words what it meant to her to have begun to forge this unexpected relationship with Robin and Fern. Finding Alice, and the real fear of how much it could change things, only illuminated how perfect things were at a time when she expected the very opposite. For the first time since her mother had passed away, it felt as if she had a family to call her own. That was why she decided that the brooch she'd worn every day since Eve had pinned it on her jacket many years ago should belong to Robin. "I can't accept that. It must be worth a fortune." "Probably, but more than that. Eve told me once it's the reason his family survived the war. They believed the mezuzah was a symbol of protection. His mother was convinced it was what brought them safely from Poland to Paris, just as their neighbours were being rounded up and sent to concentration camps." "That's an amazing gift, Joy," Fern said softly, and she touched the brooch gently, admiring the lustre of the pearls and the gleam from the diamonds. "I can't take it. It's too much." Robin shook her head. "It's not nearly enough. Eve would have wanted you to have it. I mean, who deserves it more?" "You do," Robin laughed as Joy stood back to admire it. She had pinned it on Robin's dress, and, suddenly, she felt overwhelmed by love. It almost moved her to tears to think it had now passed to the next generation. "It will keep you safe, and I want you to have it." Robin had tears in her eyes too. "Thank you. I don't know what else to say, but already I feel..." She shook her head as if she thought she was a little crazy. "Well, not so scared of welcoming people to the launch and..." "You won't have anything to be scared of now. Not with this close to your heart," Joy said. And perhaps it was her imagination, but she thought that Robin stood a little taller, a little more confident already. Weeks earlier, when Joy had suggested an open night, She had not expected anything like this. With all her experience in organising business launches, she had never seen such a turnout. "Of course, I blame you," she whispered to Albie when he arrived. "Me?" he laughed, the roguish glint in his eyes betraying the fact that he had called everyone he knew and more or less ordered them to turn up. "Yes, most of these people are here to listen to you read." "Well, I may have mentioned it to one or two in the village, but—" From what Joy could see, there must be at least 50 old-age pensioners in the place, all of them enjoying the wine. Most of the women had picked up paperbacks, and some of the men were browsing the gardening and sports biography sections. Poor Robin was run off her feet at the cash register. In order to steady Robin's nerves, Joy had told her to stand behind the cash desk to start with. She would be happy to take over later, once the place filled up. Robin roped Cian in to help out, leaving Imogen scowling from the corner. "Humph, one or two. You have most of the village rounded up here tonight." Joy was only half joking. "I just hope we have enough wine and food to go around." She was gauging the crowd with a practiced eye. "Plenty more if you run out. I'm sure any of the pubs on the street will be only too happy to lend you a few bottles of plonk," Albie said. He was right, of course. They could always get more in. "Cian's lassie is a bit of a sour puss, isn't she?" That's a terrible thing to say. Joy always tried to take the middle ground. But it was obvious to her, at least, that Love's young dream were not getting along at all. In fact, if anything, Cian only had eyes for Robin. Fortunately, on this occasion, Robin was far too busy to notice. "I think our Robin wasn't too far off the mark when it came to that lassie. I'd say she'd trot across Mother Teresa to get what she wanted, and there wouldn't be a backwards glance," Albie said. Privately, Joy had to agree. "Thank God the evening has stayed dry," Fern said, coming up between them. She was doing the rounds outside with the wine bottles. "There are people lined up all the way down to the coffee shop, and they're still arriving." She was already a little flushed, but it suited her. She looked happy. Joy thought she should be. She deserved it. "Have you thought about Luke at all?" Joy asked her later, as they were getting ready for the speeches. "There's nothing to think about," Fern said, and she sounded as if she was once more that person Joy had always expected her to be, confident, positive, and strong. "I'm going to file for a divorce, as soon as it's legally possible. I've spoken to a local girl, Maya. She's a solicitor, and happy to represent me, so—" "Good God, that was fast." Joy was taken aback. "Not really. I just bumped into Maya a few minutes ago. Nothing is set in stone, but I'm going to drop into her office next week. There are no quickie divorces in Ireland, but my mind is made up. No point hanging around." She shrugged. "Okay, so maybe Luke has made it up for me, but between ourselves, this is probably long overdue. I just didn't want to face up to it, until now." "Ah, now that I can understand." Hadn't Joy spent years burying her head in the sand, when a braver woman might have had the courage to bring things out into the open? "I admire you so much, Fern. I would love to have your resilience." "Oh, I don't know about that," Fern said, but she blushed. "I do. You're getting a second chance. The paintings you've done here in the last few weeks are amazing. And it looks like you already have an admirer waiting in the wings." She nodded towards the tall, thin man, who never seemed to be very far away from Fern at the artist circle. "Oh, whatever about the art. I'll certainly take that. But as to romance, I've no intention of jumping into anything anytime soon." Still, there was a twinkle in her eye, and Joy thought, maybe the art circle might prove to be more important to Fern than they had realized. "I wouldn't rule anything out if I were you." "I have you to thank for it, you know." Fern lowered her voice. even if I'd never have thought that possible in a million years. Ridiculous, Joy rolled her eyes. Everything that you have, and anything good that happens, you have worked for, and you deserve it. No, not ridiculous at all. I'd never have joined in a group like the one you managed to find. And I don't want to think about how long I'd have drifted about, wondering what I'd do about Luke and my paintings and my whole future, if it wasn't for the way I've seen you handle yourself, and all that Eve threw at you. You're a class act, Joy. You're the inspiration. She's certainly that. Albie took a glass from a passing tray and stood next to them. You see, you've even got Albie eating out of your hand. Fern poked her uncle playfully, and he put his arm around her shoulder. It sounds like you've made some big decisions there. Albie had the kindest eyes Joy had ever seen. Maybe I have, but I'm just saying to Joy that having her here, well, it's helped in more ways than I can begin to count. I think she's rescued us all, in different ways, Albie said softly. Chapter 41. It was, Robin thought, a night of nights. The night of her life, if she was honest. Since they'd decided on it, she dreaded and looked forward to it in equal measures. 6 months ago, she wouldn't have believed it possible that her little bookshop would be hosting a party in real life, and she would not only be meeting just about everyone in the village, but managing to enjoy it, too. So many people had turned out in support of the bookshop. She felt like pinching herself to prove it was all really happening. At one point, she took a moment to look up from serving customers, and her breath caught in her chest. This is what she had always dreamed it could be like. Gatherings of the great, the good, and the ordinary in Ballycove, all here to celebrate a love of books, a sense of community and, of course, an appreciation of having a bookshop in the village once more. We're running out of carrier bags, Cian broke into her thoughts. We can't be. There were tons of them earlier. Robin had roped him in to help out as soon as he arrived. Somewhere, probably being fabulous, Imogen was out there working the room. She had arrived on Cian's arm, dressed like a bride, in a white cotton dress, rocking a deep tan, and a simple gold chain on her slender ankle. Of course, she looked immaculate. She always would. But for all that, tonight was the first time Robin felt as if things had somehow been levelled up. It wasn't because she was proud of the work they'd done in the shop to create this wonderful night, nor indeed was it because she no longer cared what Imogen did or thought of her. In itself, a major revelation. It wasn't even because, for the first time, she glimpsed something vulnerable about the girl who for so long seemed to have it all. Rather, as Robin touched the diamond and pearl mezuzah Joy had given her, she felt as if she had somehow risen above her feelings of inadequacy, next to perfect Imogen. The ground between them had evened up, and the pedestal had been shifted from beneath the other girl. It was probably crazy, but each time she allowed her fingertips to touch the precious brooch, she felt fortified. Her paternal grandmother's family was protecting her in some otherworldly way. She was certain of it. She's doing my bloody head in, Cian spat, when Robin asked if things were going well between them. Nothing is ever enough. She's got a face in her tonight because she wants to go to Dubai for the summer. I ask you, where am I going to get the money to flit across there? He grumbled. Lovers' quarrel. She regretted it as soon as she said it. Just then she caught sight of Imogen, looking as if she'd give anything to disappear into the bookshelves. At that moment, something tipped over in Robin. It was time to forgive and forget, or at least leave their history where it belonged, in the past. Well, I suppose there's always making up sex to look forward to, she said, trying to undo any hurt she might have caused. I seriously doubt it. All she wants is an engagement ring And how am I supposed to buy that on a university salary? Cian said, rummaging for more bags under the counter. Ah, are there no bags left at all? Try down in the cellar, Robin said, taken aback by the idea of Cian getting engaged. Robin, we're going to have to get someone else to stand in there. Joy stood at her elbow. The whole idea of tonight is to connect with customers, to forge some sort of relationship with people so they come back again. I need you out here. You should be asking people what they like reading, where they usually buy their books, and figuring out how to turn this place into their favorite shop. She looked around. It was frantically busy. They needed to keep the sales rolling, though. I'll do it, if you haven't anyone else to stand in. A slightly high-pitched voice came up beside her. It was Imogen. Sure, but have you used a card reader before? Duh. Of course I can work a card machine. It's hardly rocket science. I'll be fine, so long as all the books have prices on them. Yes, everything has a ticket on the back, and Cian's popped down to the cellar to get more carrier bags. They'd spent the last few weeks repricing all of the stock. It had been quite a revelation to Robin. Dear old Douglas Howard would have fallen off his perch if he'd known about the voracious online demand building up for some of his collections. Poor Douglas priced everything under €1, and more often than not, knocked a few cents off for every sale. Fine, so we'll manage. Imogen stalked behind the cash desk, making a bit of a show of finding somewhere to leave her glass of Prosecco. At the same time, she looked mightily relieved to have something to keep her busy. Golly, she's a treat, isn't she? Joy rolled her eyes and steered Robin over to a group of older women, who had each bought several books from the Booker Prize shelves. The shelves were Joy's idea, when she realised how many copies they had from past shortlists. These ladies are the Glamorous Ginger Nut Cream Book Club. Joy did the introductions. Of course, Robin knew most of the women. Now she found herself standing between Iris Delahaye, who had only recently opened a guest house just outside the village, and Elizabeth O'Shea, who had been so generous with wall charts and other items from her late husband's surgery when they had been decorating the health and wellness section of the shop. So, it would be absolutely marvellous if we could meet here. Joy had clearly opened up a conversation with them, and Robin made a mental note of thanks. The only problem is, it's always after 7. So we didn't like to ask. I mean, I've noticed that most evenings you're closed up once it gets towards 5 o'clock. Elizabeth looked a little apologetic. Of course, I'm only finishing up in the surgery at that hour, and well, most of us are racing off to get our supper. I'd love to have you meet here. Of course you'd be welcome. There were 6 of them gathered here tonight, exactly the sort of women who would get through lots of books each year. It's just what I was hoping for, and I can keep the shop open for you, or, if you prefer, we can just close the doors and leave you to it. Well, we wouldn't want to be any trouble now, Mrs. Latimer said. I mean, we bring our own home bakes and... But the community centre is a bit grim at the moment. We've had to make do with meeting in the little kitchen at the back of the stage. In winter, the condensation streams like the Niagara Falls on the external walls. Georgie Delahaye had joined the group. I hoped we could meet in the distillery, but the smell of yeast isn't to everyone's taste. Her eyes darted meaningfully towards a pinched-looking woman standing next to her. Well, no such worries here. I can organise comfy chairs for you all. Just to be warned, there can be up on 12 of us on a busy night. Callie Corrigan was one of the most dynamic women in the village. 12? How wonderful! The more the merrier. Joy clapped her hands delightedly. And we meet on Mondays, so that's straight after the novena, another woman squeaked. Mondays are perfect. Consider the place yours. Just let me know when you want to start, Robin said. Next Monday, 8 o'clock, if that suits everyone. Georgie looked around and checked with everyone. It looks like that's a date, so. Joy said happily. "Oh my God, I can't believe it," Robin said as they moved towards another group of people, all enjoying large glasses of red wine and Shane's food. "Believe it. Now you'll have to organise gingerbread. That will really make them feel welcome. We'll talk to Shane about doing something a little quirky, yes?" Of course, Robin agreed. As if by magic, the night she might have dreaded only a few months earlier seemed to whiz along, almost too quickly. Joy steered her from one group to the other. She wondered how on earth, after hardly being in the village 5 minutes, Joy had managed to round up the huge numbers. It was amazing. She seemed to know exactly what everyone needed from the bookshop. By the time they got to the readings, they had agreed to 3 different book clubs and a knitting circle meeting. It turned out the community centre's loss was their gain. Of course, it will be even more important for when the sun isn't shining and the tourists aren't here. You'll need to have as many locals coming in as possible if you really want to thrive, Joy whispered as the poet took to the podium to recite what Robin knew to be his most popular work. We will need the locals on board. Isn't that what you mean, Joy? Suddenly it felt as if Joy was, in some small way, saying goodbye to Ballycove, with this final push for the bookshop. My darling friend, I can't stay forever, and it is your bookshop, after all. I don't see why you can't. It felt like a gut punch. And anyway, I wouldn't have a bookshop worth talking about in 6 months' time if it wasn't for you. Don't say that. Of course you would have. You just needed a little refocusing and some self-belief. Then she moved towards Albie, who was struggling with several pages and, by the look of things, had forgotten his reading glasses. Oh dear. At the cash desk, Robin caught Cian's eye for a moment. He smiled at her. There was a sort of far-away quality in his expression, as if he was apologising for something she wasn't sure about. Next to him, Imogen looked as if she would be willing to trade her false eyelashes to escape. How was it? After all the years of convincing herself she was in love with Cian, now she felt nothing more than sisterly love for him. All that tying herself up in knots over him had come to nothing. She wasn't in love with Cian any more than she was with Shane. So, that's the Adonis, Shane asked her as he handed her a glass of wine. She'd seen him talking to Cian earlier. I'm not so sure I think he's an Adonis anymore, she said, leaning into Shane. Good. Because I have a feeling there's more to life than just settling for the first boy you fall for. He smiled. Anyway, you deserve someone who's more fun. His eyes twinkled. Cian is fun, she pouted, but she imagined that he probably wouldn't have very much in common with Shane. Okay, if you say so. But you know he's going to leave here after 5, so he can go study in a library all day tomorrow. Stop it, she batted him away. You're making him sound like a dry old academic. I do hope you were nice to him. Of course. I told him to call in for coffee before he leaves in the morning. I have to open early anyway for a delivery. Typical. Shane would manage to get on with the devil himself if there was a way to serve coffee across the fire and brimstone. I think he will too. He'll love the savoury bites. The food was... Robin closed her eyes and groaned with the sort of pleasure, in her experience, only good food can give. Of course. What did you expect? Shane put his arm around her and squeezed her in a friendly hug. It's been a magical night. After this, the bookshop is definitely on the map. And of course, he was right. The photographer from the local newspaper had even whispered to Robin that he could see the editor giving tonight's photos a 2-page spread, barring any major news breaks over the next 24 hours. Oh, Shane, I'm just relieved that it's been a success, she said, although she couldn't quite shake off a feeling of loneliness. at the idea of Joy heading back to Paris again. With that, the microphone squawked, and Robin saw Albie and Joy standing on the podium. Hello, everyone. I'm Joy Blackwood, and for those of you I have not had the pleasure of meeting before, I help Robin here in the bookshop. Now, it's my great pleasure to introduce the one and only Albie Keeling to say a few words to you tonight. Oh, God, Robin breathed. No poem. I did wonder when I saw him looking for his glasses. It's going to be okay, Shane whispered. Hello, hello, hello. Albie leant towards the microphone and was rewarded with a huge cheer from the crowd both inside the bookshop and those who were spilled along the pavement outside. So, I promised a poem, and I'm sorry to say that there's no poem. Not without my specs, at least. But not to mind. With all the excitement tonight, I figured we haven't actually toasted the real stars of the show. So, he peered around the bookshop. Come up here, Robin and Joy, for a moment. Oh no, I'm going to die of mortification, Robin whispered through gritted teeth as Shane pushed her forward. Now that we have you here, Albie said, standing between the two women and linking their arms. Don't be embarrassed, Robin. I won't go letting you down. So, for those of you who don't know already, Robin is my darling grandniece. Her mother is the wonderful artist Fern Turner, and behind my back tonight, you can see one of her most beautiful paintings. We can thank them both until the cows come home. But the truth is, none of us would be here tonight if it wasn't for Joy Blackwood. He looked across at Joy now with undisguised paternal love. Especially me. Isn't that right, Joy? I couldn't possibly comment, Albie. Joy laughed. Anyway, the fact is, we are here. We're here to celebrate a wonderful new business in our town, and not just any business, but a bookshop, a place we can come to when we are in need of cheering up or calming down. The message here tonight is loud and clear. Even if you aren't a big reader, you are always welcome to drop by. He stopped. The ladies are doing wonderful things, all inside these four walls, from children's story hour on a Saturday to just providing a comfy seat outside the front door if you fancy sitting down with your book and a cup of coffee. Wonderful idea. The best thing that ever happened to Patrick Street. It was one of the older men who Robin recognised as one of their regular morning visitors. He'd bought quite a few bird-watching books since they'd put the chairs outside, and now had several more on order. And it doesn't stop there, does it? He looked from Robin to Joy for a moment. Because you can pop in at any time and buy a book or order something in specially. And a little birdie told me that if you ask nicely, they might be able to get you a signed copy of your favourite writer. Especially if it's one of mine, the poet piped up, and everyone laughed. Absolutely. Robin tried to edge away from the podium, but Albie grabbed her hand and pulled her back. The thing that makes this bookshop so special is not just the chairs outside, or the canopy that keeps the sun, and hopefully, in winter-time, the rain off us. It's not even the signed copies or the friendly welcome. It's actually because it's a family business. He put up a hand, as if he was stopping an oncoming train. But the room was silent, waiting to hear what one of their most beloved elders had to say next. It's a family business in the truest sense. This building has belonged to the Turner family for over 60 years. It's where Fern should have grown up, if it hadn't been for the tragic passing of her parents much too soon. Douglas Howard, you'll all remember him well, took the place over and filled it with books he usually never wanted to sell. This managed to get a laugh from people in the audience. He wasn't a great man to have any order in the place, and it seemed his stock only grew and never shrank. Times are changing, and now I'm told you can have as many customers in Tokyo, Toronto, or Tobago as you have on your doorstep. Isn't that right, Robin? Which is a pity, because shops should be local. We want to keep as much of our village alive as we can, and that means popping in to buy or order your books here. I'm reliably told that Joy is already planning to get a whole section of brand new bestsellers in before the season is out. He stopped for a moment, sipped from the glass of wine someone had given him and grimaced. He'd never been a man to appreciate anything that came from a glass with a stem. This shop itself is all down to Robin, of course, but tonight, and the proper opening of it, and connecting of it all to the village of Ballycove, is down to Joy. And, let me tell you, she mightn't be a local, but Joy Blackwood is one of us. She's a Keeling and a Turner, and we are very lucky to have her in our family, even if she managed to get here the long way round. Albie put his arms around Robin and Joy's shoulders, and when Robin looked across at Joy, she realised that she was crying. "Stop it. I'm absolutely not crying," Joy said, patting delicately at her eyes. But of course, she was. "Well, now that I've managed to upset everyone," Albie laughed because Robin and Fern were both wiping away tears too, "I think we should raise a glass to these 3 amazing women, and to this wonderful bookshop right here in Ballycove, and, most of all, a toast to family, however it comes about, because sometimes family is more about belonging together than anything else." Chapter 42. The sound of Robin screaming from the sitting room below woke Fern with a jolt. Without a second's hesitation, she raced barefoot downstairs, tripping over the final 3 steps. "Oh my God, Robin, what is it?" she breathed. Because whatever it was, she hadn't expected her daughter to be standing white-faced in her running gear. "I thought you were being attacked." She inched closer, looked around the room, just in case there was an assailant hiding in the early morning shadows. "It's gone." "What's gone?" "The book, it's gone." Robin dived frantically around the room again, as if to satisfy herself that she hadn't made a mistake. "Oh dear, Robin, there are a million books downstairs, for goodness sake." Fern was about to turn and go back upstairs, sleep calling her too loudly to ignore. She was not a morning person. Then it dawned on her. "Oh my God, it's gone." "Yes, Mum. Wake up, Alice is gone." She stopped for a moment, pulled her hands through her hair, then dropped onto the sofa. "Sorry. I must have put it somewhere. I just panicked." She smiled, half-heartedly, but really they'd all agreed. The best place for the book was in the big old bookcase in the sitting room, behind lock and key and nesting between 2 other cloth-covered books that would pass for siblings to it. "It can't have gone too far. For goodness sake, it's a special book, but it hasn't grown legs." There were so many books strewn about the sitting room. Fern had always found them a comfort, but now she cursed them. It was like looking for an acorn in a forest. This was one very special acorn, an acorn worth millions. It has to be here somewhere. She was moving books aside, checking under cushions. They'd taken it out last night, shown it to some of the people who had come back for a nightcap. "Stop. Don't mind me. I'm probably still a little hungover after last night," Robin said. Go back to bed. I'll find it, like you said. It's here somewhere in the mess. The place was even more untidy than usual. No one had been in the mood to clear away after the party from downstairs had finished, for family and closest friends up here in the flat. Are you sure? Fern yawned. She'd never been a morning person, but with the late night thrown in, she was hardly fit to see straight, never mind search the flat for a book, when it was probably stuffed down a cushion on the sofa anyway. Fern fell back into her comfortable bed, and all thoughts of the book were forgotten, as she slept deeply for another 2 hours. By the time she did push the sleep from her eyes, the sun was shining outside, and there was the sound of furniture being moved about downstairs. Maybe she'd vaguely heard the vacuum going earlier. She did hope so. What on earth? The sitting room was like Armageddon. I thought you were putting the place back together, but Robin, look at it. She craned her neck to check out along the hall. The first floor rooms were pulled apart, as if they'd been torn into by an army of mice chasing a herd of elephants through the place. Oh, I'm sorry, Robin looked terrible. Her eyes were red and streaming, her hair standing on end. She looked even thinner and paler than usual. I can't find Alice anywhere. Tell me you lent it to someone. Or it's up in your room and you forgot to mention it. Desperation filled not just her eyes, but every word she spoke. Robin, no, I definitely didn't. Why on earth would I give it to anyone? Fern looked around the sitting room, noticing that there wasn't so much as a chair to sit on. Every piece of furniture that wasn't screwed to a wall or the floor had been turned over. Let's have a cup of coffee, and then put this place back together again, yes? We'll probably find it at the very bottom of the mess. She was trying to be light-hearted, but truly, it had to be here, somewhere. I think I should call Joy, Robin said. She might have brought it back to her flat. What do you think? It's possible, Fern said. But she had a feeling it had to be here, and Robin had missed it in her blind panic. Come on, let's get the flat put back together first. It's going to be here somewhere. Fine, Robin murmured, but she didn't sound convinced. Joy arrived just as they were putting the kitchen back to rights. The sitting room had taken ages, and Fern was exhausted at the thought of having to start searching the shop if the book didn't turn up somewhere in the flat. Missing? Joy's eyes were wide. No, of course I didn't bring it back to the flat. To be honest, I was glad to hand it over to you. The thoughts that something might happen to... She stopped suddenly, realizing that Robin was becoming more upset. I mean, I know it's stupid. I was still thinking of donating the book to the National Library, if it was valuable. But to think it might be... She didn't say stolen, but since they had turned out every nook and cranny in the flat, it was what Fern was thinking. Oh no, it's got to be here. I remember Albie showing it to people last night. He was sitting here. She walked to the tired, velvet-covered chair nearest the fireplace. I know, and after that, it was passed around. But the thing is, everyone here is, well, like family, really, Robin said. So, it can't have been taken. It has to be here. Would someone have borrowed it just to... Joy said softly. But as the minutes marched on, maybe they all knew no one was going to snuggle down with $1 million book when there was a selection of 1,000 other books to choose from. Okay, let's not panic. I say we search the bookshop next. Maybe we could ask Albie if he remembers. He might have slipped it somewhere out of sight just to keep it safe before he left. It took Robin and Fern almost the whole day to check through every single shelf in the bookshop. Not that Fern expected it to turn up there. Why would it? No one had left the flat through that entrance the night before, and they all remembered it clearly being in the sitting room. At 5:30, she carried bowls of soup and some toasted sandwiches down to the bookshop to Joy and Robin. I think we have to face it. It's not here. She was only saying what they all knew in their hearts. It's getting late, too, Joy said. and she picked up a spoon, tasting the soup. "I think you're going to have to call the guards, Robin." "Oh, God," Robin sighed. It was the last thing any of them wanted after such a lovely night. "It's just, you know what it's like. You'll probably end up going through to the county headquarters if you don't give them a buzz before the local man goes off shift for the day," Fern said gently. It still felt like a bad dream, but they had to face up to the fact. The very valuable book had gone missing, and they'd searched everywhere they could think of, bar looking behind the wallpaper. "You're right. Of course you're right. I'll ring them now," Robin sighed. Chapter 43. Robin waited patiently while the dial tone rang through a series of redirections. Too soon, however, she was put through to a guard who sounded young and eager. "I'll put you through to upstairs," he said, and Robin waited some more. "Ballycove, yes, I know the bookshop." The officer, a detective, confirmed when she told him who she was and where she was ringing from. The story of Alice came tumbling out of her quickly after that, and, even to her own ears, it sounded a little ridiculous that she'd waited so long to report its possible theft. "Look, you've done the right thing ringing us. I'm about to finish up my shift here, but I'll drop into the bookshop on my way home if that's okay," he said. And when the call ended, Robin somehow felt a little better than she had before. The Gardaí, or at least Hilda Newsom's grandson, arrived on the doorstep less than an hour later. As upset as Robin might be, she still caught the shared glance between her mother and Joy when the detective turned out to be the good-looking guy they'd spotted a few nights earlier, walking with his dog opposite the shop. Joy immediately guessed he was Hilda Newsom's grandson. They had all heard about Will Newsom. His grandmother had been hell-bent on fixing him up with Robin from the first day at the artist's circle. If Robin had expected him to be like his grandmother, hatchet-faced but spry, there was absolutely no resemblance. She had to admit, he was bloody gorgeous after all. Now, she wondered how on earth he'd managed to get away without being fixed up with someone's granddaughter. "Look, I'm going to be honest," he said. They were drinking tea in the bookshop. The place was a mess. In spite of the fact that they had checked every shelf, there was still a sea of empty glasses and paper plates left over from the evening before. Robin had planned a big clean-up operation for this morning, but it was a case of best-laid plans. "From what you say, the whole village and his wife were in here last night, and if you were allowing them access to the bathroom upstairs, anyone could have slipped in at any time." "No, that's the thing, we don't think so," Fern said. She was sitting next to Joy, both of them as obviously bereft as each other for Robin. "We all remember it being in the sitting room afterwards." "Fern's right," Joy said, and it was a relief to hear the straight-talking American. She was the one person who might be able to make some sense of this. "The thing is, fewer than a handful of people actually realize the value of the book. We only found it a few days ago, so only family, really." She stopped. The only thing worse than some stranger breaking in and stealing away with the book was the idea that it might have been taken by someone they knew. "So can I have a list of who knew exactly?" Will Newsom took out his notebook and pencil again. Robin couldn't help noticing that he had a thin white scar that ran through one of his eyebrows. It was quite distracting, but, she had to admit, attractive at the same time. "I'm sorry, but by the time the party was over, I think Uncle Albie had told half the village." Robin shook her head sadly. "He was just so excited about it." "Could someone have broken in? You know, it's a big house. From one end to the other, and he didn't say that they'd had a bit to drink. I mean, I've seen cases where burglars have stolen from bedside tables, while the victims were sound asleep just inches away. You can take a look at the door, but there's no sign anyone forced a lock or a window anywhere." Robin stood and led the guard out to take a look. She had already checked, but she'd been searching for that book since 7 o'clock this morning. Since then, she turned the whole place over twice or 3 times at this stage. "Ah," the detective smiled sadly. "So we're back to square one." He folded away his notebook again. Tell you what, let me have those photos you took of the book, and I'll get it up on our database as quickly as we can. We'll see what happens, he said. But Robin had a feeling there wasn't much hope. There's always hope, he said as Robin sent on the photographs she'd taken of the book a few days earlier. Well done, by the way. He nodded towards her phone. If only more property owners were as diligent. Not diligent at all, I'm afraid. I only took them because it was so old-fashioned. I was going to use them to promote the shop. She smiled, but it was at best half a smile. Still, no point crying over spilt milk. By the time Detective Newsom had left, there was nothing else for it but to turn off the lights and close up shop on a day when they hadn't really opened, anyway. The following morning, Robin rose even earlier than usual to get the place back in order. It didn't take as long as she expected. Even Fern managed to arrive down before midday to help with the tidying. She and Joy set about gathering glasses and washing them before they took them back to the hotel. Then Robin moved furniture and books back to their original positions. The clean-up was punctuated by lots of people dropping in to tell them how much they'd enjoyed the wonderful night. Well, it looks as if you really are firmly at the centre of the village now, Joy smiled, when eventually everything had been put to rights. I'm really glad about that. Robin tried to smile, but it all felt as if the air had been pulled from her, thanks to the missing book. I don't think the police really have any chance of finding it. Do you? She looked from one to the other. You never know. I think you're in good hands with Detective Pretty, Fern said, because that's what they'd started to call Will, since he'd left them the evening before. Since when did we begin to think some man could sort out our problems? Joy bent down to pat Dolly as the old tortoise lumbered around their feet. Well, what do you think we should do? See if we can get a female detective? Fern said, because it was exactly the sort of thing Margot would have been looking for. I think. Robin looked down at Dolly too. I think maybe we should ask Dolly to help us. Dolly wasn't here, even if she could tell us who stole it. No, but she could help us get the word out. Robin was smiling for the first time since she'd discovered the book was missing. A social media campaign. Joy's eyes lit up at the idea of it. Brilliant. I still don't see how... Fern stopped. Dolly has put this bookshop on the map. Joy leant down and patted her shell again. Since we started posting photos of her next to books and in various positions around the shop, the TikTok and Instagram follows have gone through the roof. People adore her. Who'd have thought? Fern said. She'd always been fond of the old girl, but secretly believed Dolly with her scaly skin and droopy eyes. Well, she was endearing, but hardly a pin-up. I don't think I'll ever understand this new generation. I really don't. She shook her head. Whatever happened to supermodels? Dolly is better than any supermodel, Mum. All we have to do is put up a photo of her with the book. I have one somewhere. Robin was flicking through the photos on her phone. You really need to get out more, Fern said, and she was only half joking. Maybe it's a long shot, but it's definitely worth a go, Joy said when Robin showed them the photograph. I took it before I knew the book was of any great value. I just thought it might be nice to publicise the children's hour. She rolled her eyes now. They worked on the wording for far longer than Robin expected. It had to be snappy and real. Attention-grabbing, I think is the phrase, Robin said, and she looked at Joy to check she had it right. You should probably let Will know before we post it, Joy said, her finger hovering over the send button. Sure. Robin knew she was right. She just hoped he wouldn't be awkward about it. It's a great idea. It can't hurt, but, Will said when she told him, just brace yourself for the scammers, fraudsters, and lunatics, okay? She had a feeling he was preparing her for the worst. Actually, I was going to swing by later just to see. He hadn't any news. Robin knew it without having to be told. Well, to see how you are. Lovely, I'll see you then, she said breezily, and then caught her mother's eye watching her. What? I didn't say a word, Fern said, but she smiled as if she was keeping a secret that made her fit to burst. Within seconds of the post going live, there was interaction. Likes began to flood in immediately on both channels, followed quickly by comments ranging from emojis to all sorts of requests, and more oohs and ahs than most mothers garner for newborn babies, probably. That's amazing. Until now, Fern had never seen the point in social media. It has its uses, Joy said. Now the question is, will it help us find our Alice? Robin said, putting her phone down to let the vast numbers of users and a humble tortoise work their magic. Chapter 44. The following day, it felt as if the phone never stopped pinging. Your detective was right about the amount of spam the post has picked up. People had even started to ring the bookshop, which took a bit of initiative since the phone number hadn't been in directory inquiries for years. Yes, but they've also got the word out, Robin said, even though she looked frazzled, having spent most of the morning responding to various comments. At lunchtime, Joy offered to field the landline. If you were to believe half the callers, it seemed a great many people had once owned Alice and had it stolen under mysterious circumstances over the years from the most unlikely places. Chancers, Fern shook her head. It was 4:00 in the afternoon when Joy picked up the phone to a girl who said she was a producer from a radio show on one of the national channels. We've seen your post on social media, the girl gushed. Well, I think everyone has probably seen your post. She laughed at this, and sure enough, Joy figured probably 500,000 people had already engaged with the bookshop accounts since Robin posted the photograph of Dolly with the copy of the precious book. Unfortunately, for all that engagement, it had got them nowhere. The copy of Alice was still missing. My boss, Sandy Seas, was wondering if you'd be free for a 5-minute segment, just about the stolen book and, the bookshop and, well... Really? Joy tried to sound cool, but she had spoken to so many hoax callers already. There was no reason to believe that this was anything different. Yeah, no, really, the girl giggled. Tune in right now, she's talking about the whole thing live on air. Sure enough, when Robin switched on the radio station back in the old wireless and early media section, she ran in with her thumbs up to Joy. They had made the national airwaves. Even if they never saw Alice's Adventures in Wonderland again, you couldn't buy advertising like an interview on national radio. Joy knew for a fact that most of the women in the artist circle adored Sandy Seas. Exactly the sort of listenership that likes a good book. Let me just put you on to the owner. Joy held out the phone to Robin, and only then noticed the expression of complete panic in her eyes. Robin was backing away, pale as a ghost. It was one thing to post a photograph of Dolly alongside the book, but quite another to deal with media on a grand scale. Joy reached forward and pulled her towards the phone, and, after clearing her throat, Robin talked to the girl, Alex, and agreed they would take the call from the radio station in half an hour. Joy raced upstairs to tell Fern the big news. Of course, they'd all have to tune in. Fern agreed to spread the word. Joy was about to close the shop so there would be no interruptions during the interview, when Will Newsom arrived on the doorstep, and behind him, Albie, who had just heard the segment on the radio about Dolly and the missing book. Perfect timing, Joy said, and she explained about Robin going on live radio with Sandy Seas. Me? Robin looked as if it was the last thing she was going to do. Oh no, Joy, I can't do the interview, you'll have to do it. She had obviously thought that Joy would be happy to take it on. Of course you're doing it. This is your bookshop, and you're going to be fine, Joy said. But there was a look of complete horror in Robin's eyes, and Joy knew how important this interview was, not just for the book, but even in terms of maybe being asked back again. You just never knew with radio. No, I really can't. Robin backed away and looked as if she might actually run into the street to get away from the phone. Come on, Robin. I'd say you'd be brilliant, Will said softly. What time are they due to call at? Any minute, Joy said, and now she felt panicked. Look, We've even done a cheat sheet. She held the pages out before Will, who passed them to Robin. Well then, I'll stay next to you, and it'll be fine. He placed his hands on Robin's shoulders, turned her to face him so their eyes seemed to lock together. Even Joy felt calm descend on her. His voice was so assuredly soothing. Okay, I'll do it. Robin bit her lip, but her voice held within it a measure of unexpected serenity. Oh, the relief. Still, all Joy could see was the look that passed between the two of them as they stood waiting for the phone to ring. By the time Joy stood back from the phone, her stomach was fizzing. Too much tension and excitement for one day. She turned to stand a bit apart, spotting Albie sitting in the huge chair that they had set aside for the children's story time. She had forgotten he was here. He had slipped so quietly into the background, allowing Will and Robin to take the reins of things for themselves. She walked towards him now, and stood at the shop window looking out. Far in the distance the tide was on the turn, and the sea's steady rhythm calmed her as she watched it. There was nowhere like this in the world, she thought then. She looked back at Robin, standing next to Will, and her heart filled with love for this girl, who had been Eve's secret for so long. Albie had told the whole village at the launch that she was family, and strangely, now, that felt as if it anchored her in the madness that had descended since the Bookshop launch. Family. Something she'd always wanted, and here it was. She smiled. The light danced off the mezuzah pinned to Robin's jacket. A sense of belonging spread across Joy in that moment, one that she had hankered after for so long. It was Albie's reassuring hand on her shoulder that brought her back to the present. I'm fine, Joy whispered, looking into his concerned eyes. You were 1,000,000 miles away, he smiled at her. Maybe, but I wouldn't want to be anywhere else but here. Albie, I can see that now, she said, and she squeezed his arm as they turned back to listen to Robin take the call. Chapter 45. My darling girl, Fern said when the interview finished. She'd listened in the coffee shop with Shane and Hilda Newsom. Will's grandmother had been having tea with some of the ladies from the church cleaning rota. Robin was brilliant. They all agreed. A total pro. Joy put her arms around her. Honestly, I couldn't have done a better job myself. I really think you could, Robin laughed. Still, I'm quite proud that I didn't even look at the sheet once, so that's something. It was brilliant, darling, Fern said, and she was beaming. It was hard to know who was most proud, Fern, Joy, or Robin. Anyway, now all we have to do is hope that it shakes some trees, Will said. Fern had almost forgotten about him, but he was standing quietly next to Robin, as if he'd been there all along, right from the very beginning. I think Robin was interrupted by the phone ringing. The shop fell silent. Perhaps they all knew this could be the call. Robin's hand flew to her mouth. Joy. She gestured for Joy to stand next to her. Old habits die hard. But then she straightened her back and picked up the phone. Don't get your hopes up. Remember, grifters, scammers, and lunatics, Will said softly. And of course he was right. Over the next hour, Fern lost count of the number of callers who had spotted the book and were willing to tell Robin exactly where it was, if there was a reward worth collecting. Maybe we should put up a reward, Fern said later. It would only encourage more of the callers you don't want, Will said kindly. It was time to call it an evening. Fern had plans to watch a documentary about an artist she'd known back in the day in college, and she made moves to leave. It was just as Robin began to switch off the lights that the phone rang once more. Hello, you're through to the bookshop in Ballycove. How can I help you? She sounded tired. Fern honestly wasn't sure how she was still soldiering on. Oh, hello. Glad I got you. I thought maybe the phone was broken. I was getting an engaged tone all afternoon. Are you the lassie I heard on the radio earlier? Yes, that was me, talking about the bookshop and the original copy of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. The man finished the sentence for her. Yes, Robin said. Fern was holding her breath. She had a feeling about this one. I'm Harry Foley. I buy and sell antique books. Well, rare and antique. Tell me that's not the same bookshop that old Douglas Howard had for years, I suppose? Yes. Did you know Douglas? Dear me, everyone knew Douglas. The man stopped for a moment. I always felt there might be a treasure buried in there somewhere. He chuckled at that. Well, buried was the word. It was in a box he hadn't got around to opening, which is a shame. That really is a shame, because if anyone knew the value of a book like that, it was old Douglas. Mind you, he'd probably have squirreled it away so thoroughly, we'd never have known about it. He was a one-off, all right, but I'm afraid it looks as if it's lost forever now. Don't be so sure, the old man chuckled. As luck would have it, I got a copy of that exact book into my shop first thing this morning. First thing? Yes. I barely had a chance to open the front door, and it was planted on my counter. I've said I'll get back to the chap, but now... Did you get to look at the man? I mean, I'd really like to track it down if I could, Robin said, and she looked across at Fern, her eyes suddenly alive with hope. Better than that. He left it with me for safekeeping. I told him it would take a little while to authenticate it. But to be honest, there was something about him. I didn't take to him. He stopped, as if trying to figure out what it was. He was in too much of a rush, I think, too hurried for it to be a good thing. People with books like these, well, they tend to be moving a lot more like that tortoise you spoke about on the radio. Ah, I see, Robin said, and Fern thought she could see it too. So anyway, I held on to the book, but I'm not sure what I should do next. I mean, what if he comes back and well, I'm not as young as I used to be. Me and the wife, we live upstairs. It could be very awkward. Of course, Robin said, and she looked around the shop, her eyes halting when they met Will's. Actually, I have the Garda detective who's investigating the robbery here with me. Maybe you could talk to him. Ah, maybe that would be best. The old man sighed, but even standing next to Robin, Fern could hear the relief in his voice. It sounded as if he was every bit as happy to have reunited Alice with Robin as Robin was to know the book was safe. For a moment, a bleak feeling fell across Fern's shoulders. Was she the only one who had an inkling of dread about finding out who might have stolen the book? They had spent the last 2 days just thinking about getting it back in one piece, but it seemed only Will was concerned with how it had disappeared in the first place. Fern was sure of one thing. Whoever had stolen it had come to the bookshop as a friend of the family. The chances were it was someone close to Robin. Even if they didn't want to say so, it was the only answer. Chapter 46. Robin couldn't wait to get upstairs that evening. She planned to sink into a hot bath and dive into bed in the fluffiest pajamas she could find. The truth was, she absolutely could do without the excitement of a radio interview and a tortoise going viral on TikTok. She was completely shattered after the day. The bath was perfect, piping hot. Her mother had a habit of collecting bath salts and bubbles every time she went into an outlet shop, so there was quite the selection of sickening scents and frothy bubbles. She settled on something that purported to be closer to lavender, and it certainly did the trick. Her mother passed her a glass of wine, and by the time she let the water swirl down the drain, Robin felt like a new woman. She'd only just crawled into bed when the doorbell rang. Downstairs she heard Fern race to the front door, so she could get back to her programme on the television. Robin sank into her book on the verge of sleep, assuming that the only caller at this hour of the night would be either Uncle Albie or Leo, who had forgotten a key to the front door. Robin's eyes were heavy. She was happy to leave the day and all its drama behind when her mother pushed the door into her room. "It's for you, darling. Your nice policeman." She made a funny face. Really? Robin tried telling her to stop doing that. It was only a matter of time until Will Newsom realised that Fern was as big a matchmaker as his own grandmother. Robin had a feeling that a man like Will wouldn't need any help when it came to finding himself a girlfriend. "Right," Robin said, pulling herself up in the bed. God. In her Lisa Simpson pyjamas, she looked like a 12-year-old. She tore off the fluffy pyjamas and slipped into her jeans and the cashmere jumper her mother had given her the previous Christmas. She'd hardly ever worn it, keeping it for best, but tonight, well, if Will Newsom had managed to find Alice, then this might be as close as she got to an occasion to show it off. In spite of her weariness, there was a spring to her step as she went downstairs. "Hey." He looked at her, and she felt his eyes linger for a moment on her. She put it down to complete exhaustion if he was still on duty. "Well, you must have news. Although I certainly didn't expect a house call, so..." She looked around the kitchen for a moment. "Too late for a coffee?" she asked. "Never too late for coffee when you're a detective." He laughed. "I've got good news, and..." He stopped for a moment, as if gauging how to break something to her. "More news," he said tactfully, as he lowered himself into a kitchen chair. And when Robin turned to hand him the cup of coffee, she had a feeling that she should sit down too. He pulled out the chair next to him and patted it for her. "Really, I think you need to sit down to hear this. We have a really good image from CCTV of the person who turned up with your book." In the 4 years Robin had spent at university in Dublin, she had only stepped into a police station once, and that was because her flatmate's bike had been stolen from outside a nearby shopping centre. Her memory of the police station was grim. Dirty green walls, tired posters on neglected boards, and a desk sergeant with an air of apathy that did little to inspire hopefulness and plenty to make you never want to come back again. Columbus Street Garda Station was nothing like that. It was a newly built station, and even though Will had led Robin through a staff entrance, she had a feeling that the front reception resembled a bank lobby, more than a neglected sanatorium. They'd driven up first thing in the morning, stopped for coffee on the way. "Police coffee will kill you quicker than any drug lord," he told her as they made their way through a warren of bright corridors, which seemed endless. But the carpet smelled as if it had just been rolled out of the shop, and the walls were sparkling white, without so much as a scuff on them. "Hey," they were greeted by a young female guard, who Will knew from Garda Training College. Once the niceties were over, she led them to a long, narrow conference room, where the copy of Alice sat in a plastic bag on the table. "So, here's the plan. Harry Foley has already made a positive ID this morning, but Will says you don't want to press formal charges." "Yes, I'm sorry, I know. You've all gone to a lot of trouble, it's just..." How could she put it into words? "Actually, you've done most of the work yourself," Will said, and his colleague nodded. "He's right, you know. If only every case were so straightforward." She shuffled some papers that she brought him with her. "Now, if Will couldn't talk you into letting us charge him, I don't suppose I will." The guard smiled. "Anyway, we have the guy here. So, if you're ready to do this, we can get it over with now." "I'm ready." Robin took a deep breath. She wasn't ready. The truth was, she could never be ready for what lay ahead. But the alternative was so much worse. She looked at Will, who was smiling at her. She had a feeling he was willing her to be brave and to be strong. With that, there was a loud knock on the door. "Come in," Will said, his voice far sterner than the tone she'd grown used to over the last few days. "Oh." Cian stood in the doorway. It felt as if time stood still. Robin felt something small snap deep in her soul. She would give anything to undo what Cian had done. This was what betrayal felt like. And if Robin had thought she'd ever experienced it before, she knew now nothing had ever hurt like this. Robin. He took a step forward. His expression was a mixture of shame and fear. But if she was honest, she'd say mostly fear. Her name hung frozen in the air. Perhaps they both knew it was one of those rare moments in life where you look back and think of the before and the after. And no matter how much you try to convince yourself, everything hinged on those pivotal seconds. Their next words meant moving to a place that was unthinkable only a day earlier. Nothing would ever be the same again. "I'm so sorry, Robin. I don't know why I did it. I mean, I wasn't going to actually steal it," Imogen said. "Don't," Robin whispered, and found she couldn't look at him. "Don't make it worse." She hardly heard her own voice, and yet it seemed to echo around the whole station. No, really, I didn't plan to keep it. I was going to get it valued and bring it back, and then maybe you and I." Huge, pathetic tears began to run down his cheeks. Robin had never seen him cry before. "I mean, you and I. It was always going to be us, just the two of us, wasn't it? That's what you've always wanted." Oh, Cian. He was right. He was so totally right. And a small part of her wondered if he'd known all along how she felt about him. It was never going to be you and I. "But you were in love with me," he said, a hint of indignation creeping into his voice, and, next to her, she felt Will stiffen. "That was before. I haven't been in love with you for quite a while. Sure, aren't you head over heels in love with Imogen now?" "Imogen? Ha!" "Well, it's over," he said, and he moved a little closer to the table, his eyes drawn to Alice. "I'm glad it's over, if I'm honest. And," he looked between the two guards, "the truth is, taking the book, that was all down to Imogen, her brilliant idea." "But you brought it to be valued with Harry Foley," she said softly. "He's ancient. He's made a mistake. Honestly, these guards put two and two together and they came up with me. But it's not what it looks like at all." "You're on CCTV, leaving Alice in Harry's shop, telling him it's your book, looking for a quick valuation, looking for a quick sale." Robin's throat was dry. Watching the footage on Will's phone had been like a form of slow torture. With every word, she felt herself die a little more inside. Cian didn't seem to have realized. Now, suddenly, all colour drained from his face. He looked truly terrified. "I can't be charged with this. I mean, we're friends. Like family, almost. It'll ruin my career, Robin. You know that, don't you?" "I know that. Come on, it's all a big mistake. I was just—" But he ran out of words. Because there was no real way out of this. She'd called him the morning it went missing, beside herself with worry. He could have told her then. He should have told her then. Instead, he'd let her agonize over the last few days until now. In hindsight, he'd been as cool as a breeze, and with that memory, an icy wave washed over Robin. Betrayal. You'd never have given it back, would you? "Robin, seriously. You were just going to give it away, donate it to some library or museum, when it could have completely changed your life." "My life? Or your life?" she said. Because as much as she'd wanted to pretend this wasn't happening, suddenly it felt as if a small screw had tightened up somewhere in her heart, and her spine galvanized, and there was no unseeing Cian for exactly what he was. "Well? You know what I mean. Our lives could have been completely—" "My life is already completely, as you say. I am already happy. I'm not a multi-millionaire. I most likely never will be, and I'm okay with that. I have a business I love, people who care about me. I always thought you were one of them. she said. But her heart had hardened, and she could hear it in her voice. I am. Oh, Robin, I'll always care for you. We'll always be close. I mean, I couldn't imagine life without you and Fern and Albie. Well, you're going to have to start imagining it, she said, reaching towards the copy of Alice and moving it closer to her. Please, I'll do anything. We could go anywhere if you sell that book. Open up a bookshop in paradise if you like. Just the two of us. Don't you see? I've already found my own paradise, Cian. And next to her, she thought she could feel Will's smile. So that's it. All those years when I came down to Ballycove, all those times when I bolstered you up and called you because you needed a friend. Our friendship went both ways, Cian. It wasn't a one-way street, not ever, she said stubbornly, because over the last few hours, she'd realised that, actually, she had invested a lot more in it than he had. I know that, of course. I didn't mean you weren't. I mean, you've been the most important person in my life for so long, and he stopped because maybe he knew. Imogen had changed that, and stealing Alice had finished it off. All of that? It means nothing now? Not nothing, no, she stopped. Because of that, I'm not going to press charges. Oh, Robin, thank you. Thank you. I can make everything perfect again between us. Just give me a chance, please. He was begging her now. Cian, listen to me. I'm not going to press charges, but things will never go back to the way they were. When we walk out the door of the station, we go our separate ways. I don't ever want to see you in Ballycove again. Nowhere near my family. And I never want to set eyes on Imogen Norton again, either, she said. And saying it felt almost like she was casting off a stifling overcoat on a summer's day. But we're not even together anymore. I've ended it with her. She's parked outside, Cian. I spotted her sitting in her car across the street. So much for love's young dream. Robin stood up, picked up Alice, and left the room with Will. As she closed the door softly behind her, she heard Cian begin to cry, and she had a feeling that even if he hadn't gone to court for this, in every other way, he knew he had lost far more than he'd ever stood to gain. Ready to go home? Will asked when they walked out of the station. More than ready, she said, and she turned to wave goodbye to Imogen for a final time. That's the girlfriend? Will asked. Yep, the perfect Imogen. They're welcome to each other, Robin said, and she meant it. My grandmother would say, as God made them, he matched them. They both laughed at that. Sure you're all right? He asked when they got into the car. I'm fine, she said. He had taken her hand, and it felt as if she'd been shot through with a volt of electricity. Really fine. Good, he said. And then he leant across and kissed her, long and slow, and exactly the sort of kiss that pushed everything else from her mind. Chapter 47. Sometimes, Joy felt as though she had lived in Ballycove all her life. It was hardly a week since the bookshop party, and although so much had happened, she couldn't quite shake the feeling that life in a small village was meant to go at a slower pace than it would in Paris. She found herself thinking about this often, comparing the life she might be living if she hadn't come here. It would be a lot more solitary. She was sure of that. She imagined she would have met friends for coffee occasionally, other widows, divorced women, who, like Joy, suddenly found themselves with more time on their hands than they knew what to do with. Here, Joy still made time for coffee, but, far from being the main event, she had to squeeze it into her already packed week. Aside from helping out in the shop most days, she had joined a book club. The Ginger Nut ladies had insisted she stay on last Monday evening, and she had really enjoyed it. At the end of her first meeting, she realised her face actually hurt, because she'd laughed so much. Yesterday, she'd agreed to go on a cycle with Lachlan and Fern. Neither she nor Fern were ever going to do the Tour de France. But it didn't matter. It would be fun. Fern confided she hadn't sat on a bike in well over 40 years. But Joy was looking forward to it. And then, added to all of that, it turned out she had family here. To her own amazement, this proved to be the most anchoring thing for Joy. When Albie had announced she was family at the launch, she had found herself overcome with tears. Emotionally, it had flicked a switch inside her. He was right, of course. They were family. Okay, so admittedly the biological connections were tenuous, to say the least. Ara, don't be minding that. Don't you know at this stage that every Yank that ever strode a pavement has Irish blood somewhere in their veins? He laughed later. It was so much more than that, though. She knew Albie had seen something in her, that disconnected core of her, that hadn't really belonged anywhere or with anyone after her mother died all those years ago. She had belonged, for a time, with Eve. That was undeniable, no matter how much he had hurt her by hiding the truth of Robin from her. She would always love him. He had been her world for such a very long time. And now, it's time to make a new world, Albie had told her softly. Perhaps it was why he had pulled her to the centre of his family, but she felt it was more than just the notion of taking in a stray lamb. From that night, when she'd sat in his flat and watched over him, something had shifted for both of them. And she had found home. I'm making dinner for the family tonight. Nothing special. 8 o'clock? Fern poked her head around the corner of the SFF bookstand that Joy was reorganising after a dozen local kids had taken it apart on their lunch break. Oh, lovely. Joy smiled, and even though she felt in her bones she was part of Albie's family, she and Fern were still engaged in a mating ritual of sorts, as if they were children in a newly blended family, working out how to share a life. At least they liked each other now. Bring wine, Fern smiled, and they both knew what those simple words meant. It was a family dinner, after all. A spicy, heady aroma of chili filled the air when Joy pushed through the door into the kitchen later that evening. She picked up 2 bottles of decent red wine in the supermarket and 3 bunches of flowers from the buckets at the garage which, when she rearranged them into one, actually looked quite good. She tied them up with a small length of ribbon she'd found in the centre of a book in the gardening section. Would it be all right if Will pops over? Robin asked. He's giving a talk about crime prevention to the community council. I think we'll manage to stretch the pot, Fern said. When Joy looked over her shoulder, there was enough to feed an army. The more the merrier, Albie said, and he sipped rum from a very old mini tankard, complete with a promotional label on the side that looked as if it had come straight from the 1970s. God, I'm absolutely famished. He looked at his watch pointedly and then towards the kitchen where Fern was busy and in her element making dinner for everyone. You were born famished, Fern laughed. That's what Auntie Peggy used to say. Well, take your time. Will is going to be here any minute, Robin said. She smiled like a woman who had a secret she was dying to share. Or maybe she really was a little bit in love. We're waiting for Lachlan as well. I've invited him to pop in after his cycle today, Fern said. Ooh, Lachlan, Robin teased. We're just friends, okay? And to prove it, aren't ye all invited as well? But Fern was wearing a new dress, and Joy noticed her eyes were made up with a smoky shadow that really suited her. With that, Fern turned back to the kitchen. Come on, there are no servants around here. She handed a tablecloth to Robin, who set the table, while Joy opened the wine and filled up glasses for everyone who wanted one. Soon the aroma of chili made stomachs grumble. Joy couldn't remember eating lunch, but she must have. It was just that her days had become so full now. Fern called Leo to join them, and so they really did sit as one big family, with Lachlan Daly sitting next to Fern, beaming like the cat that got the cream. Downstairs, Dolly was making her bed in the politics section, with fresh lettuce and chopped up apple and carrots. Leo looked surprised, but pleasantly, when Joy slipped into the seat next to his. Little did he know, he wasn't half as surprised as Joy that she did. But it was a time of new beginnings, or at least, that's what it felt like. Fern insisted that they use the old dining table that was normally pushed into a corner in the sitting room. Robin had dug out dulled silver candlesticks, and the whole room was warmed by the flickering light of candles, dotted about various surfaces and down the length of the table. Joy loved this room. Usually it was strewn with books and cushions, and she never walked in here without being seized by a desire to curl up on the sofa with a great, big, classic read. Tonight, it was all of those things, but there was something else too, and Joy realized what it was. Celebration. The room hadn't changed, but it was a room that was meant to be filled with laughter and conversation over good food and a decent glass of wine. Where should I put these? Will stood with a huge tray of food, but the table was already full to overflowing. There was a noisy and happy kerfuffle, and shifting about of plates and making room for a few minutes. Then Albie made him squeeze in on the end of the bench seat, very close to Robin, which Joy couldn't help but notice. Didn't seem to upset either of them too much. Good news first, Fern said, tapping her glass with a knife, just as they were about to tuck into the steaming dinner set out before them. Yes, always good news first. Robin smiled across at her mother. I've been invited to exhibit in a small show running this September. Fern, that's amazing, Joy said, and she was beaming with enthusiasm. The best part is that the theme is going to be right here. I'm calling the paintings Ballycove, Fern said, because she had managed to paint one new canvas each week, which was not only a record in terms of productivity, but she whispered to Joy one afternoon that she thought they were probably her best work ever. They both knew that the purging of the secrets that had kept them apart for years had freed up Fern to paint, every bit as much as it had filled Joy with a newly found purpose and bliss. So, Robin took a deep breath after congratulating her mother and raving about the paintings she had stored in a spare room upstairs. That was the good news. Oh, Robin, what is it? Albie asked, his eyes full of concern. It's not too bad, but I wanted to tell you all together. I had a phone call from Harry Foley just before I shut up the shop for the evening. The old man had offered to hold on to Alice, to give her a proper valuation. Will told Joy he thought this was a great idea, because at the very least he could lock it in a decent safe. And her mother stopped, ladle in mid-air, waiting to hear the verdict before delivering a second helping of sauce to Leo. It turns out, our copy of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland is an original after all. Robin smiled. It's only one of a handful left in circulation. She had to stop speaking. There was no point, as she wouldn't have been heard over the excited din, because suddenly everyone at the table burst into animated chatter and squeals of delight. Robin waited for a few seconds, held up her hand to finish. But it's not worth the huge fortune we thought, I'm afraid. How on earth can it be valueless if it's that rare? Fern asked. But Joy understood. There was only one reason. There had to be damage beyond repair that they hadn't noticed, or perhaps understood. It was, she had to concede, a very old book. The spine was weak and the pages delicate. It was a miracle it had lasted as long as it did, really. Apparently, it's missing an illustration. More than one, actually. 4, to be precise. I mean, it's still worth a lot of money. Robin stretched out her arms. But Harry said if it was completely intact, it would have been worth a heck of a lot more. Will placed an arm around her shoulder. It was obvious he was disappointed for Robin. which was sweet. "Oh, what the hell. It's still a lovely book. And look at the excitement we've all had. Sure, isn't that the best part of any good fortune?" Albie said. He wasn't particularly bothered about money, beyond having enough to live on and to share if someone needed it. "You're right, Uncle Albie," Robin said softly. "You're absolutely right. But something else good came out of it too." Robin looked shyly up at Will, who was beaming at her. "I know we had a few stressful days, and there was all of those messages from all sorts of weirdos. But look at us now. I know who my friends are, my real friends, and I'm even more thankful for all of you tonight than I've ever been." She smiled, although Joy knew there was a catch to her voice. It was a shame about Cian. Even if she wasn't in love with him anymore, it didn't mean that the betrayal hadn't hurt her badly. Joy admired her for being straight up enough to cut him out, but at the same time, she wasn't a vindictive person, so his biggest punishment was being cut out of life in Patrick Street. "Oh, darling." Fern walked around the table and put her arms around her daughter. "I'm so proud of you," she said, wiping a tear from her eyes. "We all are," Albie chorused in, and Joy found her gaze drawn to Will, who was beaming from ear to ear. She had a sense that, like her, he wouldn't change a single thing in this moment. "To friends and family." This time Joy was the one to raise the toast. "And to the Bookshop girls. Let's drink to many more adventures for us as the years roll on." She had a feeling that if Eve could see her now, he would be happy that there were more exploits and good times yet to come. Joy planned to make the most of every single one of them. "To the Bookshop ladies," Leo murmured, holding her eye in a way that made her catch her breath. Yes, thought Joy. There may well be more unexpected adventures ahead. She smiled her widest smile and clinked her glass to celebrate a new beginning. That was The Bookshop Ladies by Faith Hogan, read by Flora Montgomery. Produced by Racket Studios for Bloomsbury Publishing plc. Text copyright Faith Hogan 2024. Recording copyright Bloomsbury Publishing plc 2024. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.